Before the destruction of the cult of Silent Hill, a pathology was nurtured in a young boy, twisting his very being. Walter Sullivan longed for the connection every child seeks, but because his mother had abandoned him, this pure impulse grew into something dark. The consequences of the cult's actions reach far beyond those directly involved, affecting strangers and passers-by, with 21 people being marked for sacrifice. Sorry about the wait, let's talk about Silent Hill 4. This video is formatted around a complete playthrough of the game. In a break from my previous Silent Hill commentaries, there will be more liberal editing, because I've found myself needing to omit certain visits to the apartment and cut some of the superfluous sections from the game. This is important to note because the playthrough you're about to watch is not actually representative of the intended way of experiencing the game, but when I think it's important, I'll be sure to try and point out where there are discrepancies between playthrough and the presentation you're watching. This video goes over dispersed topics as they become relevant, and there will be no suppression on spoilers going forwards, so familiarity with the games is recommended before watching. And I say games, plural, because I'm picking up where my Silent Hill 3 commentary left off, and I'd encourage you to watch it and the Silent Hill 2 commentary I made as well, before watching any further here. Videos like this one are a commitment to assemble. I'm deeply thankful to all of you who have supported me during the writing process, and I hope that what I've come up with will justify your spiritual, algorithmic, and monetary support. With all of these formalities out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, Silent Hill 4, The Room. I always make a point of discussing the menu image in these videos because they usually contain some significant thematic primer to the experience to come. Silent Hill 1's menu had fog and darkness because that game explored hidden realities and hidden evils. Silent Hill 2's menu had water because of Kegare and Ika Shinju. Silent Hill 3 had a red menu because something red awaited Heather, and that game was about impregnation and abortion. Here, the menu is the image of the locked door in apartment 302, which connects to the games exploring the boundary of inside versus outside, clean versus filthy, purity versus danger. The game opens as we wake up in a nightmarish rendition of room 302. Text appears on screen to tell us what's been going on before we started our adventure, and I'll note that the game will repeat this information once this section has concluded. The game actually does a lot more work to make sure the plot comes together in coherent ways than the series did before, and repeating important framing devices and information in the opening like this, I suspect is done to ensure that players have it in mind for the experience ahead. It might seem a bit handholdy if you're coming to it straight from the original trilogy, but I think it accomplishes setting up the experience really well, and I'd even go so far as to say this opening is my favorite one Silent Hill ever did. At least, it's on par with the first game. The beginning does not emphasize danger. Instead, it tries to impart the sense of not belonging in the environment we inhabit. The first two Silent Hill games did this as well, and I think this is the correct way of kicking an experience like this off. I like the opening in Silent Hill 3 just fine, but I think the hectic violence there didn't do much to get me involved in Heather's mind or struggles, and I don't think it really got us off on the right foot with the themes that game wanted to explore. And actually, I think there's a much better introduction in that game after we've met Douglas and have to sneak out of the bathroom window to get away from him. He was a strange man, he was asking very personal questions about Heather, he claimed to be a detective, but who really knows? That exchange where the girl was trying to avoid confronting the strange man who was invading her personal space is a much better primer to the kind of story Silent Hill 3 was going for than the amusement park sequence was. Silent Hill 4 goes much harder on this idea of personal space being invaded and feeling comfortable in your environment. So we get out of bed and begin to interact with the environment, and what do you know? Almost every text crawl observation we get says something to the effect of, "This potential exit out of the apartment, door or window, cannot be escaped through," or "This is my apartment, but this isn't my furniture," or "This object doesn't function properly." The entire sequence seems to have been designed to reinforce to the player the idea that we inhabit a familiar yet strange place, and something quite subtle about our first time around the apartment being when it's in the otherworldly state is that once Henry wakes up and we enter the apartment as normal, our frame of reference will not necessarily be what we expect a real apartment to look and function like, but rather we compare it to the otherworld version we see here. And in that comparison, the apartment will come to look much more normal. Not normal though, just more normal. It's still a really uncanny environment, and I think having us explore it in the otherworld appearance first helps mask just how wrong everything about the apartment we perceive as the normal one really is. The Silent Hill games have never struggled masking the uncanny and uncomfortable in plain sight, and making it creep up behind the player, so that they might engage with something that should really activate alarm bells. I talked about this sleight of hand trick in my Silent Hill 2 commentary, which you were supposed to watch before watching this one, when I made note of how the corpses tend to be James Sunderland, or at least something wearing his clothes. And another example of Silent Hill sneaking the uncanny right in front of the player's eyes can be seen in the closer enemies being contextualized with Alessa's drawing in the third game. The opening here is experienced from the perspective of a confused man, and it's so out there that that's probably where the player is as well. This game is the black sheep of the family, and I would say it's not as consistently well designed as its predecessors, but when it lands, its sequences are up there with the best the series has to offer. Later on, I'll discuss my favorite moment in the franchise, but for now, the ghost of Jimmy Stone has come from the wall, and the opening sequence has ended. I like the elegance of this scenario. So far, the only thing we've needed to know is to walk around and to interact, but already the dominant themes of the game and the characteristic approach it takes to presenting those themes, as well as its conceptualization of horror, have been laid out and we've been made to internalize them. This is a game about the corruption of privacy and our sense of physical safe space. It's a game about the familiar being made unfamiliar, about the uncanny, and how interacting with it creates that gnawing discomfort in the back of our heads. It's also a game about losing control of yourself and your environment, about being suffocated by your surroundings and watching helplessly as the pillars supporting your sense of safety gradually but systemically get knocked down. Of course, watching helplessly is for suckers. We are going to be deeply immersed in the process, which is another angle of the game's horror. It makes us participate in the invasion of personal spaces theme. There were even supplementary materials released on the game's official website, like the Another Crimson Tome and the Victim Files, which exist solely to flesh out the story and the characters we meet. In and of itself, there's nothing remarkable about a game having some reading material, but considering this game's brand of horror, I think it's notable. After waking up from the intro, we take control over Henry Townsend, and the characterization of the apartment this time around is very different to how it was just a few seconds ago. For one, when Henry walks around and interacts with the pictures on the walls, he doesn't ask, "Who's this guy?" He notes that, "Oh, that's Toluca Lake in Silent Hill. I hung up that picture because I sure loved going there that one time." Familiarity. Henry's observations of the environment display a familiarity with it and also a sense of ownership. Early moments color our perceptions of following ones, and this jump of perspectives is a good way for the game to have us compare and contrast the attitudes of our player analogs. This game, the first one and the third one, all have a rapid transition from safety and danger, or the other way around, in the case of Silent Hill 3, but this choice was probably not made out of an obligation to series tradition, because Silent Hill 4 deliberately set out to break those. Producer Akira Yamaoka and sub-producer Akihiro Imamura had been involved with the franchise since its inception, and they released a joint post-mortem on this entry where they discussed their feelings on it, what they felt worked, and what it didn't. It's a fascinating read, and I'll be drawing on it from time to time. At the conceptual stages of Silent Hill 4, it was decided to do something different. In the post-mortem, they explained that Silent Hill 1 had laid the groundwork for everything. Silent Hill 2 had brought more depth and realization to it, and launched on the PlayStation 2, and then Silent Hill 3 had spiffed up the already impressive presentation in the second game with better animation and sound design. But Silent Hill 3 had not added anything new in terms of gameplay mechanics, and internally there was a growing feeling that the gameplay was becoming stale. This, coupled with the slow sales start for Silent Hill 2 and fans complaining, led to Silent Hill 3 originally being envisioned as a rail shooter, and this obviously bad idea is why the first year of Silent Hill 3's development wound up being scrapped. Somehow, the final game was assembled in 9 months. Figure that one out. I haven't read any interview or seen any behind-the-scenes material suggesting that Silent Hill 4's development was as chaotic. Both games began development right after the release of the second one, but this one taking longer to make might be down to the team prioritizing the third entry and how it got away with largely asset-flipping the second game, whereas the primary creative ambition of this one was change. Reading from the post-mortem now, we wanted to make sweeping changes from the past titles and give players something new and fresh to play. Of course, changing something that has already proved its worth is always a risk, but we wanted to see what we could accomplish. We took on the challenge of affecting change from many angles, from the horror concepts to the game's subsystems. Silent Hill 4 is very different from the previous Silent Hill games, although to the average eye, it may still be just a horror game. The title emerged from our trials and errors while trying to achieve this change. We'll talk more about gameplay changes as the commentary proceeds. On the conceptual changes, one was that the developers were shifting away from scaring the player towards expressing a psychological element. And another central change was the main theme: room. The idea was to explore the invasion of a perceived safe area by fear. And, according to Yamaoka, there was also an emphasis on the contrast between the surface and the hidden. In other words, reality and the other world. This horror of the blurring of the boundaries is very core to Silent Hill. And the perspective shifts we just went through, and the perspective shifts we will come to have, I think are there to highlight this theme. First, you present Henry as a man who clearly has ownership of the space he inhabits, and you reinforce that perspective by having us play as a man who does not have it in the beginning. But then, back on Henry's perspective, gradually, the game will pull back and reveal that ownership of the space he inhabits is a perspective that Henry has, but that's only how he sees it, and that there are other forces at play who consider him an outsider. There's a lot to say about Silent Hill 4's successes and failings, and in this postmortem, which I'll draw on a few more times in this video, the developers are amazingly humble in their appraisal of the game. What I will say is that not only is this invasion of personal space a really interesting idea, I think the execution here is nothing short of masterful, and I've never seen it done anywhere near as well in any video game released before or after. When you think about this theme, you think about Silent Hill 4. The way the story frames Henry in the beginning is that he's been stuck in the apartment for 5 days and has been having strange nightmares all throughout that time. His windows do not open, his cries for help are not heard, and most strangely of all, his front door has been chained shut from the inside. I think the visual of the door is really powerful, really imposing, and it's kind of like Pyramid Head from Silent Hill 2, where this imagery is so distinct and unique that you'd never confuse it for some phenomenon in another game. Just like how Silent Hill 2 took ownership of the nebulous idea of a man with a triangle head, I feel like Silent Hill 4 has taken ownership over this relatively simplistic presentation of a chained locked door. And something about that door I have to bring this conversation back around to is that it's chained from the inside. It makes sense from a design angle. The locks probably deter players from trying to open the door because it makes them think of keys and not something like a battering object or crowbar. And since there are no keys, I think players naturally give up on trying to open the door and instead notice the peephole and the slit underneath it. Progression-wise, because the locks are so pronounced, when we finally get the keys of liberation near the end, there's no doubt as to what locks they go to, which makes for good scenario direction from visual design alone. All of this is great, but my favorite accomplishment of this visual design is that it subtly gives the entire game away from the moment you first see it. See, the whole game has a running narrative about the violation of people's sense of privacy and safe space, but the door, which we cannot exit from, is locked from the inside. The force keeping Henry stuck is not roaming the hallways. It's already here. In both previous Silent Hill commentaries, I've read the entire excerpt of Jeremy Blaustein's discussion of purity and danger. Jeremy Blaustein was the translator on these games, and he also worked on the story with the team during the initial pitch meeting because they wanted to know what would and would not appeal to Western audiences. He also directed the actors, so all around deeply involved in the making of these games, and his talk on purity and danger has never been as relevant to understanding the idea of horror in Silent Hill as it is in this one. So I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but for the sake of thoroughness, here it is one final time. Jump to the time on screen if you've heard it often enough. The difference between fright and horror has to do with proximity. For humans, the concept of personal space is very important. We have our bodies, of course, that's our most personal space, and within that body, some spaces are more personal than others even. Beyond our bodies, extending out around us is more personal space. Our rooms, our bathrooms, where we do our private stuff, our workplace, etc. So the concept of privacy is related to the concept of personal space, but there are other psychologically related concepts as well. Mary Douglas, in her book Purity and Danger, talks about human societies' concepts of internal and external, us versus them, in versus out, and how it relates to our ideas of purity and impurity, safety and danger. Simply put, we want to feel safe in our personal space, and we want our personal space to be clean and pure. In contrast, that which is external to us, removed from us, can be more easily considered impure, dirty, threatening. That is the source of fear, an external source that threatens us. What then is horror? Well, to me, Jeremy Blaustein, horror is when it crosses into our personal space. When that place, which is our own personal space, our pure sanctuary, is invaded by the impure and the external. That is when horror happens. A killer with a knife, machete, or chainsaw that is about to break down your door is fright. Finding that the killer is already in your home is horror. Discovering that the killer is actually you, that is psychological horror. I wonder how he'd characterize an experience where the protagonist discovers that the killer is not only in your home, but he considers your home to be his mother. Personal space, and our conception of it, is probably the most important theme in the game. I noted that the door was the picture chosen to prime the player for the experience in the main menu, and keeping in mind the idea of invasion of personal space we've been discussing, you can see why it was significant enough that the developers chose it to be the backdrop in the main menu. It might also be why we are 18 minutes into the video and are still inside of the apartment. The game does not rush familiarizing us with this space, but eventually. After getting acquainted with the apartment, we make our way to the bathroom. I feel like this is a sort of lost art in video games, but just plopping the player into a space and letting them figure out what is expected of them doesn't seem to be the way we make games anymore. There's so much more signposting and insertions of characters or phenomenon which explicitly direct our heading, but discovering the hole in the bathroom, here, is absolutely a moment which deserves to be experienced without being preempted. We walked around the apartment for however long we do our first time around and familiarized ourselves with as much of the strange phenomenon as we could. And the strangeness of the presentation is still very subdued, so going into the bathroom and discovering the hole, I think probably threw most players who didn't know what to expect from the game for a loop. Henry has been locked up in here for 5 days, and every avenue of escape has been fruitless, so we understand why he'd instinctively want to test the whole exit out. Which he does, and so, for the first time of many in this game, we enter the other world. The transition from the apartment to the other world is shown with us traversing through a narrow, circular tube with a light at the end. And I think this imagery is meant to evoke a birth. I've noted this before, but the nature of the otherworld transition changes from game to game. So, in Silent Hill 1, the transition into the otherworld was like the transition from a dream into a nightmare. It happened quickly. We'd hear a siren, but the transition wasn't preempted very heavily, things just got worse. In Silent Hill 2, the transition was a cold and drawn-out process because it mirrored the larger narrative of what's slowly diving deeper into James's mind. In the third game, the transition to the otherworld showed Heather in great pain because the point there was the pregnancy. And the transition itself was violent because the game, I think, was trying to connect the transition to the idea of bodily autonomy. And the otherworld just sort of forced itself into being there. Here, the transition is the birth canal, because Henry is being born into the nightmare. That'll make more sense later when we discuss Walter Sullivan. We enter the subway world coming down an escalator. First things first, there was a steel pipe blocking our entrance into the hole from our apartment, which we needed to remove before gaining access to the hole. Story advancement triggers in these games, like opening doors or context-sensitive prompts, sometimes have important items locked to them such that picking up that item is the first prompt you get when you interact with the story trigger in question. This ensures that the player has that item on their person before advancing. Not a huge thing, but economic design, which I quite like. The pipe is important, by the way, because locking entrance into the hole behind the player picking up the pipe ensures that the player has at least one weapon before they are expected to fight. In the sequence which shows Henry enter the subway world, he is riding down a descending escalator. A nice enough way to get the player to not pursue a backtrack to the point where we entered from, since you kind of figure that walking up the escalator isn't going to go so well. This isn't a huge thing either, but I like that they made a small consideration for how we enter the other world, because I think it would have been pretty boring if every entrance point was just a room leading back to nowhere. Would feel a bit more artificial, you know. When we get down to the subway world, we meet Cynthia right away. She's one of the chosen victims for Walter Sullivan's 21 Sacraments. The characters we meet in this game, like the levels themselves, have all had some sort of interaction with the man at one point or another in their lives, and he's singled each of them out because they align with the necessary conditions the victims need to have. It requires the deaths of specific kinds of people, and Cynthia represents temptation. When we first meet her in the subway world, we can actually see her from the window before coming to this place. When we first meet her here, she's convinced that she's dreaming and promises Henry a special favor if he helps her find an exit.
I'll do a special favor for you later.
We don't stay with her too long though, because she gets sick and separates from us in a bathroom. This might be a bit of a stretch, but I think her separating from us is maybe hinting at how Walter Sullivan was abandoned. So, if we read Cynthia's entry in the Another Crimson Tome document, it goes over how she and Walter met, had a conversation which he instigated, and how she was creeped out by him and walked away when he told her that he heard her name 10 years prior to what she thought was their first meeting. Walter reached out to her and was rejected, and this isn't the only time this happened to him. Maybe I'm stretching when I connect that event to what's happening here with Cynthia separating from Henry, but aside from Eileen, the NPCs all share that they rejected Walter in some way or another, and also don't embrace Henry when he reaches out to them in whatever capacity he tries to do that. While Henry waits for Cynthia to get ready, we meet the game's first enemy, the first one we can fight, the sniffer dogs. I feel like their design and animations more so emphasize their licking over their sniffing, so maybe they ought to have been called the lickers or something, though I suppose Capcom might have had something to say about that. Considering this game's emphasis on inventory management, it's strange that the meat bait from the third game does not return here. especially considering the visual design and the potential inspiration behind this enemy. I think this idea might be Akaname. It's a Japanese yokai whose name translates basically to dirt licker or filth licker, and they are so named because they have an unusually long tongue which they use to lick up the vile and scum in bathrooms. Aka also refers to dead skin, and the sniffer dogs seem to have rotted dead skin draped over them. One of the more interesting reads on this yokai is how they are specifically located in bathrooms, and how the vial they are licking up from the place is specifically the impurities which were washed away when the person in the bath was cleaning themselves. The sniffer dog is introduced to us near a bathroom, so there's another reason to think there might be a connection, and their connection to impurity is of course what that Jeremy Blostein quote I went over a bit ago was referring to. Sometimes the inspirations behind the enemies in these games are taken very literally, but sometimes the broader idea behind the inspiration is the point. So, if the sniffer dog is meant to evoke the Akaname, it's not that they are literal little gremlin boys who eat dead skin flakes and dirt and such. It's more just trying to put the idea of something which hungers for impure things, put that idea in the player's head when they look at this enemy. These guys are my favorite iteration on the dog enemy across the franchise. I like how they are often found feasting on corpses. I think they have the most unnerving visual design of all of the Silent Hill dogs, and I'm also a fan of how many different dynamic functions they have. So there's a male and female variant, and they have slightly altered behaviors, with the females detecting Henry quicker and being able to grab at his legs and pin him down, while the other dogs go in for their attacks. After killing the dogs, we head to the ladies' bathroom to find Cynthia, but she's not there. Instead, we find a big exit hole leading back to room 302. Henry wakes up and questions his experience in the subway world. We're still in the early game, so the boundary separating dream and reality, or rather, the dream logic of the other world and the mundane reality of the apartment, is still fairly firm, and it is mundane. In this visit to the apartment, we can move the desk to find a gun and find a peephole, where we can look at Eileen sitting on her bed. Riveting. Later on, we can see her through the front door peephole sweeping the floor from the groceries she dropped earlier. Outstanding. These events are how progress through the game is being signposted. It won't stay this mundane throughout the whole thing, of course, nor has this been the level the game's generally speaking operating at, but the relaxed lull moments in this game are so much more relaxed than in the average game that I feel it's worth pointing out. The impact of events is largely a question of contrast. So if you have a reaction to finding the gun in the apartment, consider that it'll be followed up by the 2 mundane sequences of Eileen. In general, I'd say the technique on display in the scenario direction here is the best in the series, and the apartment as a storytelling device is largely why. The gauntlets give us access to it, and being able to go into the apartment, and that it has its own happenings to play out, allowed the developers to really rapidly shift the tone of the experience. It doesn't come without drawbacks, as it means the player isn't committing to the gauntlets and the dread in them for nearly as long as in previous games. There's always a trade-off, but for the range of expression the apartment gives Silent Hill 4, I'd say it's a great inclusion. Sandwiched in between the mundane Eileen sequences will be Cynthia's phone call from the other world to a phone that's not even plugged in. The developers gave us a cutscene establishing that the phone wasn't plugged in, so it's not like this invasion of the dream logic into mundane reality will go over the player's head. I actually think that's why the phone was shown to be cut, so that you understand that Cynthia calling us from the other world is abnormal. An early showcase of the invasion of dream logic. Of course, here it's relevant to bring up what we talked about earlier, with how these games use sleight of hand to get the uncanny past the player. We know that the phone doesn't work, so it's strange that the call comes in, but that becomes the focus more so than the fact that Cynthia is calling us from the other world, meaning something can come into the apartment.
Where did you go? Hurry! Save me! If you need a token, there's one here.
This phone call from Cynthia is an early showcase of how the other world has fairly free rein to contact us. If you think about it, the apartment is a sort of limbo space right now. The developers wanted every view you got of the world outside the apartment to brim with a profound ordinariness, or as they also put it, a pervasive realism. And if you think about this creative decision in the context of the breaching of boundaries and invasion of personal space themes the game has going for itself, Room 302 sort of functions like a limbo space in between the profoundly ordinary world of the outside and the horrific dream logic of the other world. There is no hint given that Cynthia can hear Henry on the phone, or that he can communicate with her any more than he can with his neighbors in the hallway. The outside world can make its way into the limbo space, but Henry can only move into the nightmare. I think there's a philosophical idea for why that might be, but I'll save that for later when we get to talking about the halo of the sun and reincarnation. When we return to the subway world, the empty stall now has a mannequin which looks like Cynthia. It's pale white except for its hands, which are bloodied, and it's holding the Lynch Street line coin. I think there's not much to be read into the bloodied hands. I think it's just a way to signpost to the player that she might be holding something, but the placement of the mannequin is interesting because we're in the ladies' bathroom. The horror of Silent Hill 4 is largely tied to the idea of spaces of safety being invaded, and here, we're in the ladies' bathroom looking for a woman we just got separated from. The context is kind of weird, and there's dream logic going on, and Cynthia has specifically asked us to come and find her, but she hadn't when we came into the place the first time. And even though she called us when we were in the apartment, I feel like there's still a discomforting sense of Henry being in a place he's not meant to be in. The older Silent Hills often had us making our way into people's homes or workplaces to advance, but I don't think the same sense of invasion was ever as emphasized as it is here. We use the Lynch Street line coin on the turnstile and head down and get a cutscene introducing us to the ghost enemy. Ghosts are a new inclusion to the franchise, and their integration story-wise I actually quite like. These tormented victims of Walter Sullivan are lost in his other worlds and attack those who still live. When Jun Inoue was designing the ghost enemy models, steps were taken to accentuate the individuality of each ghost. If they'd have all looked the same, they wouldn't have felt real, the reasoning went. As to how much they break from the style of previous enemy designs, yes, they are different, but there's a pretty solid explanation for why. Inoue thought there was nothing scarier than being attacked by another human being. I actually disagree though. I think the inversed kinematics usage here is scarier. IK, if you don't know, is that thing often used to have our characters interact more realistically with their environments. So if we're walking upstairs and the character's legs actually stand correctly on different steps, that's probably inversed kinematics. According to Masashi Tsuboyama, this is the first game in the Silent Hill franchise to use inversed kinematics, and specifically, it's attached to the legs of the ghosts. You can see how when the ghosts hover about, their legs sort of drag and they get glued to the ground in places. You can also see when the ghosts appear from the wall that black slime seems to still connect to them until they've reached a certain distance from their entrance hole. When they did the Silent Hill 4 post-mortem, they went over the ghost enemies in particular, and before talking more about them, I want to give the developers a word in. A new type of enemy. Once we established the horror concept, we wanted to add innovation in how we projected it. If we wanted supernatural phenomena to happen in one's own room, we also wanted spiritual presences to appear as enemies. We therefore created ghosts, a new type of enemy that inflicts damage on the player just by being nearby. Worse than that, they can come through walls, and even when knocked down, they rise again to relentlessly pursue the player. For Japanese people, the horror of ghosts is deeply entrenched in our culture. However, we weren't confident that they would be frightening for people overseas, in America and Europe, for instance. In the end, We agreed that the more general sensation of horror is shared by people worldwide, so we adopted our ghost as an enemy type after all. We believed that this enemy, an indefatigable being that ceaselessly pursues the player, is a very frightening presence to all, regardless of culture. They later, in the post-mortem, go over what they think went wrong, and for the ghosts, they say, "Ghosts were too obtrusive." We wanted to introduce a new type of enemy by including ghosts, but many players said that rather than being frightening, the ghosts were merely exasperating obstacles. Even when knocked down, ghosts rise up immediately to resume their pursuit of the player. Players were irritated at constantly being on the run from them, and as a result were incapable of fully appreciating the beautifully rendered game environments. In the latter half of the game, there are swords that can stun down the ghosts. While these swords allow the player to counter the indefatigable ghosts, there aren't enough of them. The concept of invincible enemies wasn't a bad one, but in the case of the ghosts, we made them too strong. In the retail version, the ghost becomes unstunned in 3 to 10 seconds. If we could change it, we would probably make the stunned time between 15 and 60 seconds, depending on which mode, easy, normal, or hard, the player is in, to give the player some respite. It also might have been nice to allow players to kill ghosts, but at a high cost. In any case, the ghosts turned out more annoying than scary for most people. Before I talk more about the ghost enemies, I want to briefly bring up that throughout the development of the original Silent Hill quadrilogy, Team Silent had gradually been losing more and more of the core members from the first game. Its creative director, Keiichiro Toyama, left to make the Siren games, and I have a feeling that the game's small-town atmosphere left with him. That aspect of the first game is really de-emphasized in subsequent titles. By the way, don't hold me to this, but Siren commentary videos? Maybe. Anyways, for Silent Hill 2, the dark psychological exploration and the coldness is emphasized from the first game, and I think that has to do with Takayoshi Sato. From reading interviews during development, I get the sense that he's the only one who described Silent Hill 2 as the game that it wound up being, so I feel he's the one who had the best idea for what was going on. He was officially titled as character designer and CGI creator, but he pitched the story based on crime and punishment, and in the first Silent Hill transmission, Akira Yamaoka tells a story about how the game's director told him to read that book. Maybe Tsuboyama, that game's director, was also reading it at the time. It seems like something the entire team ought to do, considering they're making a game based on it, but that should tell you just how big of a shadow Sato cast over that project. Also, he wrote every sequence where women are involved, which is like 2/3 of the sequences. And he didn't return for the third game, and all of those dark psychological characteristics of the second game are absent in that one. Silent Hill 3, I get the feeling, was the child of Masahiro Ito and Hiroyuki Owaku, and something Ito brought to the table in every Silent Hill game he designed monsters for was the idea that the monsters do not play on bestial primal fears, but something deeper. So he didn't want to just give the enemies fangs or horns, he wanted to make them look like monstrous twistings of the human form. To make the psychological undertones of the enemies the focus. And he did not return for the fourth game, and nor do I think his sensibilities for designing monsters. In fact, the developers specifically stated that they wanted to tilt away from the dread-induced ambiance of previous games towards more obvious horror. When you see a monster here, you don't spend too much time wondering what it is, your time is spent wondering what to do about it. I don't think Masahiro Ito would have gone with ghost enemies if he was creatively in charge here, and if he had, I suspect he'd have gone for more abstract designs. We're about to wrap up the first visit to the subway world. I'll have more to say about it when we return, but since the rules governing the design of the gauntlets have been changed from last time around, I want to talk a bit about how they're presented now. When we first got here, Henry had a dazed, dreamlike look to him, and the point of entrance doesn't ultimately make sense. The gauntlets have a much more liberal attitude to realistic designs than in previous games because these aren't actual real places we're visiting, they're the dream memories of Walter Sullivan. and they've been infused with his deranged, damaged mind. The reason Henry is so dazed when he arrives in Gauntlets and the reason the entrance points are always so unnatural, I think has to do with how you can't really trace your steps in a dream while you're dreaming. So Henry snaps to consciousness upon entering the Gauntlet, but there's no coherent steps we can trace to how we went from the hole to the entrance. After we arrived, we met the Gauntlet NPC. Every Gauntlet will have one, and like I said, they're the victims which Walter Sullivan has singled out for sacrifice because their personality model congeals with what the next one of his victim has to be. When we left through the ladies' bathroom and came back, we weren't vomited out again in the entrance. We come out of the hole we last left the Gauntlet through. This doesn't change the application for save point placements much from previous games where we just got save points, but the hole leading to the apartment has a lot more functions than the save points did because the apartment is much more of a base of operations than anything we got in previous titles. A more significant change is how the apartment will from time to time be integrated into the Gauntlet puzzles. This means hole placements would not be decided on just by vibing out how stumbling upon them congeals best with directing the sense of dread. Their placements must also congeal well with the flow of level progression. Level progression in this game is synonymous with peering deeper and deeper through the layers of Walter Sullivan's psyche. A key motif in the glimpses we get of his past is the conflict of nature versus nurture, and the contradictory presentation of the man often highlights this. One minute we see the gruesome things he does, the next we get a glimpse of the innocence he once had. The areas can be thought of as vehicles which package this narrative, and I'll have more to say about him as the commentary proceeds. For now, since we're mopping the Gauntlet up, we first pick up a placard, and then we get to watch the gruesome death of the NPC we just met. After which, Henry awakes back in his apartment. Continuing our talk about the formulas for scenario direction here, let's discuss the titular, The Room. A lot of the changes the game makes were made, I suspect, specifically to make the Room more prominent. Our inventory has a max capacity now, which makes sense because it filling up gives the player a reason to visit the room to store their items. We have a visible health bar this time around, which is quite ugly and feels like a step down from the presentation in previous games, but there's more of an emphasis on action than dread, and in the first half of the game, the apartment is a location we associate with safety, so standing in it gives us a passive heal. That passive heal might have been hard to communicate to the player if we didn't constantly have the HUD. In previous games, low health was communicated with the controller rumbling, simulating a heartbeat, and if we had that here, they could have just made the rumbling gradually calm down to communicate the health increasing. That might have been smoother, but I think the visual of the health bar filling up communicates it more clearly, even if it is uglier. There's moments in the Gauntlets where we have to visit the apartment for items or to use certain tools there, like the sink, which means even in the progression design, the apartment features. The save function is no longer strewn around the world for us to find, it's in the apartment. The holes are strewn around, but we have to go through the added getting birthed through the pipes cinematic to access the save point. The Silent Hill games do not repeat imagery or phenomena without having a good reason. The birthing cinematic is important for thematic reasons, and the apartment is important for that, as well as gameplay ones. I think the integration of the apartment does have some drawbacks on the rest of the experience, specifically in how it can break the tension in the Gauntlets, more on that later, but on a whole, the game gains a lot from it. And even when you consider the drawbacks, those aren't anywhere near significant enough to undo the work the game does at getting me to associate feelings with the apartment. I suppose there's an interesting conversation to be had about whether we'd have preferred to have had the other aspects of the games reach the heights they did in previous games and have had the apartment be lackluster, or have had the setup we currently have. For what my opinion's worth, I honestly think this is the better compromise. I think the minute-to-minute experience in the other version might have made for a more gripping, more enjoyable experience, but it would, like Silent Hill 3, it would not have added anything new to how horror games are designed. It would have just been more of what we've seen before. Silent Hill 3 is great, but it is a big retread of Silent Hill 2, which only incrementally moved the franchise game design-wise from the first game. And with the fourth game, I think I'd rather have had what we got than get another retread and have been left wondering what if Team Silent had gone all in on the apartment and just rolled with the blows doing that would inflict on the other sections of the game. Since this apartment visit is a cap-off to a gauntlet, there's more going on than usual. Every major storytelling device in the apartment itself is active. We hear sirens from outside, and if we look out the window, we can see the ambulances near the subway. On the radio, we hear a gruesome conversation talking about numbers carved into Cynthia's chest. We have a red page which has been slipped underneath our door, which talks about the cult in Silent Hill and its influence living on after its destruction. If we look out the peephole on our door, there's a new handprint on the wall outside, symbolizing that a new victim has been killed. If we look at our peephole at Eileen, we see her standing up. That last one doesn't actually say much, but the other examples do. We can't physically leave the apartment, but we catch glimpses into the outside through these devices, and they are often used to inform us on the happenings of the world. There's a lot to appreciate about this. One issue you could face with having so much of the narrative unfurl in a small location, like in the apartment, is that you really need to be careful about how much stuff you bring in. If something advances the plot, probably it should be there from the get-go, because every time you need a new doohickey to advance the story, you need to rationalize how that thing got to the place and why you couldn't use the opening created to deliver that doohickey into the space to maybe escape. And it needs to not break the plot in an earlier segment. So, if by the halfway point, the game needs Henry to break the windows and climb up the fire escape, there better be a really good reason for why the player could not have done so earlier. Inconsistently applied restrictions and restrictions which exist solely for the sake of the story needing to advance in one specific order can rob the game of the sense of internal coherence and realization. The trippy nightmare reality of Silent Hill extends some leeway on this, but I'm happy that Team Silent didn't overextend their credit on this one. This does also apply to the gauntlets, to be fair, but it's not as strict because we know we are not the only presence here, and so if we advance through the puzzle in one room and then make our way back to an earlier room and it has changed, you probably don't respond to it the same way as you might in the case of advancing with new material popping up in the apartment. There actually are some instances of that, like when we pick up the doll key later on in the apartment world. It doesn't spawn in until the player has read a note in room 102. I think there is a bit of leeway you can extend there though, because room 302 is part of the apartment world, so it's not so crazy to think that in that specific version of the other world, the room might change. The forest world, and coming up, the water prison world, are both here seemingly to flesh out Walter's backstory after having been abandoned in room 302, and also to extend the lore of the cult. We can find notes left behind by Joseph Schreiber, the previous tenant of room 302 I talked a bit about in the beginning, where he details his investigation into the cult's activities. The investigation actually began back in the third game, where we can find the Teaching Despair Hope House article. There's interesting lore dropped in that piece, so I'm going to get into it here, and some other lore discussions relating to the cult and Walter. Before going any further, note that Hope House is the old translation. In Silent Hill 4, it is called Wish House, and that's the name I'll be using. So the article reads, Wish House, an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill. But behind its false image is a place where children are kidnapped and brainwashed. Wish House is managed by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society, a charity organization sometimes called 4S. It's true that 4S is a well-respected charity that takes in poor children without homes and raises them with hope. But at its heart, it is a heathen organization that teaches its own warped dogma in lieu of good religious values. Mr. Smith, temp, who lives near Wish House, had this to say. Sometimes at night I can hear their weird prayers and the sounds of children crying. I went there to complain one time, but they ran me right out. Since then, it hasn't changed a bit. In fact, this reporter was refused admission when he attempted to take photographs in the facility. What exactly do the folks at Wish House have to hide? During my investigations, I was able to discover, however, a suspicious-looking, round, concrete tower which appears to be part of their facilities. Unfortunately, no one was willing to tell us what the tower was used for, but it seems unlikely that it has anything to do with the business of raising orphans. It may in fact be a prison or a secret place of worship. The cult religion that operates Wish House is known by the locals simply as the Order. I want to note here, no longer reading from the article, that the Order is a naming convention that was added to the cult in the third game because of a note that was mistranslated. So, in the Japanese script, it is just the cult. In the American scripts moving forwards, it's called the Order. We're gonna call it the cult. The cult religion that operates Wish House is known by the locals simply as the cult. It's a religion that is deeply interwoven with Silent Hill's history, but its worshippers' fervent belief that they are among the elite chosen people has a dark and dangerous side. I intend to continue my investigation of Wish House and the cult behind it. I've always believed that telling the whole truth and showing the children the true path is our most important duty. Joseph Schreiber. I talked earlier about the overlapping development periods for this game and the third one, and I like how the teams were able to link them together like this. Interesting that it nods to two locations in this game, the Wish House and the Water Prison, and that they assigned Joseph Schreiber to be the writer of the article, since he's a major character in this one. Also, Walter Sullivan's name actually first appeared in the Murder Incident article from Silent Hill 2, along with Billy and Miriam Locane, the twins he murdered. Also, Frank Sunderland, the super here, is James Sunderland's father. He has a son who disappeared with his wife in Silent Hill, so the in-water ending seems to be the canonical one, if canon even matters. Anyways, by the events of the third game, the cult has been destroyed, and yet the developers could not help themselves from having them be a major component of the villain here, and I love it. Speaking of the villain, he and Jasper Geen, coming up, had an encounter which we can read about in the Another Crimson Tome document. It involves Jasper and two of his friends, Bobby and Sign, looking for the devil in the Pleasant River University. They found Walter there, who asked them to come closer, but Jasper was too scared to face him. Walter asked him if he wanted to meet the devil, and then Jasper heard his friends screaming and ran away. Bobby and Sign were Walter's second and third victims. His very first kill was Jimmy Stone, who was a priest of the cult's religion dedicated to the Voltial sect. Murder number 6 also has to do with the cult's lore, because that was George Roston, who raised the kids to become loyal followers, and it was he that snuck Voltiel into Walter's subconscious, which is why Walter permits himself to perform the 21 sacraments. Probably George didn't intend for himself to be one of the victims, but hey, nobody bets 100. In the Another Crimson Tome, we can read the things Joseph wrote in his final days. Included there is a discussion on the separate sects of the cult. July 7th. With the information from a certain source, I've barely come to understand the factions and the human relations within the cult. Earlier, there were 3 main sects within that cult. They are called the Sect of the Holy Woman, the Sect of the Holy Mother, and the Sect of Voltiel. The Sect of the Holy Woman, a faction centered around the priestess Dahlia Gillespie, believed in the resurrection of the god by impregnating a woman, who has concealed special powers with the child god within her womb. The Sect of the Holy Mother used to show respect to the Mother Stone, which, incidentally, is the same stone Jasper was sitting in front of a few seconds ago, which enables communication with the dead. Reading on, used to show respect to the Mother Stone as a holy entity, but by using the self-operated Wish House, they brainwashed the children and raised a conjurer to achieve the goal of resurrecting the god, or Holy Mother, through this conjurer. The sect of Valtiel, centered around Jimmy Stone, a priest with an alias Red Devil, was a faction that worshipped Valtiel as the one close to God and also an executioner. The sect of Valtiel was also responsible for the intermediation of the sect of the Holy Woman and the sect of the Holy Mother, which were in opposition to each other. This game expands on the cult's lore in significant ways, but it drops the entire Holy Woman Alessa Gillespie branch. They had just shown Heather destroy it in the last game, so I wonder if the seeding of Walter Sullivan in the second game was done to prepare for a cult-centered story that wouldn't undo what we saw there. If that's the case, I also wonder if they changed their original plans for Walter. The murder incident article I referenced earlier when I discussed Billy and Miriam Locane ends with this observation from one of Walter's old schoolmates. About Walter, he says, "He didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, 'He's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the Red Devil. Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me.'" The schoolmate then added, "I guess, now that I think of it, he was kinda crazy." This outburst isn't really in character for the Walter we meet in this game, and it might be that the original idea was that the power of the town was going to be malevolently acting through Walter rather than him pursuing the murders of his own accord. The victim files did stress that Valtiel was planted into Walter's subconscious to make him commit to the 21 sacraments. In a way, the real villain was killed long ago, and what we are dealing with here is just an echo of the cult, which was left unresolved. I wonder if the original plan with Walter, assuming they planted the newspaper in the second game with the intent of following up on it, was that Walter might have been the intended protagonist, or perhaps he'd be a lingering guide, ghost kinda guy, like what Joseph is in this game. It sort of fits with Takayoshi Sato saying that the plans he left behind for Silent Hill 3 were never followed up on, and this read that there is a malicious entity in this town which is hijacking people's minds and compelling them to murder is also supported by another one of Sato's insights. This one from an interview he gave with Core Gamer when he was asked what the name Silent Hill meant to him. He answered, "I made it so that the look of the town touches audiences in a deeper level, so it might be connected to my nostalgic memories, but I'm not really sure. I tried to depict a town that is desolated, filled with sorrow, yet you cannot stop loving it. Here is the backstory of the town. I filled many logical holes we had left over from Silent Hill 1. The place where Silent Hill sits used to be the place of execution away from cities. That was a secret and sacred place. Heinous criminals were transferred to that place and executed. That place existed only for that reason. Thus, all of the village peoples were executioners or their family. Executioners needed to wear a mask at the event, so they did not directly witness their spears when it was piercing flesh. Time has since passed, and only memory of the executions lingers. It has gotten enhanced and formed the roaming illusion of Silent Hill. Pyramid Head is a distorted memory of the executioners. So, it's called Silent Hill because this is where people were executed, and if you dig back into the Silent Hill 3 commentary, you might remember my talk about how the cult's iconography is not connected to the content of it, and how there had been more than one generation of settlers in the town. In the Book of Lost Memories developer dialogue on the third game, Hiroyuki Owaku remarked that the closer enemy there is a repurposed Mandarin enemy from the second game, and that the other world recycles imagery that has been fed into it. So there's Christian iconography because that's what the power of the town knows because of its relationship with the early Christian settlers. But it's not a Christian religion, and the imagery and iconography which nudges you into thinking it is a mask worn by something else. Kind of like how in spite of being set in America and starring a bunch of white people, Silent Hill's sensibilities make much more sense if you approach it as an Eastern game wearing a Western face. Taking the repurposing of the Mandarin idea into account, and also that the power of the other world grabs a hold of that which it sees and can be informed by it, remember also that in Silent Hill 2, the creeper enemies were described as being leftovers from a less entangled relationship with the other world. Taking all of this into account, the fact that there was a time when everyone in Silent Hill was either an executioner or their family members should raise some eyebrows. What would that have done to the spiritual power? Would it maybe have it compel an earlier idea for Walter Sullivan to commit the murders? Moving away from lore, for now, I consider Silent Hill 4 to be one of the all-time great horror games. But it is a pretty compromised experience. I'm not someone who goes out of their way to dunk on things except when I am, and it would not be a real conversation about Silent Hill 4 if I didn't discuss this. So, if Room 302 is a master showcase of how to utilize a limited space, I think the forest world is something else. It's not outright bad, but I feel it's a victim of how a lot of the revisions to the game's fundamentals altered what the best practices for level design were, like the viewports in the gauntlets. If there is one thing everyone knows about Silent Hill, it's that they put the fog there to cover up the limited draw distance. In fact, this is such common knowledge that I'm pretty sure the layman only knows about the term draw distance because Silent Hill does this. Did this. Because it's not something we see a lot of this time around, and this isn't because the developers lost their sense for art direction or because they just really lost a step. The change wasn't a byproduct of changing staffers or anything like that, it was actually deliberate. They changed it for the combat. In interviews, the developers have discussed how one of the limitations they felt the formula established in the first game imposed on them was the combat. The key creative idea behind this game was change, as we discussed earlier, so tilting away from the introspective, dread-inducing psychological horror over to a more action-y affair which would be better at presenting the revamped focus on spaces of safety. To make the apartment feel safe, the developers made the gauntlets more action-focused, and to make the combat fair, the players needed to have a broader overview of the areas. When I first read that bit, I was a bit surprised because I'd always sort of assumed this was just the result of less experienced staffers being put in charge. Goes to show how you shouldn't always complain about an implementation in a game without understanding why it was done. That being said, just because there was a justification for the change does not mean the change is automatically an improvement, and unfortunately, in the case of combat here, I think we're looking at a downgrade almost across the board. And I think the changed sensibilities trickle down into other areas, almost always to negative results. For one, because the game needs to communicate so much more information to the player for the combat to feel fair, because it needs to show more of the areas, the details suffer. Which is really painful coming to this game from the third one, because Silent Hill 3, for my money, is still the absolute peak of visual artistry in video games. No game has ever impressed me nearly as much with how much it did with its limited tech as Silent Hill 3 does. It looks incredible, even by today's standards, it's that good. And for comparison's sake, here, Henry doesn't even always have a shadow. That's not to say that Silent Hill 4 isn't a drop-dead gorgeous game, especially considering its age, but it is still a downgrade from the third game, and on the shadow, combat-wise, I kind of feel like it is of greater importance than the larger viewable areas, because the shadow is how we can physically map Henry's and the enemies' 3D models to the environments after the scenario has been rendered and projected on our two-dimensional monitors. So often in this game, you'll find yourself whiffing shots because you just don't have a great idea for where Henry and the enemies are standing relative to each other and the environments they inhabit. Something else which the shadows and fog in previous games did, and this is a sneaky something many Silent Hill fans do not want to admit, is mask how unimpressive the textures and models were at points. You obviously don't need incredibly detailed objects when you're masked in shadow 99% of the time, so I'm not saying this as a knock, but the team understood that the best approach to level design was designing the levels with the presentation the player would see in mind. In a map editor, you don't always have the ambient darkness around the camera or even necessarily any lighting effects at all. It can often look like boxy and grayed out regions connecting to one another, and you just sort of have to hope that it'll feel good to play. 3 games in, Team Silent had a strong grasp for what would and what would not feel good to play in, and I think that changing the presentation so much for this game broke some of the best practices from earlier games. So the environments look noticeably more washed out than before, and the encounters with the enemies here, I don't think they land with anything close to the frequency of excellence they did in previous games. There, the shadows hit the enemies ahead of the player, but the radio buzzed to let us know they were there. I've gone into my love of that system many times, but here, you know their enemies are in a place because you can just see them. So the anticipation for seeing enemies is largely gone, and the mood feels very different. Ghost enemies also are best avoided at this point, so for a lot of the game, we're not really engaging in the action, we're just running away, which isn't really a death sentence. I mean, Resident Evil didn't have the suffocating darkness which Silent Hill had, but the scenario direction there was always top-notch. But then, those games used tank controls and a fixed camera, so the director would set up his encounters with a much greater degree of certainty about how each and every one of them would be experienced by the player. Silent Hill has a loosier-goosier camera, so that expertly handcrafted feel just isn't possible quite the same, and because the fog and shadows don't obfuscate much, this game is really leaning on its geometric layouts to hide the enemies and set up interesting encounters. For the most part, this works, but in the forest world specifically, with its open spaces, I think it's not great. We're back in room 302 because the key we dug up in the forest world will cause us to loop forever and bar us from making any progress. The solution is to drop it off in the apartment, go back to the forest world, make progress, then come back to the apartment in the hole near the wish house and fetch the key again. There's actually 2 puzzles in the forest world which are solved by coming here to the apartment. 3 actually, if you count the gasoline in the revisit. The first one was collecting the chocolate milk for Jasper in exchange for the spade. I wonder if that puzzle was there because the developers might have felt the solution to the key problem was a bit too loopy, so they wanted to prime the player for thinking of the apartment as a puzzle-solving mechanic by having there be another much more straightforward and direct puzzle centered on using the apartment right before. Both in this case of the looping puzzle and later on with the torch puzzle, and boy do I have things to say about that one, in both of these cases I think the forest world underdelivers because of its layout. If you look at a map of the place, you can kind of see how uninventive the area is, and it's notable that in both of the puzzles I just talked about, the challenge doesn't spring out organically. We don't have enemies jumping from tall trees or rustling in the distance to disrupt and spook us. Rather, the challenges that are here could be made to fit into any location that could justifiably house the component pieces of those challenges. I think this is a missed opportunity, and it stings a bit more than maybe some others, because for an area to not deliver is so impactful because a significant portion of the game is sort of riding on the areas. We can actually calculate how big this misfire is, and it comes down to 1 of the 6 worlds being under-realized. 1 in 7 if we count the apartment, 1 in 8 if we count the ending location. But if we count the entirety of the game and include the revisits, it actually comes down to 2 in 13, which isn't great. In every other area in this game, the biome itself informs the scenario direction and enables different kinds of set pieces and challenges. In the subway world, we had the train carts and the turnstile and the escalators. Say what you want about the individual quality of any of those sequences, but they are undeniably subway themed and showcase the developers taking advantage of the uniqueness of the subway as a location. This is the forest world, but if we retextured the entire thing as a warehouse, nothing about any of the layout or the challenges would need to be completely overhauled. Digging at the hand roots requires Henry to pick up a spade, but if this was set in a warehouse, those roots could be a safe and the spade could be a key, and the logic of that puzzle and the sequences it takes to solve it could be unchanged. I wonder how much of this came down to the developers maybe not having had enough time to fully deliver on the sequence, and how much might have come from the forest biome itself just not lending itself well to be played with Silent Hill's mechanics. This gameplay sprung up as a solution around needing to maneuver through urban environments, and asking the inputs to also deliver on this kind of location might have been misguided. There was no area like this one in any previous games. The closest would be the opening track to Silent Hill in the second game, but that sequence deliberately didn't have any distractions or complex set pieces in it, because it was a slow boil whose purpose was to get us immersed in the experience and to separate James from the outside world by having him walk for such a long time by himself. If you think of a forest world in the abstract, probably you're thinking about large trees and sloped chaotic terrain. There might be something to including an area like that, where there could maybe be a line of trees to obfuscate the visuals ahead, kind of like the ambient fog and darkness used to in previous games, but before pulling the trigger on that, it's worth asking what that would look like, considering the mechanics we have to explore with. Ending the forest world sequence on the wish house was a good touch. Although I'm not a big fan of the forest world we got and its simplistic puzzle mechanics and layout, I suppose the wish house benefits from being surrounded by that because it both highlights that as the final destination of the area much more firmly, and so builds it up in the player's head some, and I suppose you could also argue that because the wish house is quite an important area, it probably deserves to not be outdone by a more interesting exterior which robs focus. I think that's kinda charitable though, and I'll note that there have been superior sequences in this series which lead up to important moments, and it's not like those were robbed of their significance because the game leading up to them was just too good. That argument falls into the category of excusing bad design with it's intentionally designed to be bad. Of course, any sequence which was designed to be bad to make a point could have probably made that same point just as well without sucking. The wish house wasn't very big and we didn't spend a lot of time in there, but it's a lot like the Gillespie house from the first game, where there's a lot of important lore being dropped there, and pound for pound, it might be the most important area in the game when you consider its significance compared to its screen time. Well, aside of course from one area, but you'll see that when we get to the greatest horror moment of all time. There's a note there which linked back to Alessa, and there was another note which talked about the ritual Walter performed. First, he had to kill 10 victims and carve out their hearts in order to be released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power of heaven. It then name-drops his other victims' motifs, so from darkness and void bring forth gloom, gird himself with despair for the giver of wisdom, which is Joseph Schreiber, return to the source through sin's temptation, that's return to Jasper through Cynthia, under the watchful eye wander in the chaos. I hope I didn't come across as too negative in the forest world section, and if I did, maybe I can win you back now, because I have so much love to talk about in the water prison world. Let's start by using the water prison world to discuss just how expressive the level design in these games is. Going by memory, I believe this is the 17th time in the series we've made the jump from reality to the other world, and I'd say that although things have gotten trippy in the past, I don't think there was ever an area as immediately perplexing as this place is. Across the previous visits, however eccentric they got, there was always a clear understanding that we had entered a nightmarish rendition of a real place. For the first time, the first impression given does not align with that understanding, because the actual location is, conceptually, so far removed from any area you could instinctively get the gist of in a quick glance. Unless, maybe if you yourself worked or were imprisoned in an old, disused water tower at some point. That being said, while you're playing the game, it doesn't necessarily feel out of place. I think there's always a bit of danger to adding to a license, whether it's a new story, new characters, or in this case, a place. New and especially weirder locations to a license push the edge of what people should expect from the setting, and across a growing story, it's easy for the original appeal to become murky, and for the additions made after the fact to start coloring people's interpretations of what came before and what the developers of the earlier outings were going for. Team Silent was never composed of the same core creative leads from entry to entry, so it's quite remarkable how cohesive the whole thing feels, but that might only be in hindsight. The sequels to the original game build on top of the foundations made in the first one, and they are incredibly respectful to the established canon, but even so, if you went back in time to when they had just released the first game, or when they were still working on it, and showed them screenshots from this one, assuming they didn't get hung up on how good the graphics are in comparison, they might not connect to it because the layout doesn't match the conceptualization they have of the license which they had just cooked up. I noted earlier that Silent Hill 1 had a sort of small town feeling. Much more than any of the sequels, I think Silent Hill 1 was really focused on showcasing the town as a fully fleshed out place. A lot of the implementations in that game made sense because they were trying to hammer home on those creative ambitions. So Silent Hill is a resort town, how do you make that feel real? The map, for example. Give the player a real map that Harry fills in himself. It's not the most intuitive map if you're looking at it purely in terms of directing the player's exploration, but it does put the player in the head of someone who is lost in an unknown town. They're kind of made to be a tourist. Compare that approach to what Silent Hill 4 does and ask yourself if you think the creative emphases from the first game are still alive and well in any capacity. Because the license grows and the creative leads change, there's drift in what these games are most focused on delivering to the player, and so what you might think when you think about the license might not actually have much to do with the first few games. This is one reason why it can be dangerous to add on top of established IPs, especially when the additions are as provocatively out there as the Water Prison world is. If we had been able to visit this location way back in the first game, I'm not sure that players would have really known what to make of it. But for what Silent Hill 4 is going for, I think it works, and I think there are some contributing factors for why that might be. One of them is that the location fits in thematically, even if it is jarring visually. While I don't think there was conscious inspiration from the late great David Lynch when it came to this setup, I think his approach to storytelling can give us a glimpse as to why this works. When discussing his movie-making process, he emphasized feeling over logic. The result is that his works aren't constrained by the demands for obvious continuity or coherence, and oftentimes scenes will comfortably jump to some other sequence which seemingly is disconnected from what came before, but because the sequence contains the emotional through line through the cut, that connection can overcome the surface level clash between the two scenes. The actual people on screen and the literal words they are saying are just the visual presentation of the emotion he was presenting, and he could shift drastically between the visuals and take the story up and down wild curves because the emotion being conveyed by the scenes is actually quite cohesive and simple to follow. He also emphasized the logic of the unconscious, but that's a bit outside the range of this segment. The Water Prison world is jarring visually, but it folds very neatly into the broader thematic explorations the game is going for. In this area alone, we engage with the themes of entrapment, we engage with unwanted observation, with kegare, and with invasion of privacy. The idea of invading personal space is shown in every cell of the panopticon because there's a peephole into every single room. Gotta love that they did that. They coded this camera function for the peephole in the apartment, and they really got their money's worth by having it be used for two peepholes in the apartment, the windows, and here. The games playing with the sense of physical private safe space had up until this been using the apartment as the safe area and the other world as the unsafe area. But the claustrophobia theme had been running in the background, and while the apartment was safe, it was the location which induced claustrophobia compared to the subway and forest world, both much more open spaces. So while your actual physical safety was lessened by going into the other world, at least it gave you a bit of a refuge from the crushing sense of entrapment which you got in the apartment. This area, however, ramps up the claustrophobia from the moment we start wandering the halls and cells, and adding to that is another theme which this location explores, and the integration of which I submit might be why the location doesn't feel nearly as jarring narratively speaking as it otherwise might if we only had the visual of the place to go by. The other theme is the feeling that we are being watched. You get a whiff of it from the moment you step into one of the cells and interact with the peepholes. Add to that the writings we find in the cells reinforce this idea of the stress of being watched, and the water prison world feels like a very natural extension to the game, because it's connected quite cohesively with a brand of fears which lay under the hood at every moment. It's so unnerving to think that someone on the other side could be watching us, and I think the moment this "we're being observed" theme clicks and the player realizes it is really powerful. And it's mostly handled with clever level design. On that note, I promised you I'd show this area some love, so here goes. Aside from Room 302, the water prison world might be my favorite level design-wise in this game. The way in which it's logically consistent with the rest of the experience thematically, I feel overcomes what might otherwise have been a problem of wait a minute, this location is wild, but there's more to it than even that. So, the dream logic of the level design of the other world of course allows for a lot of creative liberties with just what kind of area the player can be expected to reasonably accept going through, but they went through the trouble of justifying this area as an old disused water tower which has been repurposed by the cult to be a prison. And the oftentimes nonsensical layout can sort of be forgiven because the construction crew was working with what they had. Give them a break, man. And even when the game stops being like Silent Hill and becomes Zelda, where we're turning the rooms to activate the flow of water to spin a big wheel on the bottom floor, I still love this level. This is an incredibly video gamey sequence for a series which used to take place in like schools and hospitals and stuff, but it's so tightly connected to the themes of the game that I can't help but love it. Also, if all of this wasn't enough reason to love this level, I think it's also the best one we have when we consider the revamped control scheme and the focus on action. When we enter the cells, because they're so small, if there were any dangerous enemies to fight, they'd already be right in our faces as we enter. And even if there isn't an enemy, you still have to sort of stress out about that before you try getting into the cells. So entering the rooms feels much better directed than it usually does in this game. Because you carry that emotion with you when you walk into the rooms here, walking into the rooms here just has much better tension and feels much better directed than walking into rooms in this game usually does. And the curved walls in the hallways do a great job of obfuscating enemies which are ahead, kind of simulating the darkness wall from previous games which did the same. We don't have the radio to aid in directing the suspense, but even without it, I think navigating the hallways can be pretty stressful. And it probably could not have been done as well in previous games, because of the tank controls. To navigate the curved walls with any level of finesse basically requires us to use the joystick for that smooth 360-degree motion. I'll say though that the actual controls here aren't perfect. It feels like Henry doesn't actually have 360 motion, but instead has like 64 facing directions he can snap to or something. Sometimes, when you walk in the curved area here, Henry isn't able to smoothly align to a single motion, and you have to reorient him slightly every now and then. I don't think this is because of him having limited facing directions though. I think that since we are walking by pushing the stick in one direction while we're going in a curve and dragging the camera with us, the camera's auto-aligning feature, where it locks the joystick relative to its facing direction, is getting triggered, and it's making it so that the joystick no longer moves Henry relative to his facing direction, independent of the camera. Still, it's smoother than tank controls, which had only one turning speed, and the water prison world and the spiral staircase in the second half of this game both benefit from this change. The major new enemy introduced in this section is the twin victim. It's a representation of Billy and Miriam Locane, whom we discussed earlier. Every one of Walter's victims will appear in the game in some capacity, and it's interesting that these two don't appear as ghosts, but instead get a dedicated monster for themselves, and I think it's because they were children when they were murdered, and having adolescent ghosts might not have played well with the censors. Apparently, you can write a backstory which includes them being brutally murdered, including having their hearts carved out. Somewhere between that and letting the player actually shoot them is the line at which things get iffy, release-wise. I think the reason for why there are so many of these twin victims here, even though they should only represent Billy and Miriam, is that they are being used as a stand-in for any child that was made to suffer in this place specifically. Perhaps because they represent children, these guys have a fun behavior where they don't aggressively seek Henry out. You can actually stand still in front of them, and so long as you keep a bit of distance between Henry and them, they don't try and attack. I noted this when I was discussing the sniffer dog, but sometimes the symbolism of an enemy is best understood when you disconnect it from the game and think in more general terms. So for the sniffer dogs to evoke the akaname, or the dirt licker, you have to ignore their tongue as it could relate to some phenomenon here in the game. And the twin victim, I think, is another example of an enemy whose design is meant to evoke an idea outside of the franchise which the audience is meant to bring in. Specifically, Misuko Jizo. These are children which live in the underworld and are protected by the Bodhisattva Jizo, who chose to not ascend to nirvana and instead lingers in the underworld specifically to protect the children there and guide them in the ways of the Buddha so that they can learn to work off their bad karma and have a chance at reincarnation. Jizo wears a red cloak, and the statues of the children he protects are often draped in red to signify his protection being offered to them. Relating this to the twin victim, here we have children lost in the underworld, but I think the idea might instead be that they are not being protected, and that the scenario is quite a bit more depressing than it is for the children which Jizo protects. The murder victim in the water prison world is Andrew DeSalvo, whom we're about to talk to. He was a watchman of this place when Walter was a kid, and another Crimson Tome elaborates on his backstory. It goes over how he didn't have any connection to the cult, how he got the job because there was a shortage of watchmen, and how in spite of not having any connection to the cult, Andrew had no problem following through on their instructions for abusing the children. The text actually suggests that he was the worst of the watchmen, and that he didn't care whether or not the children were following proper protocol, he would abuse them all the same. His murder theme is watchfulness, which I hinted at earlier when I was talking about the ritual we read about in the Wish House. I don't feel like he's portrayed as an extraordinarily attentive or vigilant kind of guy, so I suppose the theme is connected to him because of his job. And actually, relating him to the Jizo talk we just had, if I'm right, and the twin victim is both supposed to evoke the idea of children protected by Jizo, and that they are meant to be stand-ins for all the children who suffered here, it's interesting how unlike Jizo Andrew is. Not only did he not try and defend the children in any way, he went out of his way to mistreat them, even though, and I repeat myself, he didn't have any personal connection to the cult. I referred to the children which Jizo protects as Misuko Jizo, and I'd like to note that Misuko means water child. These children stay at the Saino Kawara, the riverbank of souls, and I think it's notable here because this is also a water level where children are made to suffer. Moving from one Eastern idea to another, aside from the twin victims, the other major enemies introduced in this area are the toadstools and the tremors. The toadstools are the overgrown fungus thingies which often grow out of corpses and serve to block our path. Not a big hassle in our first go-around through the levels, but once Eileen is following us, these things can become a bit bothersome. The tremors are the slug enemies which writhe around the place and die to a very satisfying stomp of the foot. These are basically overgrown leeches, and there's actually a note we can find in this place which talks about how a prisoner was forced to drink water with black things in it. It's written on a shirt, and the idea might be that the prisoner was made to drink water with leeches in it. That might explain why these enemies are here, because Walter might also have had to deal with that. But another reason for the presence of the tremors might be what we went over with the dogs, where they are here to communicate a cultural idea which is emphasized by their design and which gives a certain thematic context to the happenings around which these guys appear in. Leeches are impure, and if you're a channel regular, you've probably pieced together what Eastern idea I'd like to relate these guys to. It was actually writing this part of the commentary where I decided to make the dedicated Kegure video which spun off into the themes of FromSoft series. I recommend watching that video, the impurity one, if you don't have a full grasp of the concept of Kegure, but the short of it is that the breaching of sacred boundaries gives birth to corruption and impurities, and those impurities can spread. A dead body is host to parasites and maggots and such, and the literal boundaries of the flesh are torn asunder in the process of decomposition. Everything has its right place, and understanding the sanctity of boundaries is integral to appreciating Kegure. Blood and feces are impure when they are outside of the body, but when they are within you, they are clean. Where Kegure gets interesting is when it becomes a question of intangible spiritual corruption. If you come into contact with impurity, it latches onto you, and wherever you go, you spread it until you are cleaned. Purification is handled with some rituals or objects, like incense or candles, put a pin in that, or with flowing water. Water is important to Kegure, and it's important to Silent Hill. When water flows, think a river, it is synonymous with life. It cleans the land it runs through. But once the river stops and hits a lake, or just a stagnant pool of water, what happens is that the impurities which were being moved stop, sink, stagnate, and then spread corruption. Relating the idea of Kegure to the water prison world comes naturally, since the entire level has the running visual motif of foul, dirty water, and it's no wonder that the leeches and the toadstool enemies would first appear here in the water level, of all places. This area is the most overt showcase of the theme, but far from the only one. The Jeremy Blaustein quote I read earlier hints at this, but when Henry travels back and forth from the other world, the impurities he comes into contact with in them, and which have latched onto him, travel with him. Silent Hill is all about the blurring of real and dreamed-up boundaries, and those dreamed-up boundaries are often made manifest for our protagonists to actually physically engage with. That's one way to understand the other world. And for Silent Hill, the idea of water and impurity often relate to the larger happenings of the story by how the town sits by Toluca Lake. The fog which rolls through the town comes from that lake, and it spreads the impurity with it throughout every crevice of the town. Fog is a muting phenomenon, and it literally blurs your perception of the world, and when the boundary of the world is blurred, elements from the outside can seep in. Once the fog rolls around, the line separating reality and nightmare is muted, and we freely cross the boundary without necessarily knowing that we've done so. The final thing I'll say about Kegure, for now, is that I don't think it's a coincidence that this level ends with Henry discovering Andrew's floating corpse in a stagnant pool of water. Back in room 302, there's an interesting development coming up when we learn about Walter Sullivan's umbilical cord. It's weirdly inserted into the dialogue, even by Silent Hill standards, but it's an interesting development nonetheless, because it will come to tie together some of the game's threads later on. Probably there was a cleaner way of getting the existence of the cord across to the player, but nitpick, let's not nitpick. There's a bit of a lull before we head into the building world, so let's have a general talk about atmosphere. I don't think there is the atmosphere of Silent Hill 4. I think there's a few different moods the game likes to jump between. But I think there's a constant sense of an unnerving, creepy invasion going on. It started subtly, but now we have a bloodied bathtub to deal with. The sense of safety which the apartment exuded in the early game is disappearing as the game slowly highlights more and more that this isn't our space. At the start, this was just Henry's observations that some of his furniture was there when he moved in, and it was shown with the neighbors constantly trying to make their way in. But like I said, now there is a bloodied bathtub in the bathroom, and if we look out the peephole behind Eileen and Frank, there is yet another handprint on the wall. We are not safe here. We might not be in any immediate danger, but who knows when that changes. And yet, all we can do in the face of the horrors which are confronting us is submit Henry to another track through Walter's other worlds. One clever trick the developers employed, consciously or unconsciously, to deliver on that feeling of safety in the early half while also making the sense of invading corrupting dread land, is that the sense of safety was relative. Yeah, compared to the otherworld sequences, Room 302 is a pretty chill place to be, but it doesn't turn off the horror. Being there just dials things down from a 7 out of 10 on the horror meter to a more manageable 2 out of 10. And then you advance, you go back to the otherworld, finish another sequence, and that time the drop goes from a 7 out of 10 to a 3 out of 10. And this escalates until you find yourself relishing not being in the apartment at all. And near the end, the greatest horror sequence in video game history occurs, and it occurs in the apartment. As for the gauntlets, there is also a sense of invasion going on, but it's actually reversed from the apartment because we're invading the other world and probing into the last minutes of Walter's victims and into Walter's psyche. I feel there's a real effort put into the beginning of every gauntlet to have the scene congeal at least somewhat with reality. You get there and the immediate concerns you come across are from the other NPCs who are trying to be logical. But as you progress and the scenario goes on, there's more wild geometry, tendrils from the walls, nightmare visuals, and less of a feeling that you might be in an actual place talking to normal people. The nightmare reality more firmly establishes itself. I think the loss of darkness as a component of set decoration, and it and the flashlight as serious gameplay mechanics, does hurt the atmosphere, but the deliberacy with which the game sets tone and escalates tension is still worthy of the Silent Hill name. And the uniquer quirks of the license and some of its stapled tricks to direct sequences are still here to do the heavy lifting of delivering on the tone setting and atmosphere. One trick, for example, that is reused here and that I have a lot of love for, is how oftentimes we enter a strange area whose function isn't revealed until we read a note in the area itself. So we enter, stumble about, and then when we've been lured deep into the gauntlet, we finally know what's going on around us, which is often very uncomfortable and oppressive. And by that point, we're already in it. The water prison world was a good example of just that. A first-time player is not necessarily going to fully grasp the dark subtext of that location until they've gotten quite deep into it. We're in the building world now, and we're about to meet up with Richard Braintree. We actually saw him earlier in the peephole, and I figure the idea, with having him be the murder victim this time around, is to emphasize how Walter is closing in on the apartment. The meaning of the numbers which are being carved into the victim's flesh has not yet been revealed, so a player going through the game their first time around might not necessarily connect to the significance of the victims that Walter has been going after. I suppose this is a case for rewarding players who get into the memos and diary pages and such, but a lot of this knowledge is also scattered in marketing material and supplementary texts like the Another Crimson Tome or the Victim Files, which I've already discussed at some length. If you hadn't engaged with any of that and hadn't been trying to solve the mystery of the 5-digit numbers, then it might not be obvious that this is a simple counter ticking up, and the fact that we're coming closer and closer to the apartment maybe should have you worrying about the sequence after this one when Walter goes after Eileen, because you might instinctively suspect that you are the one that's going to be visited there. That sort of dread, or drawn-out anticipation, was something the developers touched on in their post-mortem. They said, while the Silent Hill series lies firmly in the horror/action-adventure genre, the root of the terror is not a fear of being attacked or killed by horrific creatures. Rather, it is a psychological terror of being slowly stalked and cornered by unknown beings. It's not really about the shock value, but much more a deeper sense of foreboding. You know something is coming, but you don't know when, and you can't stop it. Comparing the game to movies, the Silent Hill series is closer to The Exorcist than Friday the 13th or A Nightmare on Elm Street. Walter Sullivan is killing people in their dreams like Freddy Krueger did, but I get the meaning here. Relating this talk back to the incrementing numbers on Walter Sullivan's victims, this is another example of what we just talked about, of how the player can be reeled into the horror fairly deep before the revelation is dropped and the dark mood which has been building around them becomes impossible to ignore. All that with incrementing numbers, mistaken as a series of 5-digit codes. We are meeting Richard Braintree right now, and the 21 Sacraments theme he represents is chaos. Probably because he's just a crazy, unhinged guy. An interesting thing about the way the Another Crimson Tome document frames the discussion on him is that usually when it talks about the murder victims, it just gives additional information about those victims, but when it talks about Richard, it gives us observations made about him by his neighbors. It talks about how his mood swings and outbursts were sort of spectacles, and how it took very little for him to escalate situations into violence. One time, Mike bumped into him, so Richard dragged him to his apartment, stripped him, and beat him up. After that encounter, he saw Kid Walter snooping around the apartment and threatened to beat him up. You know, the thing about Richard kinda sucks, man. I don't know what to tell you. He's a very off-putting kind of guy, and his noted encounter with Walter is exactly the same it was in the case of Cynthia, Jasper, and Andrew. Justifiably or not, when they had the encounter, we read about Walter was rejected in some sense. The sensibilities of character designs this time around are markedly different from prior games, and I think formatting the characters around Walter the way the game does is partly why. Another reason might just be because of how many more characters there are and how disposable they are. This is actually a criticism I think you can lay at the new structure. Because the characters die on us so repeatedly after we've just been introduced to them, I think players discover pretty quickly that there's not a lot of reasons to get invested in them, and they might find themselves writing them off quicker than maybe they should. For example, the check-in on your neighbor sequence in The People. It's an ominous warning, and the escalation which follows it happens off-screen. If you check in on Eileen, she'll run out of frame and the game continues. There is a conclusion to this after the building world, but for now, our imagination is allowed to run wild. I think players implicitly worry about Eileen, and it's partly because we have the people to Eileen's apartment. It's right there and easy to check in on, and we've sort of been conditioned, if you're immersed in the experience at least, sort of been conditioned to engage with as much of the apartment as we can whenever we're given just cause to think some interaction might have changed. There are a lot of systems which nudge the player towards Eileen when they read the message through the people, but even considering them, I think this sequence kinda highlights my point about how disposable the characters are, because the message might just as reasonably be referring to Richard. He's a jerk, so players probably don't care that he dies, but also, just like how the game's systems and structure had nudged us to think of Eileen first when we see the message, the way we've been taught to interact with the NPCs we meet has thus far repeatedly reinforced the idea that it's pointless because they're going to die anyway. I actually love the people sequence. I think it's a good showcase of what the post-mortem snippet I just read went over, where Silent Hill is closer to The Exorcist than slasher movies. The point of the message is to build up dread and anticipation. There's a lot of killing in this game, but even though it's gruesome, we don't really come into contact with it at that stage. We don't walk in on Walter Sullivan cutting the characters to bits. We stumble upon the aftermath. And so the game uses the characters to build atmosphere and anticipation, and not to deliver on the thrill of watching them be cut to pieces, slasher style. I also think the check-in on your neighbor text is a good showcase of how the danger is coming closer and closer towards us. The game's sensibilities for how to use its characters has changed from previous outings. In prior games, characters were written to accommodate the themes and horrors we were engaging with, and they had a lot of depth and conflicting ideas, which helped them come across as believable, realized people. Dahlia Gillespie from the first game was written to embody parental abuse. The other world there was a window into Alessa's mind, and Dahlia's whole reason for being was to fulfill the ritual of the cult, which meant abusing her daughter and keeping her alive in a state of agony for years. They wrote her to have a personal philosophy which justified her conduct to herself, and there was special care taken in the writing to ensure that when the player encountered her, she didn't outright try and induct the player into her worldview. She knew what Harry would think of that, so she manipulated him into doing her bidding instead. She was the bad parent who abused her daughter, Harry was the good parent who was trying to save his daughter, and they were written to reflect their opposing positions on this idea of parent-child relationship. Eddie and Angela from the second game were both vessels through which the story could explore masculine horrors. He was bullied by the men in his life, she was sexually abused by the men in her life, and we see these self-destructive impulses which take over them as they try to cope with the pain they've been made to live with. Eddie gorges in food and fantasies of violence. Angela becomes melancholy and spirals into wanting to die. The characters in Silent Hill 3 worked very similarly to the characters in 2, except in 3, they were vessels used to explore feminine horrors. Stanley Coleman in the Brookhaven Hospital, for example, was a character we never met face to face, but he called Heather and knew intimate details about her. He wrote about her in his diary, and the creeping air of unwanted attention came through loud and clear. Claudia Wolf wanted to use Heather to rebirth God and violates her bodily autonomy by impregnating her against Heather's will. Before, the characters all folded back into the central themes of the game. Game 1 is about abuse and those who enable it and those who fight against it. 2 is about masculine horrors. 3 is about feminine horrors. I'm painting in broad strokes here, but that's the gist of it. Silent Hill 4's characters are written a bit differently because the central themes of entrapment, safe space, and of the child-mother bond are notably absent in most interactions. Instead, the characters seem to have been designed primarily with their placement in the story in mind. Walter needs victims, so the game needed NPCs to kill off. The characters we do meet, for the most part, are really flat by Silent Hill standards. But I think it's important to note that their actual intended function here is not to be deep wells of psychological exploration, but rather to justify Walter's development into the monster he became. I repeat myself, but every one of them at some point, and in some way, justifiably or not, outright refused to offer him any sort of human connection. Justifiably or not is doing the heavy lifting in that sentence, because in the case of Cynthia, she was given good reason for walking away, and in the case of Jasper, if he had not run away, he'd have been killed. But Richard and Andrew were both way out of line. Actually, in this scene in the elevator, you get a sense for how out of line Richard could get. The dude is threatening a child with a revolver. I think the idea the game is getting at is that human beings have a deep need for connecting with other people, and that Walter Sullivan might be something that was allowed to happen because he was rejected so many times. Except for when he met Eileen, but more on that later. I think it's a difficult juggle. I think the characters here are downgrades from before, but there's a strong universal thread that the only way to overcome the nightmare is to reach out, and them failing to do so is actually really solid storytelling. So you can't defeat Walter Sullivan by running away, you have to try and understand him. And even though the man himself might be a monster, there's still a lingering remnant of when he was an innocent child in there. The monster was created from rejection, so it's fitting that in the end, he'll be defeated because Henry and Eileen find his umbilical cord. The first connection he ever developed, and the proof that he had the capacity to bond with another human being. Walter Sullivan is really well served by the story and its formatting. The other characters, however, feel like downgrades from what came before. When we first met Jasper, he talked about being thirsty, and I guess there's maybe something to be read into there with how he died by being burned to death, but I really don't think there was anything more to that character quirk than him needing to get the player to explore the fridge in room 302 to find him some chocolate milk. I love that puzzle, but I hate that framing, and I think it does nothing for Jasper's character. We only have so many meetings with these NPCs, and ideally, each one of them would do the most to make us really care about them. Jasper is perhaps the worst written character in the Team Silent lineup, and while I don't think the other murder victims here are as poorly served as he is, I still think they're lacking the magic which made character writing in previous games work so well. Cynthia was written to be seductive. I suppose there might be something intentional about the first Walter Sullivan victim we encounter in the game being a sexualized woman. He has massive mommy issues, and the developers might have been trying to start the game off with violence against women to get to that theme later on, but for Cynthia herself, I don't feel like her characterization came from a place of genuinely wanting to engage with who she was at her core. I'm no prude. Obviously, I'm not saying the game is bad because it has a seductive, sexy woman without having something to say about sexy women. I'm saying that it's weird that that's the setup when previous games went out of their way to use sex as a means of connecting to deep emotions in their players and to explore the inner lives of the characters. Maria had a bit of belly fat protruding from her skirt, and both she and Heather had dark roots showing in their hair. Little deliberate imperfections meant to get across the actual humanity which was being masked with the more stylized appearances those women wore. How you appraise the characters here probably depends on what it is you value in them in general. Players bring baggage into the experience, and the motivations players are given and the rewards they're pursuing affect how they gauge the experience. Zooming out a bit now. If we strip it down to basics, games can have intrinsic and extrinsic motivations depending on whether or not engagement is propelled by the player's own innate investment in the game, or whether they are looking for validation and rewards to keep going. The Silent Hill games were an early adopter of the intrinsic style, with most games of this era deciding that even if their gameplay was up to snuff, they'd still need to feed the player some coins or orbs or something. For a long time, those were just vestigial design elements that had been medium staples and never questioned. Of course, games had this intrinsic versus extrinsic divide from day one, but the all-or-nothing approach which the Silent Hill quadrilogy took was an early showcase of how 3D games could work going forwards. No collectibles, no reward loops, or a lack of confidence in presenting the core mechanics and scene direction and allowing those to govern the experience. Like all hard classifications, the exact line where intrinsic and extrinsic motivations separate is a bit muddy, as one could make the argument that cutscenes and new areas are actually extrinsic motivators. They are your reward for good gameplay, complete the challenge, get new areas, get more story. But in the case of Silent Hill 4, I think using that justification breaks down a little bit, because once the middle half of the game is reached, there won't be any new areas. There will be new challenges in old ones, new enemy layouts and new pockets to visit there, and there'll still be new happenings in the apartment and new cutscenes, but at least no one could argue Silent Hill 4 is extrinsically motivated because it keeps giving the player new other worlds to visit all throughout. I'd also push back on classifying new areas and new story segments as extrinsic rewards, since I don't think the majority of players engage with the game using that framework. It is possible to have a sort of completionist mindset that sees games as nothing more than checkboxes to be filled in, but if that is the player's mindset going in, they'll probably be sorely disappointed by this game. Whereas if you go in wanting to experience the horror, you're engaging with it on a much deeper level, and you're more in tune with the intended way to engage. And I think that's probably the best way of picking out whether or not an experience has intrinsic or extrinsic motivations. Why do the players keep playing? Different players have different mindsets, and while getting a new piece of the story might be all that one player is going for, another will go through the exact same adventure because the act of playing the game is fulfilling in and of itself. If you haven't caught on, I'm a skeptic when it comes to over-reliance on extrinsic motivators for engagement. There are wonderful games which rely almost exclusively or even exclusively on just extrinsic motivations, and I would never say that there's no place for those, but there is a line which extrinsically motivated games can cross where players need to ask themselves what is even the point of play. Getting a make-believe trophy or achievement or completing some instance on an artificial reward loop to me sounds like predations on human psychology rather than being a meaningful and respectful use of players' time. Even games which use extrinsic motivators and are good will usually also have a core lining of intrinsic motivations. So a Devil May Cry or a Bayonetta will have ranks and scores, which on a first glance look like extrinsic motivators, and yeah, they are, but those systems are there to get the player to want to become good at the combat, and mastery of the combat mechanics is intrinsic motivation. I don't think this setup works if you invert it and make the intrinsic motivations supplementary to the extrinsic ones. We actually kind of have that here in Silent Hill. Every game ends by displaying a scorecard, meaning there's a push to do better, quote-unquote, but I doubt anyone has ever jettisoned their attachment to their experience at the end just because they saw that there's a metric being valued there and the players could have gotten a better score. Because games are framed as challenges to be completed, there is an innate tug and pull between optimization and experience. Every sequence can be done better. You could lose less health, be faster, loot everything, kill everything, whatever. But if you retry each segment over and over again until you pass some arbitrary bar of great optimization, it is possible that the experience suffers. Speaking of suffering, just quickly, this is probably the most slasher-adjacent sequence in the entire game. Or perhaps torture porn, I guess. But I'd still argue that what we read in the postmortem holds, and that even this gruesome scene is more in line with The Exorcist than a typical slasher. Yes, this is gruesome, but the point of the scene is the information Richard gives us about the kid we've been meeting all throughout the game. Back on optimization, Silent Hill games aren't good because they can be played with more skill. In fact, I'd argue that deeper knowledge of the core systems can actually rob these games of some of their magic because the point of horror is to be frightened. If you optimize the hell out of the game, you're not going to get the intended experience. I don't think there is any way of mixing and matching challenge and storytelling without stumbling on this issue, but I think its existence reveals something fundamental about the extrinsic versus intrinsic debate in Silent Hill. How many people who play these games approach them as a challenge to be mastered, and how many approach them as an experience to be immersed in? On the topic of immersion, in the post-mortem discussion, Yamaoka and Imamura discussed the first-person view we get in Room 302. They said, "In developing any game, we hope to make the experience as real and immediate as possible for the player. One effective technique for doing so is using first-person perspective. This technique is one that we have long wanted to adopt for the Silent Hill series, but using the first-person view for the entire series proved to be impractical. In terms of weaponry, the Silent Hill games primarily featured objects used for clubbing enemies, which are very difficult to incorporate into a first-person mode. With Silent Hill 4's room setting, though, we felt that it would be possible to use the first-person view to good effect. In practice, we believe that the technique sufficiently heightened the sense of being there, especially when supernatural phenomena occur. For the action sequences in the otherworld, the view shifts back to a third-person perspective, since it would be way too hard to fight enemies in first-person mode. I'm really intrigued by them saying they had wanted to go for a first-person camera in some way in the series for some time before making this one. I'm also intrigued by the hesitancy having been that first-person combat was bad at handling melee. I would have figured that the reduced emphasis on fog and darkness might have given them the confidence to pull the trigger on this implementation, since they might have felt if combat were in first person, it would be more manageable, and then maybe decided after testing it out that first person combat wasn't for them, but kept the perspective for the Room 302 sequences. But it seems they really prioritized seeing combat as a melee affair. Put a pin in that. To the developers, first person was synonymous with being there in the thick of things. I think it's also always preferable to have first person in any game where the player is expected to interact a lot with the environment. I think that The Room, and PT for that matter, are a good showcase for what Silent Hill can be with the alternate perspective, and I really would have loved to see maybe one Silent Hill game designed from the ground up to function that way all throughout. I really think there's a lot of untapped potential to designing games where your activities are just interacting with objects in the environment and letting the strong scenario direction take care of telling the story. And in these two examples where Silent Hill has tried first person, they might have tried it in the other games, but I haven't played them, so I can't speak to that. In these two examples, I'd say the results are nothing short of incredible. We're in the apartment world right now, and this cutscene is our first introduction to Walter Sullivan, All Grown Up Edition. All throughout the game, we've been being seduced by the idea of exiting the apartment, and have all throughout been met with a reality which is more hostile than the room. I noted this earlier, but one way in which the apartment manages to sort of mask its uncanny, creepy ambience is simply that it stays on a low boil for the early half of the game, and even though the strangeness in the apartment is escalating, the happenings in the gauntlets are still so much wilder in comparison that the apartment seems relatively normal. Here, in the apartment world, we're standing right outside our own apartment, and our desire to want to get out of there is fulfilled in the worst possible way. Interestingly, this other world is a lot more conventional looking when compared to the rest of the Team Silent Hill franchise, and I think it might have to do with how Walter conceives of Room 302 as his mother. He's searching for the safety and psychological comfort of the womb, so the walls of the apartment world have a sort of flesh texture applied to them. A long-running motif of the series is how a place which should have people in it can be very scary when it is empty. In an interview for this game, Akira Yamaoka made special note of this, and I think the fear is born from our expectations for social places. A thing's purpose is what it does and all that, and when a space which we have been conditioned to interact with people in does not have those people anymore and we have to rely on different schemas for interacting with it, it's off-putting. And those sorts of spaces also emphasize how alone we are. If being alone is a problem for you, then you might be tempted to accept the doll Walter offers Henry, but you shouldn't do that. If you approach this situation logically, there's no reason for Henry to take the doll either. He has been informed that there is some guy killing the NPCs he keeps meeting, and that this guy is aiming to get to Eileen. He then saw adult Walter knocking at Eileen's door and walking away from it. It shouldn't be a crazy leap for Henry to assume that the creepy-looking guy in a black coat angling to get into Eileen's apartment might not have the best of intentions for himself either, and that accepting the creepy doll is probably not a good idea. Logically, the player has every piece of information they need to know to walk away. But that's probably not how most players went with this interaction their first time around, because this is the only example in the entire game where looting something is actually a bad idea. And you might argue that logically Henry should not take the doll, but the logic of the game has up until this point reinforced over and over again that acquiring items is good. But with the doll, there are only negatives, which the player has no way of knowing beforehand, and some players might even just assume that it's a part of the area's overarching puzzle, so it's a piece they need to pick up anyways. On one hand, this points out how players are perhaps not using their critical thinking skills when they're going about things here, but I'd argue the developers have given the player every reason to believe they should take the doll. Yes, the scenario is very weird, but so was interacting with the toilet in Silent Hill 2, so was digging at the root systems in the forest world earlier that looked like creepy hands that could strangle Henry if he messed with them, and there'll be a lot more sequences in this game which, rationally, the player should not involve themselves in. There is nothing about the doll or its context which should signal kegare or danger or anything like that to the player, which does not also apply to many other items the player needs to collect, aside maybe from how it's offered to the player by Walter himself. Whatever the case, putting such a dangerous item in the player's way and not telegraphing the consequences it has on the way the experience goes, I think the game could have done without. Don't get me wrong, I think it's very funny that the developers trick the player into making the game harder for themselves and risk getting a bad ending, but I think more signposting would have been preferable. The doll features into the apartment haunting system, and funnily enough, this section had to be rewritten because out of nowhere, GOG decided to patch the PC release to include all of the hauntings which were missing from the PC port. It's not a big rewrite, just removed a line that said that some hauntings are missing from the PC release and had to add this line explaining the rewrite, but what are the chances they'd go back and patch Silent Hill 4 right when I'm doing the commentary? I could say that's why it took so long to do it. I was just waiting until the game was playable, as intended. On the hauntings, although you can get all of them on the PC version of the game now, you won't be seeing all of them in this video because I'll be omitting many superfluous visits to the apartment and because the footage I'm using was recorded before the patch was released. Just another point in favor of you playing the game yourself to see just how the commentary is no substitute. Since we finally met the man himself, and since Eileen will be the final victim which Walter tries to hunt down, I think it's finally time we dive a bit into Walter, and what I'd like to highlight in this discussion is how they really played up how weird he is. Well, it's Walter. And he can look at Henry through the peephole because the boundaries of the world mean nothing to him. Well, that's not entirely true. He can't come into the apartment just yet, and he also can't force his way into Eileen's apartment. He might be operating on some sort of kegare rules where he can spread his influence through the other world, and, like with impurity, if you track that influence on your person, then he can come and claim you. That might also be why he tries to gift Henry the doll, in order to corrupt the apartment so that he can exert his influence over it. I said, since we've finally met the man himself, but actually we've met him a few times already, just not in his adult form. I think the idea with having him appear in these two distinct stages of his life is that there's a clear fragmentation of his psyche, and if there's an event which caused this, I'd suggest it was when Valtiel was placed in his mind by George Roston when Walter was just a kid. One benefit of this framing device, the two Walters, is that the game can on one hand present its villain as a menacing person who does horrible things, but can also have you feel bad for him and the circumstances he found himself in just by switching it up and having the kid variant running around. Silent Hill 4 can be a bit hit and miss with its features and changes, and while I think the Walter we got isn't necessarily the Walter they planned for when they first name-dropped him in the second game, I will say that what we ended up getting is pretty masterful. A franchise highlight, and it's one of those things Silent Hill 4 can deliver on because of the weird ways in which its mechanics come together and allow us to interact with the world and the way that interaction is framed. I really like media which explores weird obsessions in people and which explore people in non-public settings and in non-public modes. So, when people are among company, everyone takes care to situate themselves comfortably and to communicate a bit of openness to make everyone around them feel comfortable. But if you were to secretly record a person for an hour, there'd be a lot of strange tics you'd notice, because when we're not among company, we don't have the guard up. When nobody is observing us, or when we don't think we're being observed, our behaviors can look quite insane from the outside looking in. To us, in the moment, what we're doing makes complete sense, but even something as simple and innocent as sitting in front of the computer and watching this video, if that's how you're in fact engaging with it, is a really weird action when looked at from the perspective of someone without the context to gauge what's going on. To them, you're just sitting somewhat stationary while audio and video plays. Well, here, in Silent Hill 4, we actually get to play this experience out from both sides. Our peephole into Eileen's apartment lets us catch glimpses of her when her guard is down, and oftentimes her animations are kinda weird looking. But then we see her in the hallway peephole and she looks normal. Because that's the setting where she expects to be seen from, and so the public face goes up. And we get to feel what it's like to be observed when we went into the cells of the water prison world, and when we looked outside the peephole a little bit ago and Walter came to look back at us. Whenever we meet him, the grown-up version of him, the scenarios always play up how detached he seems to be from his environments. This was an intentional design choice. Tsuboyama explained that they didn't want to have him just look scary, they wanted him to do evil things with a smile on his face. That way you couldn't gauge his inner mind by looking at the exterior, and if you can't get a clue what he's thinking, he'll come across as unsettling. Also, I think they gave him a slight bug-eye situation to make it even harder to get a read on him. Walter Sullivan's story is inspired by the Japanese book Coin Locker Babies. It's about two boys who are abandoned by their mothers in coin-operated lockers in a train station. They're discovered, raised in a Catholic orphanage, and develop an obsession with a specific sound that was played for them when they were young in order to calm them down. The sound of a heartbeat heard from in utero. That story goes into wildly different directions than Silent Hill 4 does, but the theme of children being abandoned, them developing an unhealthy relationship with their mothers, the deep, almost insane yearning for the parental bond, violence against women, it's all there. Walter Sullivan's story goes that he was born in room 302 and shortly after he was abandoned by his parents. He was found by Frank Sunderland and sent to St. Jerome's Hospital, and eventually he made his way into the childcare system and wound up being raised in the Wish House orphanage in Silent Hill. From there, he'd travel to Ashfield as much as he could and linger around the apartment. In the Wish House, he was subjected to mental and physical abuse and deeply inducted into the cult's beliefs, and he was encouraged in his strange obsessions. When he was a child, Walter's deepest desire was the bond he was denied when his parents abandoned him, and because of the cult, he came to believe that he could revive her and that the apartment was his mother. The characteristic bond the game expects for us to build with Room 302 is to be conditioned into viewing it as a space of safety, and then a lot of the game's best moments come about after that expectation starts getting betrayed. Walter's character is integrated quite nicely into this because he also considers the apartment to be a space of safety, but he takes it even further than we do. He believes that the apartment is literally his mother. We want to return to it because it's where we're safe. He wants to return to it because he yearns for the comfort of the womb and the bond that he was denied as a child. Before talking about Walter and Eileen, I want to expand a bit on the people are strange topic. The developers really nailed how human beings can come across as strange when being observed without knowing that's happening. If you watched footage of yourself when you were by yourself, you'd think about how weird you look because we make an effort, conscious and unconscious, to make ourselves non-threatening and inviting when others are around. And even when we are pushing others away, we do it with a body language that they can read. But when we are not being observed, or are being observed but don't know it, the mask drops and our behaviors are not filtered through the need to appear normal to an observer. This is stuff like talking to oneself, weird postures, and the like. Those behaviors and how weird they come across to an observer who isn't meant to be there is something Silent Hill 4 is really interested in, and since we have so many windows to look at people, when they don't know they are being observed. I think it makes these ostensibly normal people come across as really weird, and being surrounded by normal-ish people who are behaving weirdly just because they aren't putting in that effort of looking normal, I think makes the environments and ambience come across as really uncanny and uncomfortable. You might have laughed the first time you saw Frank Sunderland roaming back and forth outside the apartment looking at the door, because that's a really weird thing to do. But have you never done that? When Silent Hill 4 hones in on this, it's at its best. I know I'm repeating myself a bit here, but Walter doesn't have any of those signs. The signs people put out there to let everyone around them know that they aren't dangerous and that there's no reason to be worried. Walter always sort of acts like a person that isn't being observed, and I think that's just wonderful. He's been dead and in the other world for years and hasn't had any meaningful relationship with a human being in his entire life. He is so starved for that he's convinced himself that Room 302 is his mother. This idea of people putting up masks in public and being weird in private is the central gimmick of the apartment world. We advance by solving the riddles of the lives of the building's inhabitants. They have diary pages and recordings of one another and such, and those talk about the strange relationships they all have with one another, and following up on these little tidbits gradually leads us to unlocking every lock on progress and becoming quite familiar with the apartments and the people. And isn't that just the ultimate culmination of this game's overarching theme of the invasion of privacy and also unwanted surveillance? We had seen this approach to storytelling in bits and pieces in the Silent Hill games before this one, but this is undoubtedly the furthest they ever ran with it. When we wander around these people's homes, the layouts and the way the activities they're all about are emphasized in the decorum makes the player feel like they might all have some wild personality disorders, but really, we're just getting to see into these people's lives from an angle they didn't introduce themselves from. So when they are caught off guard and their environment is critiqued from the invader's perspective, they don't have any of their social guards up, and it makes the places and the people come across as really disturbed. These environments do not feel set up for an observer, but the actual inhabitants of the environment. Any one of these residents might be a completely normal person, and these uncanny spaces could feel quite comfortable if you had someone with you in them who apologizes for the mess before letting you in. That alone could be enough to make entering the boundary of the apartment more bearable. The way in which the apartments have been developed with an emphasis on characterizing the inhabitants' personalities is the same as how the Otherworld in the first game was colored by Alessa Gillespie, except on a much smaller scale, and I think it's an interesting showcase of how scaling down the franchise's presentation of horror environmental design can work to elicit a new kind of mood without really changing all that much. These games were always really good at making the inner lives of people the point of the environmental design, so if the game is about violating personal space, why not make more of those personal spaces be the products of people's projected inner lives? And there's another thing worth discussing here. A lot of the atmosphere comes from the framing rather than any explicit change in the presentation. They make the invasion of personal space a highlight, and since we're so ultra aware of it this time around, when we do it, doing it feels different to how it felt in previous games, even though we did it more or less just as much. Just goes to show that there's a lot of power in framing things properly. An obvious enough observation, but still worth noting. And this constant invasion into people's personal spaces is something we see a lot of in the apartment world. The inhabitants here are uncomfortably close to each other's personal business, and there's a real emphasis on showing us how they handle their lack of privacy or their lack of respect for other people's privacy. Richard beat up Mike because he got too close to him one time. There's an unhealthy obsession with Rachel, a nurse, and the mailbox has been stuffed with love letters to her. There's an apartment filled with fake guns, There's an apartment that's creepily empty. There's an apartment full of paintings, which gives us a good look at what the inhabitants here looked like. But it also feels really creepy that a guy had just painted all the people who live in his house without their knowledge. In and of itself, there's nothing morally objectionable about this. People paint people they see all the time, but it's one of those behaviors which is invading another's privacy in a way, and because of the way it's framed in the apartment, it comes across as the work of someone really pathological. And what makes that idea so much more unnerving is the fact that this could be anyone you know. Someone you see every day and have had casual conversations with. Someone you never think about, but they're just right there in your life, so close to where you live, where you sleep, and they have absorbed so much about who you are into their lives without you even knowing about it. They could have involved you scarily deep in their inner life, and you would have no idea. On the topic of invading personal space, it is something we do and Walter Sullivan does as well. And he doesn't just stumble into his victims' lives, he actively hunts for them, looking for people who fit the themes he needs to fulfill for the 21 sacraments. There's a conscious involvement of himself with the process of invading people's lives that makes him feel very distant and inhuman, but because we're going through the process ourselves, not maliciously, but still, since we go through that same process, I feel like the game sort of makes us engage with Walter's deranged psyche. It's kind of like we're getting second-hand ritual murder from him. We're mirroring his actions so closely. For example, the first time we see him in the apartment world, he was knocking on Eileen's door. He was clearly angling to get into her apartment, and that's creepy enough, but we're also trying to get in there. That's the ultimate destination of the apartment world. She hasn't invited us in. She said in the hallway peephole conversation earlier that she doesn't really know us, but the objective of the apartment world sequence is to make our way into her apartment. It's set up with the cutscene of Walter knocking on the door. When we try to interact with it, the text prompt nudges us into trying to access the space, and I think the uncomfortable nature of the sequence might have gone a bit under the hood because prior to this sequence, we were walking around in subways and forests and such, but those exact same mechanics are now being used to have us violate people's personal space and invade their homes to be able to make our way into the home of the neighbor we've been peeping on throughout the entire game. So, like I've been saying, framing matters. When the game reverses the Room 302 relationship, it leans on the hauntings to do so. In total, there are 14, and they are located in various spots and fixated on specific objects. Around the halfway point, the player no longer gets the passive health regeneration in the apartment, and the hauntings begin. When the player is close to one of the hauntings, Henry will get a headache and his health will deplete. You can use the radio to gauge whether or not the apartment is haunted. Hey, I guess the radio to warn the player system survived in some capacity here after all. And you need to use holy candles and saint medallions to get rid of the hauntings themselves. Interestingly, the hauntings are not flagged as apartment-wide phenomena, so just dropping a holy candle wherever isn't enough. You need to place it near the haunting itself. And actually, if there are two hauntings near one another, you can purify them with the same candle if it's in both of their ranges. There are two reasons to care about the apartment. One is that the player is linked to it and dependent on it, and the worse it gets in there, the more dangerous it is for them. The other reason is the ending. If the player does not purify 80% of the hauntings, they will get one of the haunted apartment endings. The doll is a net drain on the player, and Walter actually got it from Eileen originally. And it was probably the source of his obsession with her. The Another Crimson Tome entry for her reads, "There was a man lying with his shabby sleeping bag in the passage of the South Ashfield station when along came a child about 5 years old. She was walking and holding her mother's hand. The child wore very cute clothes. She had such beautiful eyes. 'Eileen, don't look at him,' whispered her mother. 'Why not, Mommy?' said Eileen. She shook off her mother's hand and came close to the man lying down. 'Why are you sleeping here? Aren't you cold?' said Eileen. He was puzzled by her talking to him. He had never seen her before. "Eileen, don't talk to him," said her mother. "Mommy, he's cold, dear. Can't you see that?" And she took a doll out of her bag and put it beside him. "You can sleep with her," said Eileen. "Eileen, let's go home. It's Daddy's birthday today. You know that. Daddy is waiting for you," said her mother. "Okay, Mommy. Bye-bye," said Eileen, and they were gone. The man kept looking at the child's and mother's back, holding the doll she gave him. They looked very happy. That made him cry, and he could not stop tears running. "Mommy, do you think Daddy will like this?" said Eileen. "Of course he will. He will love it because you chose it," said her mother. Eileen represents the mother theme, and I think the idea with this backstory is that even though she was a child when they first met, her gifting Walter a doll was the closest he'd ever gotten to maternal love, and that it was Eileen which reached out to him, not the other way around. Which makes you wonder about just how tormented and loveless Walter's life has been. Something else I wonder is if the intent behind young Walter saving Eileen from being killed in the end of the apartment world is that her gifting him the doll all those years ago connected to that young kid in Walter and urged him to defend her. At the end of the apartment world, Eileen died. Spoiler alert, she doesn't, and we met up with young Walter. Spoiler alert, he's the young version of adult Walter. Add Walter. The cutscene which plays when we wake up here is a bit different from usual. Instead of looking at the ceiling and getting a glimpse of the spinning fan, Henry is looking to the side, angling towards the windows. If we look out those windows, we'll get to see some ambulances which have come to collect Eileen, so framing-wise, this slight change to the cutscene is pretty good. Not just the player to interact with the windows, but for the purposes of this video, this change is very, very bad, because the next time we wake up when we separate from Eileen in the hospital world, the ceiling fan in the living room will collapse, and I have things to say about spinning fans. This is not one of those jokes, in case you're wondering. I'm dead serious. And this is a little behind the scenes. I really wanted to be able to point out that the fan is spinning so you'd have kept the visual in mind for this section of the discussion. Being unable to show you the visual for the topic is purely on me. But also, this is one of those fun examples of how the formatting of the commentary and my more liberal use of editing actually betrays the intended experience. That spinning ceiling fan is a staple of waking up in the apartment. It's one of the first things you see, and you see it almost every time. But because I'm keeping those visits to a minimum, you might not connect readily to the visual simply because you're not going to see it nearly as often as you would if you were playing the game yourself. The visual continues a motif which was sort of retconned into the series in the third game. For Silent Hill 3, the Book of Lost Memories explained that the valve which Valtiel is shown spinning in the many instances he's shown spinning a valve is meant to signify the cycle of rebirth. The Book of Lost Memories also states that the gigantic propeller in the elevator, again in Silent Hill 3, has that same meaning as to a number of other spinning cylindrical objects like the fans and the merry-go-round and the spinning ride at the very start. Hiroyuki Owaku, the writer of Silent Hill 3, wrote, "Given that the crest of the religious organization symbolizes resurrection, and save and load are perceived as a cycle of rebirth, it seems that a link to the real world is created." After she understands the significance of the crest, Heather remarks, "Even if I die, it's not the end. That's certainly convenient, I think, but somehow I can't help but feel that this is terribly unpleasant." The truth is that this is a message to the player. In short, it means, as far as the player is concerned, starting over and over is convenient, but for Heather herself, this is painful. Going outside the boundaries of the third game and applying this idea to the franchise as a whole, one way to interpret this is by looking at the story of Alessa. She endured a great deal of suffering before she died, and even though she did die, Cheryl, or Heather, got to live. Then, returning to the third game and applying this idea there's the ludonarrative idea of pain being inflicted to Heather because of the way the player games. And I think both of these ideas map on to a broader philosophical discussion in these games about the concept of samsara. That life is an endless cycle where you are born, you suffer, you die, and then you come back because of attachment. Attachment is the cause of suffering, and it will persist until one can obtain enlightenment. I went over this idea in some depth in my Themes of FromSoft series, and assuming you've watched the 4th video in that series, the one about cycles and samsara, you'll remember the Wheel of Life, which illustrates many of the concepts inherent to the idea of samsara. It's not just that Silent Hill's themes and stories allow for this read of the game, and it's not just allusions made by the developers. The link is so strong that if you take a look at the Halo of the Sun, you'll see that it's structurally the same thing as the Wheel of Life, complete with layers within layers and 3 circles in the center, which incidentally was also the very first visual we saw when we first booted up Silent Hill 3. In the Wheel of Life, those inner symbols are the 3 poisons or fires of the Buddha, and they are the root of suffering because they cause attachment. These 3 poisons, or fires, are aversion, ignorance, and desire. Those who are attached are set to be lit aflame. The word nirvana literally translates to the putting out of fire, and once again, there's a strong link here in Silent Hill because the imagery for Alessa's suffering is fire. If we keep this Wheel of Life idea in mind and we link it to the ceiling fan, the way we're meant to do for spinning circular objects in the 3rd game, something interesting happens. The hole itself was slowly manifesting into the Halo of the Sun, which I think is the game's way of connecting it directly to the Wheel of Life. The transition to the other world evokes the birth canal. Henry is born into the nightmare, step 1 of samsara. Then, the experience in the gauntlets shows suffering, so step 2, and then end with Henry stumbling on someone's dead body, death. After which, he wakes up again in the apartment, the limbo space, and stares at the ceiling fan, the image of rebirth. Applying the samsara idea to Silent Hill 4, you see that aside from how death is something Henry witnesses instead of being something which happens to him, the cycle maps on practically 1-to-1 with his journey into the other worlds themselves, which is neat. And it might not have come through from the commentary because the repeated image of that symbol, the ceiling fan, doesn't show up as often as it would if you were playing the game yourself. Oh, and the game over screen? A still image of a fan, which might indicate that since Henry has been killed in the other world, he's woken up and caught a last glimpse of the fan, and the cycle of rebirth is ended. That's also what I think is meant behind the hole in the bathroom being sealed up now. I've made numerous notes in my Silent Hill videos across the years that I think the end of suffering in these games comes because of love. Harry escaped Silent Hill because he had Cheryl. James has 2 endings where he for sure leaves Silent Hill. One is the Maria ending where he and Maria leave together. She coughs, and the idea might be that suffering persists and he'll be stuck on a loop. The other is if he can focus his love and attention on Laura. Eddie and Angela were too broken to escape. In Silent Hill 3, Heather overcomes because of the love she and her father had for one another. He gifted her the Aglophidus. In the end of the apartment world, young Walter seems to have intervened in some way to spare Eileen, and it is her survival that starts the disentanglement of Walter's plan for the 21 Sacraments. Because she lived, he has to visit her again here in the hospital world. But it might be that he doesn't actually have full control over this place. It is born from his memory, but he hasn't been here, assumably, since he was a child after having been discovered abandoned in the apartment. When we got here, we actually caught him in the act of designing the space, when he was elbow deep in the stomach of a not yet ready patient enemy. And from this point on, Walter will be on the back foot trying to stop us. It may not be that Kid Walter spared Eileen because of love, as much as it was some latent compassion from the only woman who ever showed him anything resembling a maternal instinct. But I think it still sort of maps on to my little theory. Don't ask me to fit Sipple and Douglas onto it, though. I'm not sure there is a clean way to do that. On the patient enemy which Walter was designing, they all have holes in their stomachs which has obvious connotations with the whole mother-child theme, and they can do an awful burping noise when they are hit. Silent Hill 4, why are you the way you are? It's an awful sound, almost comical. I'm not sure how it came to be. I've acknowledged it. Let's move on. On the Walter Sullivan we keep meeting, just like the case was with Maria in the second game, I'm not sure how physically real or present the literal physical entity we meet is. For one, his actions when we encounter him oftentimes betray his true motives. He will later on shoot at us to try and kill us, but Henry is the 21st Sacrament, so it doesn't make sense to me that Walter would undo his plans and kill him prematurely. Henry can only be the 21st Sacrament after he has become the Receiver of Wisdom, but that hasn't happened yet. It's possible Walter isn't aware and is just trying to put Eileen down. You can argue that finding a Receiver of Wisdom is easier than finding another woman who fits the mother theme. He found one in his entire life, whereas Henry just sorta fell into Walter's lap once the killings started up again. Alternatively, maybe the Walter we meet is not really Walter, but rather the idea of Walter's presence in the area. So him rooting around in the doll's stomach and creating the patient enemy is not meant to be read as him literally having done that, but rather it might be a physical manifestation of the idea of Walter's presence birthing corrupted forces to inhabit the other world. How you get from there to justifying him shooting at us in later sequences, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong, and he's just that crazy. Most likely though, and this is sort of sad to say, the developers didn't think it through all the way to the end, or didn't think that this consideration mattered. He does appear to the NPCs and physically kills them himself, so he is clearly able to move around in these places, or at least his will is, so maybe I'm just reading too much into this. Whatever the case, I think the cutscene of him rooting around in the doll's stomach is meant to connect back to the idea of the bond between mother and child. In that context, I think this was one of the more disturbing appearances of Walter. Like I said earlier, he's usually very calm and kind of dazed and removed from his environments, but he was really rooting around in there, and I think his calm mask slipping there goes back to what we've discussed already about how weird human beings can look if you get a glimpse of them when their defenses are not up. The doll itself seems, to me, to have had the face of Claudia from the third game, and I don't think there's any meaning attached to that. The doll we found in the subway world earlier in the game was clearly based on Cynthia herself, but if the hospital one reused Claudia, it's probably just economic reuse of assets. Like how the corpse of Harry Mason from the third game was using James Sunderland's model, like how the corpse of the woman in the mall, which the closer was attacking, reused Angela's model, and like how the final boss of Silent Hill 3 had Maria's face model with black hair to represent Alessa. Silent Hill is actually really good at rewarding attentive players who hyper-focus on small moments, but it's also got a lot of stuff like this where you just gotta accept that some details matter, others don't. It was a simpler time. What can I say? Making good use of the assets you have access to is practical game design 101, and it is also practical play advice 101. Doubly so in these resource management survival horror games. There are 2 apartment visits cut from this hospital section alone, which were just here to drop off loot, but before discussing the inventory, let's discuss imposed limitations and how genre conceits elevate horror games. I am a big believer in imposing limitations upon the player in order to make them make choices. For horror games, and games adjacent to the genre, I'm a particular fan of players being made to choose between suboptimal choices in the fog of war. Having them decide what is the least bad option, and having them base that estimation on nothing but vibes, because the game is wild enough that they can't fully guess what's coming for them. I think this dynamic is one reason why horror games are generally speaking better designed than non-horror games are. It specifically undermines optimization, and emphasizes the material as something to be experienced rather than just completed. Another adjacent reason why I think horror games are generally speaking better designed is because there's an implicit understanding that giving the player ownership of the experience makes for better design. I think horror games came to that understanding because they are run through a selection pressure bias which kills anything that isn't scary. Anything players do is going to be scarier than what they watch, so any non-interactive way of thinking about horror game design tends to lose out during development. This strict dichotomy of a game either being scary or not applies to every genre you can imagine. An action game either has good action or it doesn't. An adventure game either is adventurous or it isn't. Either a game delivers or not. But outside of horror games, there's generally a more lax attitude to this and an acceptance that other creative aims are allowed to rise above the core concerns of genre, and also an acceptance that the way the experience comes together in the player's hands is not the be-all end-all of good game design. Obviously, I'm not saying that a game cannot be appreciated without thinking about it in terms of how well it delivers on its genre's core conceit or how well it plays. I wouldn't love Silent Hill 4 if I allowed myself to get too hung up about those considerations. Just that whatever supplementary ambitions a horror game may have, there is a demand made of it that it delivers on being scary, and that this pressure is not applied evenly across all types of games. And because the best way to deliver in video games is with interactivity, horror games tend to lean more on it for presentation. I'll note here that even though the selection pressure is not as pronounced in any other genre, it's still, generally speaking, the games which do deliver on their core conceit and with interactivity that are thought of as the best. I can't speak for everyone, but when I think of a good action game, I'm not thinking of some cinematic first-person shooter, I'm thinking of Devil May Cry. When I think of a good adventure game, I think about the Wind Waker or Breath of the Wild, not some third-person walk-around while characters talk to each other in exotic locations kind of games. Next time you look at one of those best games of all times lists, notice how disproportionate the horror game representation is. I think this has less to do with horror games being a superior way of telling a story, or horror game directors being more talented, and just more to do with the fact that horror games have that implicit live-or-die survival pressure, which other games don't really have outside of a very niche audience, and so horror games lean more on the unique strengths of our medium. Maybe not so much by choice as by necessity, and I think horror games are made all the better for it. One way of presenting choice is what we began this talk on, and that's with the limitations. And one way Silent Hill 4 does this is with the inventory. On a whole, I think the inventory here has a lot going for itself. If there is one positive I can point to justify the revamped inventory, it's how its limited size places the apartment more into the spotlight. The inventory is capped to 10 items, with no potential for upgrading, and this has the usual effect which capped inventories, or item depositories, have on gameplay. It makes a choice out of scarcity and abundance, whichever one the player is feeling at whatever point in the game they find themselves. If you have too much stuff, go to the apartment and store some of it away. If you don't have enough stuff, go to the apartment and root around for something to give you a leg up. An interesting design choice, considering the small inventory size, is how weapons and key items are not exempt from the storage limitations, and how aside from ammo, items do not stack. And even for ammo, it only stacks to a fixed upper cap before a new stock spawns in the inventory. My least favorite change to the inventory from previous games is how it's accessed with an ugly quick select menu during gameplay rather than a separate menu screen. Disliking the change is not just down to how it prevents item mixing for puzzle solutions. The setup makes items faster to access and makes sense for a game which supposedly is more action-oriented, but I think overall, the Silent Hill 4 package just looks cheaper for having so many non-diegetic HUD elements on screen. Love how they have us carry Eileen's equipment, though. We are still quite a ways away from the video's conclusion, so if you didn't know anything about the game going in, it might surprise you to learn that this point in the commentary, the hospital world, marks the final location we are introduced to across the entire lineup of Team Silence games. Since it is, I'm going to take this opportunity to discuss the evolution of their level design, because I think there was an attempt in this game to address what I think the developers thought were the shortcomings of their previous approach. The only official word I could find on level design from the team was that they were excited to be working on a game not set in a town, which every previous game had been, and instead make one set in a room. I think the final area, being a hospital, sort of plays into why they might have wanted to make a change, because there's been a hospital in every one of these games. Also apartment buildings, 2 sewers, 2 amusement parks, 2 malls. You can also see this transition over the previous games, with the first half of Silent Hill 3 not being set in Silent Hill at all. Still in urban locations though, and so restricted by the same best practices and limitations as what came before. If we allow ourselves to think the changes here were consciously made to explore new ways of designing, then what was veered away from might be grouped together as what the team thought were the shortcomings of the old system. Or what we think the team thought were the shortcomings of the old system. Moving from setting the game in a town to an apartment is one change, another is not needing to physically connect areas. Cutting between time and teleporting across the map have been features of these games since the very first one, but here they don't really have any connective tissue for its own sake. The settings are relevant to Walter Sullivan's history, and because they no longer need to have roads which flow from one to another, they can have those areas stationed much further apart. And since the room is accessed with a teleport, the developers didn't need to work overtime to figure out ways to have each distinct area of the map loop back around to it. The story doesn't really allow for that anyways because Henry is locked inside the apartment, but that might have been unworkable anyways, considering the apartment is in another town. If it was in Silent Hill, it would be easier, ignoring the changes they'd need to make for the story, but there's still challenges with that design. A lot of Silent Hill's map had already been filled out. In a hypothetical Silent Hill 4 without teleports and set in Silent Hill, I think the best approach would have been to revisit the area from the first game because the developers would probably have had a freer hand in redesigning those areas since they had not been rendered on the PlayStation 2 yet, but even then, they could only change so much and that map would have had a lot of grandfathered in hero pieces like the Alchemilla Hospital, amusement park, the church, the Midwich Elementary School, that creating a new path to navigate on those old streets would be a challenge since the layout really emphasizes ways of reaching those locations. Also, when you move linearly from one section to another, like we did traversing Silent Hill in previous games, there's a feeling of constantly making progress, which I think would be undermined if we were constantly backtracking on the same roads to get back to our apartment. And I'm not sure how that would work out considering the escalation of the plot. I suppose the levels being replaced with nightmare imagery from the other world and more deranged looking enemies might do the trick, but I think that's a trick you can't play too often, and I think the showing in the previous games supports that reading. There, and here actually, we go to locations and try to solve the puzzles there all the while the dangers around us are escalating. But once we're out of an area, we're out, and I think resetting the tension cycle to reuse the same connective tissue over and over again might not work since it's no longer strictly speaking attached to making progress. Backtracking to the apartment to save is not making progress, and the time spent doing that stacks up, and by the end, the player might have wished for a teleport, and what do you know? That's the setup we have here, and it ensures that there's not a lot of squandered downtime where we're just walking from A to B. Another gradual change we can observe when we take a broad look over the design of the previous games is the ways in which the scenarios players are presented with are framed, and the tools used to do that framing. Moving from the first game onwards, I think there was an effort to move away from obvious signposting towards sequences which felt like something which organically occurred. In the first game, the cat jump scare is drawn out, and you kinda get the feeling from the framing around it that, to paraphrase our friend Jasper, there was something going to happen. Compare that to the Brookhaven mirror room in the third game. In that sequence, there wasn't as drawn out an anticipation period, and the sequence could actually get quite far along before you realized you weren't in a normal mode of play anymore. Silent Hill 4 takes this even further. It has traditionally set up sequences, but it also has a lot of systems for directing the survival horror. This is the limited inventory, the more expressive enemies, the hauntings in the apartment, and the unkillable ghost enemies. Since each of these has a lot of dynamic functions, the state of play minute to minute here is probably going to be much more varied than in previous games where the sequences were a lot more linear. Theoretically, there is a lot to appreciate about allowing systems to pick up the slack for scenario direction, but since we've already discussed the implementation of many of these mechanics and their knock-on effects on the rest of the experience, you'll know that I don't think this pivot delivers quite as well as the more rigid structure from previous games did. Even though, theoretically, it's more interesting, more of a realization of the strengths of the interactive medium. There's the collapsed ceiling fan I was talking about earlier, by the way. Of course, the horror should adapt in some ways because of how you interact with the game, but whether Silent Hill 4 just tried something too bold a bit too early, or whether it just didn't tune the elements around quite right, or whether it didn't go far enough, or whether the carried over foundation from previous games undermined the new approach, whatever the case, I think there's a reason this one isn't as fondly remembered as the previous ones that goes beyond the characters being blander. Whatever you think of the changes made, I hope you can appreciate how they made it possible for the developers to tell this story. For example, a longer story told in the same environment, like the apartment here, can develop and change the attitude the player will have with that environment. Also, warping with the holes allows the developers to separate Henry from Eileen. This is the first instance of that in the story, so this is the first time Henry learned about this. Or maybe I should say that we are learning about this. This is the first time we've had a hole leading to the apartment while we had another character following us, so players might have assumed that she'd be coming along with us. I figure if it wasn't a hassle to code, the developers might have pulled the trigger on bringing Eileen to the apartment, but solving for how she should interact with the advancing storytelling mechanics of the apartment, how she should react to the peephole and the hauntings, might just have been a bit too much work and might have tilted the focus of the game towards a weird domestic dynamic between a man, his neighbor, and the haunted apartment they find themselves in. So having us return to the apartment and learn that Eileen can't come with keeps things simplified. Throughout this video I've used us and we when referring to the player character much more than I have used the name Henry. For both previous commentaries I distinctly remember a step in the polishing stages where I Control-F'd my way through the script to make sure I kept the sentence structure coherent. So if I said, James jumps into the hole, I did not want to follow that up with, and we land in the prison. If the action was performed by the character, the result ought to be inflicted upon the character. I wasn't as good as implementing this as I could have been in those videos, but I still made the effort. In this video I have not, because Henry is not a fully realized character distinct from the player in quite the same way James and Heather were. He was conceived of first and foremost as an analog. It's not really Henry who's doing these things, it's us. He has less of a personality than any previous Silent Hill protagonist because the idea with the first-person perspective was that we, players, would feel as if we are the ones navigating the space. The developers conceived of Henry as you if it was you who had somehow stumbled your way into the nightmare. His reactions are muted and indistinct because you're meant to interpret the events yourself and override his feelings with your own. This is also why his observations when we interact with clutter are so generic. Any player of any background ought to be able to have the same observations he does. Heather's observations often highlighted her being a teenage girl. There was even an occasion where we learned that she'd quit smoking. For good. And James's had text where he discussed how he had a drinking problem. Even Harry got characterization as a widower who was desperately looking to rescue his daughter, and he made observations about the strange world he found himself in, which went some ways to mapping out what kind of person he was. Those touches helped flesh out those characters, but they also create barriers which clearly separate them from us. So when we went through the previous games, the vulnerability of our characters in the face of the dangers they were in, while pronounced, was filtered through their perspectives. James's journey and obstacles told us a lot about him, but in this game, it's more about us. Henry doesn't bring baggage to the story because a dark backstory or a somber demeanor would act as a barrier separating us from the we're the ones experiencing the horror's illusion. The player is even prioritized by the narrative over its main character with the apartment. The point of the game is that we go there. We feel safe there, we develop feelings of safety and purity there, and then it's twisted around and we feel betrayed. But Henry doesn't. From the very start of the game, Henry wants to get out of the apartment, and I have a theory that he isn't having the best time while he's in there. My evidence is mostly how he keeps dropping hints about not having the best of time when he's in there, and yet we continue to see it as a place of safety and we continue to return there, and the experience is structured in a way that reinforces this as the correct way of interacting with the place, and the reversal only works because the game clearly prioritized us bonding with the apartment over Henry having any say in the matter, or a perspective which the game deemed important enough to have us sit down and consider. These games always got good mileage out of strong central characters. Henry is a wet sock, and to make up for that, the game is really about Walter Sullivan. He's the one with the weird personality disorders, which we are unraveling as we make our way from Otherworld to Otherworld. But there's another really interesting central character in the game which we've talked about a bit from time to time. Since Eileen and Henry had a conversation about him when Henry came back from the apartment, I think we should talk a bit more about him. Joseph Schreiber. For what it's worth, if this game would have had a more interesting, more involved and defined main character, I think he would have been a really good fit. Maybe not as he's portrayed later in the game, but as an obsessed researcher/detective kind who is slipping deeper and deeper into inescapable horrors because he simply cannot let go. Ensnared not so much by Walter's designs, but rather because he just involved himself so deep in the mystery that Walter took notice and decided that he fit the mold as the receiver of wisdom perfectly. Joseph was the 15th murder, and his theme was despair. There was a music video which launched with the game called Tender Sugar, and it's about him. It shows him riding on his own flesh, and the lyrics talk about his growing struggle to separate reality and the nightmare. You can also get a glimpse of his trailing mind if you read from the Another Red Diary, which is another supplementary story source. In the Another Red Diary, you can get additional diary entries from Joseph, which start out as lucid and then devolve into him pathetically pleading for Eileen to turn around so he can get a look at her from the peephole. I think his despair theme is one of the better showcased murder themes in the game, and I think a lot of that has to do with how we are in the same predicament he was in. The game does that thing I love where we are repeating the adventure someone else had before us. Joseph traveled these places. He's actually the nosy guy which Jasper told us about, and because Joseph and us both have this experience, the growing sense of despair we get from his writing makes a lot of sense since that's kind of where we are as well. Also, we got to play as him in his final moments, when the game began and we got to be killed as him by the ghost of Jimmy Stone. I really like this character, and I think his perspective, that of an investigator, works well with the expository nature of Silent Hill 4's storytelling. And I'd have loved to see a Silent Hill game where maybe we played as a guy kinda like him. As is, we engage with the journalistic research into Walter Sullivan through the red pages which are slipped under our door. And hey, isn't that a wonderful way to frame a Silent Hill game? It's not just the delving into the otherworld and fear, it's the unraveling of a mystery. Actually, all of these games have been framed around mysteries. First Alessa, then Mary's Letter, and then Alessa again. And an interesting design choice is how the stories come together not because we showcase a deep knowledge of the happenings, but because we move towards the next progression blocks. The game could stop dead in its track and ask us to showcase that we've been paying attention, but it doesn't. Instead, you go through the game, all the while there is information being drip-fed to you, and at the end, the story will come together if you pay it attention. This game does get its story across much more clearly than previous Silent Hill games did, but it still applies this hands-off approach where the burden is on the player to pay attention. If it opted for the other approach, where it locked progress behind the player showcasing an understanding of the happenings, I think that might have created unnecessarily long and unengaging moments where we were just confused until we decided to hit up the old internet. which is a series of tubes, and fetch the answer from there. Considering the wild experiments this game was already attempting, it's probably no joke to say that not going for any wild new narrative progression schemes was a good strategy. Because of the changes made to how the narrative is delivered, that's the apartment, that's the faster intervals of storytelling dumps, the red notes, etc., instead of the mystery being brought up when relevant and dropped when something more immediate came up, like in previous games, this game is able to pick up and drop the Walter Sullivan mystery at will. Previous games did have more than one narrative running parallel at times, but they often relied on the player picking up optional information, and they sometimes had us watch cutscenes without our character giving us information which our protagonist would have no way of knowing. For characterization and storytelling, this is good. Seeing Laura and Eddie talk together fleshes them out. Seeing Claudia and Vincent argue fleshes them out. But Heather being conflicted about trusting Vincent probably would have played better if the player also had a reason to doubt his sincere turn away from Claudia's dogmatism and had not seen him actively disagreeing with her. When the game wants to frame the happenings in the other world, it can turn on the radio in the apartment, or have the residents in the other apartments chat outside of our peephole. When the game wants to give us answers or expand the storytelling without needing to create new areas, the game can have Joseph Stryper drop off those red notes. Keeping the narrative so broad, but still focused, might subtly be the greatest accomplishment of the apartment as a central game mechanic. In the second game, James made his way to Silent Hill because of the letter he got from Mary. Then he went to the apartment, then he got distracted looking for Laura, then he met Maria and kept looking for Laura, then Maria died and he got lost, and while the story is great, one of gaming's all-time best, it drops the letter mystery angle pretty quickly as James becomes more interested in other things. Here, the apartment can bring all of the separate threads together and the package gets its point across in a much more focused manner than before. Also, since the apartment is a mainstay all throughout the game, the story doesn't have to, strictly speaking, be written to be told in a very specific area the player finds himself in at any given time. All in all, this game probably has the best grasp of storytelling techniques in the series, though arguably this is a question of taste. I think it's hard to argue that any other Team Silent game gets its narrative across as well as this one did, but if you prefer the old, more subtle and vague style, you might not see this as an improvement, even though you'll probably agree that in getting the information out, Silent Hill 4 is better than its predecessors. My opinion is that Silent Hill 4's narrative design outflexes its predecessors in almost every way, and I think this would be much more recognized by the community if the story it had to tell was as good as the ones in previous games. We're in the subway world, revisited style, and this cutscene introduces the ghost of Cynthia. All of the NPC ghosts, aside maybe from Andrew, have more visual flair and functions which distinguish them from the other ghosts, and Cynthia is shown as a sort of Andrio Yuri, a type of Japanese ghost you've probably seen in The Ring or The Grudge, where they wear white and have really long black hair covering the face. This archetype owes to kabuki theater and is usually a woman who was wronged and is driven by strong emotions of vengeance or hate or just plain old unfinished business. Another recurring element in this type of ghost is that they died tragically, and if you do a quick compare and contrast with Cynthia, it's checkmarks across the board. I kind of figure this is one of those things which maybe is a bit lost in translation, with the meaning of the imagery here maybe being better conveyed to an actual Japanese audience who can implicitly understand it and connect the cultural idea to what's on screen. Ghosts are an interesting new addition to the license. Before, the dead could return, but it wasn't this overt. Alessa is reborn as Heather. Mary comes back in the second game as a vindictive, vengeful version of herself and also as Maria. But there's also the idea that she was just the town's manifestation of James's guilt. The woman in the chapel in the third game who asked for forgiveness for the pain she caused her daughter was probably meant to be Dahlia, or her spirit in some capacity, but she's off screen and the location is so removed from reality at that point, you can sort of just figure that, like Mary was for James, this was just something which the Otherworld pulled from the lingering remnant of Alessa who sought closure with her mother. Alternatively, because forgiving the Weeping Woman nudged Heather to the bad ending, it might be that the Weeping Woman was a manifestation born from the demon fetus's access to Alessa's spirit and memories, and that it had Heather encounter her to have her forgive her, which is the closure her spirit wants, but also has her accept her role as the head deity of the cult's religion and helped pull her into that outcome. Here, the ghosts fold neatly into the rationale of the Otherworld, so I don't think they break established lore or Otherworld rules or anything, but I still think they are interesting and they kind of display the difference in how Takayoshi Sato and Masahiro Ito went about design when they worked on these games and how it's handled this time around. The designers used to emphasize the twisting of the human form, rather than leaning into horns and teeth and those sorts of primitive animalistic markers of danger. Sato once said, "I don't think a human would be scared of seeing monsters with fangs, horns, and such typical scary visual language." I think there are two main factors that evoke fear. First is to see something beyond our understanding, and second is to see concealed our true self. I think the same rule applies no matter what kind of creatures or environments you use. The concept seems reflected enough in the world of Silent Hill. The twisting of the human form motif still runs strong throughout the enemy design in this game. Jun Inoue gave us a lot of designs which would fit right in if imported into Silent Hill 3, but the ghosts, ape men, and patients, I think are kind of a different story. For one, those don't have that delicious leathery tar-wrapped texture thing going on they had before. They look more like traditional Japanese ghosts or just strangely melted people. Not inherently a better or worse situation, just different. Different in a they look worse way, though, I feel. I get that the ghosts are made to look more human, because they wanted the player to understand implicitly that they were the victims of Walter Sullivan, and because they wanted to tap into that fear of being chased by another human being. And the ways in which the ghosts animate very often congeals well with the uncanny, but a lot of the other enemies really feel like strange departures from what came before. I think there's a rationale to this, though. Enemies here have many unique behaviors. So the sniffer dogs travel in packs and eat corpses, and the ape men, actually called gumheads, can pick up and steal and use weapons. I think one reason for the changed visual style might have been because combat was so much more the focus this time around, and the developers might have felt that the enemies needed to read more legibly in order for the player to have a better idea of what to expect from them and how best to maneuver themselves around them. If one of the lying figures from Silent Hill 2 were to pick up a bat and attack us with it, it might look off. Firstly, because its hands are sort of tied to it, because the enemy was inspired by a man with his hands in his pockets. But more importantly, because the enemy is such a distorted rendition of a humanoid-looking figure that it might not have read as an enemy with a weapon, more like a writhing, burnt, leathery mass with a bat sticking out of it. And if that's the actual reasoning for why they changed the ways enemies look, it might also explain why the enemies are so much more diverse looking now as well. There are sometimes more than one variant of a given enemy group, but the designers took care to make the enemies have different heights and widths. Compare the gumheads to the patients for the former, and compare both to the twin victim for the latter. Each enemy here cuts a much more distinguished figure than in any previous Silent Hill, so there's little to no guesswork as to what exactly you're dealing with when you see an enemy in the end of a hallway, or what you should expect from them. Circling back around to the ghost enemies, I feel like these are the biggest misfire in the game. I get that the idea might be to create sympathy with the characters who have passed. We've been encountering ghosts since our first time in the subway world way back in the beginning, but at the start, we didn't have any context for appreciating what it was that we were seeing. Now we know about Walter Sullivan and the 21 Sacraments, and that he's been tracking down people and murdering them, and Cynthia's ghost is probably going to be the moment for most players where it clicks that every ghost has been one of Walter Sullivan's victims. Just like how the area revisits were a deliberate choice in order to have the player reappraise the areas and see some growth and changes, I think reusing the dead NPCs as ghosts might have been meant to have the player change their attitudes with other ghost enemies and perhaps appreciate what was going on around them a bit more. Which is another example of that thing I've discussed, where these games like to slow boil the horrors, have us stumble deep into them and get tangled up before revealing that's what's been happening. But I think the presentation of the ghosts is really hurting this development, and I think it highlights how just like how context can impact play, play can impact context. The setup for the revelation behind the ghosts and having the player build some sympathy for them is all executed perfectly, but they are still such a hassle to actually engage with that ignoring them remains the optimal strategy. And no matter how much thought might have gone into the story behind them, when the best approach is to ignore the enemy, the player will ignore it and the story that came along with it. Maybe if the ghosts had all been made into mandatory encounters like the Andrew ghost is, maybe if they were boss fights, maybe if you had to calm them or purify the world with their presence somehow. But as is, they unfortunately just act as a proximity health drain that cannot be dealt with in an economic manner. On context impacting play, it makes sense story-wise that the ghosts and the apartment hauntings have the same proximity health drain effect, but it fits better in the room. There's no combat there, so the player doesn't have to stress about positioning quite the same. Being able to stand stationary in a safe area of the apartment and poke around to try and find where the haunting is absolutely the better approach to designing danger there. But in the gauntlets, since the player has access to the combat mechanics, restricting them so heavily when it comes to the ghosts imports none of the benefits this system has in the apartments and instead just robs the other world of more meaningful and scary enemy encounters. I think the ghosts are the biggest creative misfire in the entire game. But the community consensus is that dubious honor belongs to the area revisits. Since we're in the first of those, I suppose this is a good time to bring up this most controversial design choice made in this game. Controversial might be a stretch though, because it assumes different people feel strongly one way or the other, but in my experience, even among Ride or Die Silent Hill 4 fans, there's not many defending this. And no, I'm not going to try to convince you that this thing that most people dislike is actually secretly brilliant. I did that when I discussed Demon's Souls grass healing way back and recall it being a great success. You all converted, right? But here, I think the general consensus is spot on. I will say though that conceptually, just like the case is for Ghosts, I respect what the developers were going for. They justified this as a way to show the player how the characters in the early half changed, and that by having the changed interactions with those characters be the highlight of the encounters here, they could prioritize the psychological horrors over environmental design. Now, you could nitpick and say that those characters all lack the depth of Walter Sullivan, and since the other world is manifested from him and carries his memories and attitudes, they might have gotten it backwards then and there and ought to have made the environmental design, that's the mental landscape of Walter Sullivan, the point overseeing the dark fate which awaited the NPCs we met. But I think that's a preference of style, not substance. They could have leaned harder into either and have had the final product be good regardless. In fact, they did lean harder into both the NPC and the manifesto of the other world in a reused gauntlet before, and used it to expertly showcase the tragic fate of that beloved NPC, as well as get us to know the other world manifestor. They just didn't do it here, they did it in the first game with Alchemilla Hospital. There, the first visit had us meet Dr. Kaufman, then we walked around, the horror sequences progressed until climaxing in discovering Alessa's room. Then we met with Lisa Garland. Afterwards, we continued the adventure and the game got to build on Alessa's story, and then when we came back, the context around the sequence was that the situation in Silent Hill had become less than ideal, increasingly rough even. Our main direction in Alchemilla 2 was finding Lisa, who ran away before she began remembering what happened in the basement. And in that second visit to Alchemilla, the general geometry was retained, but the level assets became more sinister to indicate how things had become less than ideal, or increasingly rough, as the kids say. And in that visit we saw the videotape where we learned that Lisa was conflicted about taking care of Alessa, but she kept doing it because she was a drug addict and was threatened with being cut off from PTV, her drug. And finally, in the final encounter with Lisa, we watched as she succumbed to the influence of the other world and lost herself. The levels in Silent Hill 4 and the Alchemilla experience in Silent Hill 1 share a strong central character, a location deeply rooted to the person manifesting the other world, and finally, a return to that location which is used to highlight the pain and suffering awaiting whatever is left of the NPC's existence. So conceptually, I can see why the developers might have wanted to go for this setup. If you were developing Silent Hill 4 and you were asked to formulate some structure which was really good at getting players invested in the secondary characters and the person whose psyche was being represented with the other world, you could reasonably pitch the setup we ended up getting by pointing out how, considering what the intended presentation is, Alchemilla did this and largely succeeded because of it being visited twice. So the game could show it and its major NPC change, and it's universally considered a franchise highlight. Ultimately, I think the area revisits might have come down to budget more than anything else, but you can see how conceptually the team wasn't just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping something would stick. But this raises an interesting question: why did the Alchemilla revisit work so much better than the Silent Hill 4 revisits do? Or why do fans not complain about that level reuse, but they do about the ones here? That was just one revisit in a game full of new locations, but let's not beat around the bush, it's because Alchemilla was better designed. So one potential upside to having the player revisit old areas is that they develop familiarity with the levels, and the challenge in the level can be ratcheted up without needing to consider how to teach the player about the layout since they already know it. A downside is that you need to develop the levels in such a way that they can be threaded in more than one way, unless you intend to have the player solve the same level the same way both times. And I think this might be why the levels here are sort of half-baked compared to previous games. Because from the offset, they need to have their encounters designed around the layout rather than the other way around, since the layout has to serve more than one variation of these encounters. If the systemic approach to directing the experience had worked better, the levels might have never been seen as an issue. Another grudge many players have against the game is Eileen. The developers intended for her to be the cutest woman in the series yet, and they specifically wanted her to have a sort of girl next door appeal. When the original design came back, it was decided that the tried and true Silent Hill approach to character design should be implemented instead, and so, instead of being a ravishing beauty, deliberate imperfections were added in order to make her appear more ordinary and to congeal better with reality. This is stuff like her legs being a bit chubbier, and apparently her butt was made bigger. People's dislike of Eileen is not down to her design though, but rather how she is implemented as an AI partner. While I have some reservations myself, I am still willing to come to bat for her. We had seen AI partners before, specifically Maria in the second game, but the implementation is different this time around. For one, Eileen cannot die, so we might think we don't need to pay any attention to her while in combat. But just because she doesn't die doesn't mean you can ignore her. If you allow her to be beat up too much and don't fight off against the corrupting effect which the otherworld has on her, you'll get a bad ending. This is a bit like how the multiple endings in Silent Hill 2 worked, except there it was attached to the player character, not an ally, and I think that works better because the player can reasonably be expected to keep track of and manage the dude they're playing as. Making sure the NPC is doing good is kind of a crapshoot depending on how cooperative their AI decides to be in a given sequence and how well designed those sequences are in terms of allowing for the player and the AI partner to get through them without taking damage. All in all, I think making Eileen immortal was probably the right way to go. I usually err on the side of allowing the player to eat all of the consequences of play, but since the ghost enemies here can't be killed, there are times in combat when running away is the best option, and unless this could be communicated to the Eileen AI in a way that gets her to execute on the command, having to take care of her would probably not play as well. And even if we could communicate this to her, I think it would still be risky to have her be killable, considering the amount of unkillable enemies. It ultimately reduces the pulls which the game has to direct the terror to have Eileen not be able to take damage, but for the game this is, I think changing it up this way was the right call. Not so sure about the room transitions though. In Silent Hill 2, when you interacted with a door to swap rooms, Maria would teleport in there with you. Here, Eileen has to be within a fixed radius of the player when he triggers the room transition, or else she'll stay behind in the room and wait for you to pick her up again. The best justification for this approach, I can figure, is that it adds decision making since the player can choose to abandon Eileen in a given room in case they want to clear out some enemies without needing to worry about her well-being. But I think that's something that could have been done by including a command screen where the player asks her to stand still, and I also don't love this justification because the worst thing you can do to Eileen is to leave her alone for too long. When she takes damage and when she is abandoned, the blood texture on her grows and she gets more and more corrupted. Just like the apartment does, and like the apartment, you need to use holy candles to purify her. What I will say, in Eileen's defense, is that I like how she wasn't implemented as a naked obstacle, and that the considerations for her seem to always be justified by an appeal to having the player think about her as a character they should care about. It's bad to leave her alone with enemies, but then, if you care about her at all, you wouldn't do that. It's bad to see her get more and more possessed and start emulating the behaviors of the ghosts because you care about her, and because you care, you spend the resources necessary to help her out. From a pure gameplay perspective, Eileen is a mixed bag, but conceptually, I think every choice associated with her can be justified, but this goes back to what I just said a few minutes ago. Just like how context can impact play, play can impact context. Just because the player is given reasons to care about Eileen, it doesn't follow they'll swallow her painful integration into the gameplay. Rather, most will just not develop any attachment to her because the gameplay is king. We're in the forest world now, so I'd like to talk a bit about the logic mechanics of the puzzles here. The forest world is my least favorite area in this game, and right now we're solving my least favorite puzzle in the franchise. I don't have much to say about the narrative ramifications of collecting doll pieces or what this might mean for the underlying themes or whatnot, but since this is a fairly lengthy puzzle, I think we could have a talk about hard locks and the logic underpinning the game. Because the puzzles in these games unlock in a fairly fixed progression, and because there's almost always only one correct solution, every lock on progress has to be playtested around to ensure that hard locking doesn't become a problem. Easy implementations to minimize this threat are universally banning the player from dropping key items and making sure that puzzles which involve movable pieces can be reset so that the player does not accidentally align those pieces in a configuration which cannot be undone. For example, if, in some adventure game or something, you could push a block but not pull it, you could theoretically push it into a corner and be unable to move it again. The way locks on progress are configured in Silent Hill, where there's almost always only the one correct solution, means hard locking yourself in the actual progress point is rare and is usually just because of a bug where the next sequence didn't load properly or the next item needed to open up a new path didn't spawn. The logic behind the puzzle solving here is Boolean, so there's less testing that's needed to make sure they're functional, and instead, any instance where the player is blocked from making progress would probably come about instead from an unfortunate state of play owing to the more arithmetic components of the game. Like saving progress when you have no ammo or health left, have 1 health, and have looted everything in the area, and you're about to fight a really difficult boss or something like that. Technically, that's soft locking, since these scenarios are still beatable, but regardless, In the instances I named, the player would probably be better off reloading an earlier save to avoid losing hours to tedious trial and error trying to overcome the situation they found themselves in. For a hypothetical Silent Hill 5, if I had only one wishlist item that I'd have liked to see in it, it would be that it incorporated more arithmetic problem solving. I'm throwing these terms around, so to make sure we're all on the same page, Boolean refers to a solution with a true or false binary, whereas arithmetic problems have as many solutions as the game's systems can provide. The problem 1 plus 1 equals x is Boolean, but the problem x plus y equals 2 is arithmetic. There's only one possible answer for the first problem, but there are an endless number of ways to fulfill the x and y demands of the second equation. The reasons this would be so high on my Silent Hill 5 wishlist are twofold. One, I believe that as a spatial simulation game, it imposes better design principles on the developers because in-game phenomenon, objects, and geometry all have to be conceived of as components of a large interconnected system. And two, because I think it would have been an inevitable must in order to keep making these games as the tech around them evolved and they approximated reality more and more. In this doll collecting puzzle, Henry cannot fish out the doll parts unless we have a light to see what's down there. Already we're stretching believability since Henry's reach is not changed in any way with him acquiring a torch, but I can be forgiving and assume that he doesn't have any logical reason to fish around in the wells, so I'll let that slide. What irks me more is that there is only one accepted light source, and it's not the obvious one. You are supposed to loot the torch and light it in the fires to have a light, but Jasper's ghost is flying around the map and is on fire. He even has vertex lighting on the environment around him, so naturally, when I first played the game, I assumed I was supposed to lure him to the fires and get to the doll parts that way. I'm sure I'm not the only one who instinctually made that connection, and it goes to show how damaging the Boolean approach can be to problem solving. The puzzle asks for a light source, but it doesn't want a light source. It wants a specific light source. If this was designed from the ground up to be an arithmetic puzzle, any light source would do, and instead of the ask being that you find the torch, you would just need to apply your knowledge of the game's systems and make light happen. This requires the developers to be very concise about what the puzzles ask for and to accurately flag the interactions in the game appropriately across every single input the player can make and every single interaction they can generate. But as much work as that is, it's work which opens up the expressive range of the player, and it's work which you also need to do when you have Boolean problems. Except there, instead of clearly marking what interactions mean and what effects they generate, developers need to do environmental design based around extracting elements which could be conceived of as a solution to the level's puzzles in order to not confuse the player. For the well puzzle, my second instinct was not the torch either. I figured that since there was a parked car in one of these rooms, I could probably turn it on and have its headlights light up the areas somewhat. Whichever way Silent Hill 5 would have developed, arithmetic or state Boolean, if there was a puzzle like the well puzzle, I think an overhaul to the design process would have been needed moving from this game. If it stayed Boolean, then the developers should have removed all instances the player could conceivably think of as light sources, and if it moved to arithmetic design, overhaul the interactions and clearly define what effects they generate. I'm not just putting this on a hypothetical wish list to voice a grievance I have with one of the game's puzzles. I think this is where Silent Hill would have gone, and I think the drastic increase in dynamic directorial techniques, which I've discussed already, and the amount of movable pieces in the gauntlets, like the cells in the water prison world or the train carts in the subway world, indicate, to me at least, that the developers wanted the player to interact with the world more, and to do that coherently, I think arithmetic thinking would have eventually become part of the license's identity. And I think it's a good fit, especially when you consider the survival aspect of the survival horror genre packaging. I'm not suggesting that Silent Hill should have become an immersive sim franchise, where the player broke the puzzles by stacking crates, just that a bit of variety might have gone down well. If the solution to the puzzles were less hard-coded and instead were something which could be generated by the systems the player has access to at all or nearly all times, then hard-coded and tightly directed sequences like the series had would have broken down and new approaches which were more flexible would have been needed. Even in a limited capacity, this overhaul might have benefited the gauntlets. So imagine if each one had a new system. That way, each one would differentiate itself from the others by how their unique quirk enables player expression. Also, that way you can still have the player go through the same sequences to get the component pieces of the solution, but at the end the player pieces the solution together in different ways, and maybe the sequences where he acquires access to the area's systems, maybe those sequences are open-ended enough to allow the player to weave them together in more ways than one. I'll note though that I can't really remember times in the series prior to this game where I was sure I'd found an answer to a puzzle and still made no progress, and felt like the solution I came up with ought to still have been valid once I found the solution the game was asking for. Mostly, the puzzles before were asking for very specific items and effects, so a rubber ball or a fire, and those are harder to generate with the core systems. Maybe the problem here is just that light is so nebulous and universally spawned that making it the demand just makes the Boolean logic of the well puzzle more evident, and if so, the problem I have with this is not the actual challenge but the framing. Still, I think in a Silent Hill 5, arithmetic would have been the way to go. As much as we credit the creatives when it comes to the way these games come together, it's important to remember that the game we get is never the game they wanted to make, it's the compromise they were able to put out. Maybe more than any other franchise, Silent Hill showcases the benefit of completely dropping ego and making the best of the impositions its presentation has. Silent Hill 4 is all about changes and branching the license out from the formula the developers had been incrementing on since the very first game. They got to the game they had there because they embraced the limitations they were working under. You know about the fog and draw distance. The fact that you are a human being living in the year of our Lord, whatever your year is, and the fact that you're interested enough in Silent Hill to be watching this video, and the fact that I already talked about it earlier when we were in the forest world the first time, don't think I forgot, means that you know the fog is there to hide faraway objects, geometry, and enemies because the PlayStation can only draw so much material on screen at a time, and the high-quality presentation in the foreground could not be achieved without severely masking the rendering output in the background. But this is far from the only technical workaround that made its way deep into the franchise's DNA. Another Silent Hill staple is the small rooms and how room transitions are just for the player. What this means for the experience is that there's a gamble to entering an area because you never know what's on the other side. Sometimes we're vomited into a group of enemies in a really cramped space, but in case you're being overwhelmed in a hallway or some other place, the gamble might be worth it because there might be an empty room for you to catch your breath in. Might even find some ammo or healing supplies in there. This is a rule which Silent Hill 4 breaks. In this one, certain enemies can move between rooms as well. In the forest world, Walter and Jasper's burning ghost did just that. This feature actually seems like a workaround to a workaround, and there's probably some trick to having those enemies be able to follow the player across loading screens that doesn't involve an upgraded rendering engine which allows the game to hold those enemies in memory at all times. The small rooms here, like the small rooms in earlier games, are almost certainly downstream of the game needing to dump areas the player is not in out of memory so that the area they are in can be rendered without insane amounts of lag. And my guess for how enemies chasing us through rooms works is that they aren't rendered outside of our view, but instead there's some game manager object which adopts responsibility for managing those enemies, using exclusively variables because those are cheaper to process. I'm not a data miner though, so don't take this guess as gospel. In a setup where every enemy could have followed the player between rooms, it would hypothetically have been possible in previous games and in this one to have 10 or 20 of them in tow, which I think would have the console working overtime. So instead, enemies in these games, up until this one, were just never coded to be able to transition between rooms, and the areas were designed around the player intuiting room transitions as a gamble of safety or greater danger. It's artificial feeling, but it makes for a great way to design enemy encounters in a survival horror game. Assuming enemies are not rendered at all times, and instead have their status and positions and such all stored as variables which the game can fetch when it needs to render them again, having Walter and the ghosts move between rooms is probably done by just having some room manager object or world manager object keep track of variables representing enemies at all times, and when it notices the player just left a room which these guys were in, or if it decides they have the ability to enter the room the player is in, the object will just overwrite those variables and spawn those enemies where the player is from some fixed locations. Whether or not the game has a big list of world variables and the state of enemies and items is handled by updating the info in that list, whatever system the game actually uses, I would assume that Eileen is managed with it as well. When the player is traveling with her, her location in a given map is locked, and if the player exits the room they're in while she is not within a fixed vicinity of Henry, she'll be locked in that location until the player fetches her again. Actually, the game wouldn't need to update her location variable in every step, it would be enough to do it when the player interacts with the door. So if she's within the transition vicinity, overwrite her data and have her location be the room the player is going to go into, and if she's not within the vicinity, keep her map data but overwrite her coordinates with her location at the point the player selected to move between rooms. We're in the water prison world now, and it also showcases Walter running through doors to follow the player. Like a lot of the features which I've been discussing for the past few minutes, I think the enemies following the players is one of those, it's more interesting conceptually than in execution type of deals. If you look at the creative aims of the game, you'd have to really try to argue against this implementation, because Silent Hill 4 is about invading spaces of safety. Before this game, Silent Hill had always used room transitions to clearly delineate between areas of danger and safety, and now enemies are going to be given the ability to move between rooms and invade the area the player considers safe. Conceptually, this is about as Galaxy Brain an addition to the license this game could have made considering its creative theme. But the old setup had knock-on effects on the minute-to-minute of the tension cycle. There, because room transitions could clearly delineate between safety and not, there was a consistent and reliable schema the player could apply to navigating through the environments. That schema doesn't apply here because you don't have full knowledge of when you are and are not safe. That might sound like a good approach for a horror game to take, but downtime is so important, and relegating it mostly to the apartment, while functional and great at getting the player to associate it with a feeling of safety, has some drawbacks. I've praised the apartment, and none of what I'm about to say should be taken as a knock against it, but because the player gradually becomes unable to know for a fact when they are safe except when they are in there, and even then, they aren't really allowed to breathe, and the experience can be a bit overwhelming. Something which compounds to make that problem more acute is how the climaxes to the gauntlets are missing. If this were a movie, discovering the corpses of the NPCs might be enough to end the sequences on, but for a game, the experience is in the player's hands, and the tension release should be as well. The developers talked about this in their post-mortem in the What Went Wrong section. It reads, "Absence of mid-level bosses. It was disappointing that we couldn't add any mid-level bosses simply because we didn't have enough staff. We felt that the game stood well enough without them, but as we feared, it became a game that lacked catharsis. It has to be said, mid-level bosses are an important element of any action game. By fighting mid-level bosses, the player experiences a sense of achievement and exhilaration at key points in the game. That tension compels players to keep moving forwards. It's really unfortunate that we weren't able to budget the time for our programming staff to make even one mid-level boss. I think this hurt the game, as players wander through it without enough challenging fights at strategic points." It makes it difficult for the player to see what he or she has accomplished. This distinct lack of closure from the levels makes the experience more meandering, since the tension built up in the other world just sort of fizzles out instead of being properly released. Release does not have to include a boss, though. My favorite horror gaming moment, coming up soon, is not a boss fight, but it serves as a climax to our time in Apartment 302, and more moments like that one might have been enough to smooth out the flow of the tension cycle. As much love as I have for the more experimental style of Silent Hill 4 and the weird ways its systems often come together masterfully, the best moments in the game, I think, tend to be the ones which are designed with the old traditional style. On that traditional style, earlier in the commentary, when I was discussing the first-person perspective, I made note of how the combat was the deciding factor for not implementing it sooner. I think this is pretty revealing about how the developers approached designing combat and the combat encounters. The relevant quotes from that part of the postmortem were, in terms of weaponry, the Silent Hill games primarily featured objects used for clubbing enemies, which are very difficult to incorporate into a first-person mode, and for the action sequences in the other world, the view shifts back to a third-person perspective, since it would be way too hard to fight enemies in first-person mode. Seeing as combat was such a big component of why they had not pulled the trigger on this perspective before, it's weird to consider how much the developers chose to make it more the point in the scenario direction this time around. It's also interesting how melee-centered it is, but all of those decisions can be justified. We can make note of how the survival horror mechanics play into the combat and combat encounters. We can look at how it directs the player's interaction with enemies, or rather how the intended interactions direct the combat, but other justifications that are also worth considering are the changes in level design priorities and the need to have a floor to the combat, just to name some. Tackling these in order, Silent Hill 4, being the most action-oriented of the Silent Hill games, does not mean it has the most action, just that action is much more the pronounced activity in the gauntlets compared to previous games. Also, compared to previous games, the arsenal here is really lacking. This is interesting considering the revamped focus on combat. We have 2 guns. 3 if we're being generous and counting the buck spray. 4 if we count the New Game Plus submachine gun, which only Eileen can use. For the sake of this talk, however, we're not counting the buck spray, because it's not a gun, and we're not counting the submachine gun because it doesn't actually use ammo, so it isn't linked to the resource management system outside of taking space in our inventory. Also, the buck spray doesn't take ammo, but I figured it not being a gun is why it shouldn't count as a gun. The pistol and the revolver are the only long-range weapons we have access to, and they both require munitions which need to be scrounged around to find, and need to be carefully conserved because they disappear fast. The resource limitation mechanics in these games had always been health and ammo, and here they add things like the even rarer revolver ammo, silver bullets, the ghost sealing swords, the saint medallions, and the candles. But as it turns out, more resources to have the player stress about is not enough to elicit the emotion more. One reason I think this is the case is because in this game, once you get close to the halfway point, there's just a lot more ghost enemies, and since you can't down them for good, it doesn't make sense to waste resources on them, so most players end up running past them. And for the candles, their primary utility is in the apartment, and once the player needs them, they'll have lost the passive healing of the apartment, so they don't spend as much time there as they did in the early game anyways. It's just a stop players make when they want to save progress. For combat, resource management is not less present in its implementation, but it has less presence because the way enemies work makes engagement suboptimal, and it nudges players to not engage with the system as much as in previous games. Also, and I repeat myself, the gun selection is incredibly small, so there's not the constant swapping around and adjusting your playstyle to the resources you happen to stumble upon like there was in the previous games. Just pick whatever melee weapon, you like the best and stick with it. One justification for why the combat is more melee-focused this time around is how a lessened emphasis on ranged weapons forces the player to get in there and expose themselves more to enemy attacks. Remember, enemies, for the most part, don't have ranged attacks, and their only interaction with us is to try and hurt us. Because they, for the most part, need close physical proximity to actually land their blows, the developers needed to give the player a reason for getting close to them, or else the game would become about not facing the enemies. That's an attitude which can deliver great experiences in horror games, but two things. Firstly, with the franchise's tank control legacy, there just would not have been a way to design these games adequately where the point was to not face enemies and not take damage. The movement wasn't fluid enough for that, and getting nicked when the expectation is avoidance is gonna feel sacky and unfulfilling and annoying when the mechanics just did not allow you to perform any better than you did. The legacy of this movement system runs deep into the level design, the enemy encounters, the ethos of the survival horror and resource management, and yes, it affects how melee-focused the combat is. When enemies are something that the player is going to have to tangle with, melee makes sense as a sort of last-ditch way to quickly deal damage while running from one mob to another, or when trying to make your way past something. The second reason not facing the enemies is not an acceptable way for this game to be formatted is that, spiritually, it is not Silent Hill's attitude that the horrors should win out. In these games, the fear is always there to be confronted and overcome. The tight levels meant you'd not always be able to run past the enemies, and since the player will be up in their business, giving them melee options just makes sense. You might think that the opening up of the levels in the game and the removal of darkness and fog might mean that the encounters can be tuned more around ranged combat or the player running from encounters, and while in practice the latter is how much of the experience comes to be characterized, it's not really by choice. If it was, ghost enemies would not barricade choke points and stunlock you 3 times in a row. Stunlock me 3 times in a row. Not gonna put that on you if you're better at the game than me. But yeah, if the point was avoiding enemies, then stuff like that wouldn't be an issue. In theory, the new level design principles allow for these different ways to engage, but in practice, the game can actually afford even less ranged combat than before because the enemies don't have a lot of places to hide anymore. There's no cover other than being out of view or around corners. Enemies here don't crouch or look for cover in any intelligent way, and even if they did, the player's lock-on largely ruins for this to be a way to design encounters, so to have the encounters have any presence here, you can see how limiting gunplay might have been a smart idea. Limit the resources so much that the player has no choice but to run past enemies or duke it out. And not one or the other as much as which one in this specific instance of combat. The final justification I gave for the heavy consideration for melee in the combat was that the combat needed to have a floor, and what I mean by that is that the player cannot run out of the steel pipe. Ammo can be spent, so the player needs some way to always be able to deal damage, and the trade-off they make with the melee weapons is having to expose themselves more to get some licks in. We've just finished fighting Andrew's ghost and looted his key. This is the only ghost enemy in the entire game that must be downed, so unless you're paying attention when you're solving the puzzles, you'd probably not figure to try it and fight him based purely on the way you've been playing, since that's been the suboptimal way of dealing with every ghost until now. I like that the developers gave us a little cutscene before we fought him, since it sort of highlighted that he was a special ghost, but they did the same for Cynthia and Jasper, so I don't think it necessarily reads as, you have to beat this guy, as much as it does, here's another ghost of a character you met earlier. I talked about the game's logic mechanics a few minutes ago, and while the outcome is always Boolean and fairly simplistic, I do appreciate this attitude Silent Hill has to the frame. If you do not pay attention, you do not get through. There's a case to be made that opening up the problem solving like I talked about would undermine this and allow some players to make progress even though they didn't actually solve the puzzles, but just because they managed to cobble together some outcome from the systems and the game had been designed to accept that outcome as valid. Since we've picked Eileen up again, we're going to be leaving the water prison world. Before moving on though, I'd like to say that I hope I haven't been coming across as a downer or a cynical asshole for these first few Otherworld revisits. It unfortunately is the biggest casualty of the cumulative design choices of the game, and there's no way around talking about that that's still an honest discussion on the game. I'm not making these observations from a place of an outraged or hysterical fanboy who feels betrayed by it or anything like that, and for what it's worth, I think this is the most valuable horror game ever made if you're purely looking at it as a resource. If you are intending to make a horror game yourself, and you can study only one game to get some ideas to toy around with, I don't think there is any game with as much to offer as Silent Hill 4 has. There's a lot of games which will cite Silent Hill as an influence. My game, Snails Have Skeletons, free demo and wishlist link in the description, by the way, show me some love, my game Snails Have Skeletons included. But when they say this, usually they mean Silent Hill 2. And if they don't, they probably just mean the original trilogy, because stylistically it's hard to fit this one into its predecessor's mold. But that's precisely why I think it's such a fertile ground for research and iterations. For one, a lot of its more out there concepts, the ones that landed and the ones that didn't, function in such alien ways that if you just rip them off wholesale and put a new coat of paint over them, it's still going to feel much more unique to play simply because no other horror game has flown this close to the sun. To get an idea for how expressive this game is, imagine any of its systems dialed to 11 and you're imagining a completely different game. If every enemy was a ghost enemy, you have a Silent Hill game with the most oppressive combat arguably ever implemented in any game ever. If you imagine the apartment dialed up to 11, you're imagining the most expressive locked box in the world, which needs to build up and deliver on sequences with an incredibly limited space. If you standardized one enemy in previous games, it would just make that game less interesting. If you imagine previous Silent Hill games being set in just one location, I think it would pretty quickly become quite exhausting without massive overhauls to every other mechanic. For the record, I'm not saying that randomly spinning the wheel on how Silent Hill 4 presents itself would make for a better game, just that it has so many weird and out-of-the-box ideas for how to present itself that any configuration you make would at the very least be conceptually interesting, and that if you honed in on that new setup for a new game, it would probably not play like anything else on the market. I'd say that actually is a good way to describe Silent Hill 4 in general, and that is its biggest strength as a work of art. It is a continuation of a highly refined style of survival horror games, which is ripped apart and merged with an experimental first-person claustrophobic mustache twirler. You can argue that the creative choices made are oftentimes baffling, but that might also be downstream of how unlike anything else this game is, and how you can't really plan for this because there had never been anything really like this before to model this game on. It's such a wholly unique beast, and we might never get this again. A massively beloved franchise doing a 180 and firing on all cylinders in an attempt to boldly reinvent itself. We are back in the building world now, and something I didn't get around to talking about when we were here earlier is how this is a massive and incredibly incoherent level layout-wise. Silent Hill gets away with more abstract level layouts than most franchises, even though it is fairly conservative applying this license across the series, at least before this game. The areas we visited used to be standard, familiar places of safety made into places of discomfort and dread. Schools, malls, hospitals, amusement parks, apartments, sewers. Here, however, the locations are way more out there, and the actual layouts of the levels are as well. Which means it's a good time to discuss a phenomenon often encountered in level design called decision fatigue. The basic idea is that the more decisions a person has to make, the sloppier their decision-making becomes. Applied to level design, this crops up in how you situate the player in the world, and how many choke points, doorways, and turns you ask them to make in a given setting. Because each one of those is mentally flagged by the player as a decision. When you have two separate headings in front of you, you have to choose one or the other. When a path is broken up by open doorways, You choose to go in there. The more of these choices a player is asked to make, the more disoriented they can become, and in a gauntlet setup like in Zelda or Silent Hill, where we are locked inside of a big puzzle box and asked to solve it before being allowed to go out again into a less restrictive world. In a gauntlet setup like that, players can find themselves having a much more coherent playstyle in the early portion than the latter ones, because they haven't been drained of their mental energy yet. We're watching the meetings of the two Walters now, and I think the fact that they exist at these two distinct stages kind of supports the read that young Walter represents who he was before having Valtiel implanted into his mind, and that adult Walter is who he became after. Walter's childlike need for his mother was perverted by the Holy Mother sect of the cult in order to fulfill its mission of rebirthing God through the Conjurer. In the forest world, there was text sprawled across the rocks and trees. Eileen could read it, and it goes, October 1st, he told me I could write whatever I wanted because nobody will ever see it. I like to write, my teacher taught me how. October 2nd, I played with Bob, it was fun, but I went too far and he got angry. October 3rd, I played with Bob again, I went even further this time. If Eileen is possessed, when she reads these messages, she'll sometimes add a little writer to the sections, and the one here goes, I went even further this time, there was a huge rock. It was really cool, he beat me up after it. October 4th, my cheek hurts, I hate him. October 5th, I got hit again, I didn't do anything wrong, I wish he was dead. October 6th, tomorrow is book study in the chapel, if I can't read well, I'll wind up like John, I'm really scared. October 13th, I finally got outside, John is still stuck in that round cell, I hope I read well tomorrow. October 14th, I did a good job reading today, I was so happy, but the 21 sacraments for the descent of the Holy Mother was hard. October 15th, Bob is gone, nobody will tell me what happened, I bet, and Eileen will add, I bet he did it, Andrew. October 16th, some important people came today, one of them and Eileen adds, one of them was a lady named Dahlia. October 17th, the important lady told me my mother was asleep in Ashfield. I have a mother too, I'm so happy. I want to see my mother. Where is Ashfield anyway? October 18th, I have to stay in the round cell even if I read well tomorrow. If I do it, God will be happy, so I will do it. He comes into the round cell a lot to visit, but it's okay, I guess. October 21st, Sunday is the day I leave the round cell to read the book. I read very well today. If I can do a good job reading the 21 sacraments for the descent of the Holy Mother, I can meet my mother. The important lady told me that, but tomorrow I'm going to the round cell again. October 28th, I have to take a train or something to get to Ashfield. Everyone says Ashfield is a scary place, but I really want to see my mommy. February 10th, I went to visit Ashfield again. Again, and Eileen adds, again, I couldn't find mommy. Some mean girls in the train said mean stuff to me. I got scared, he beat me again, too. March 17th, I went to Ashfield again, it was my 4th time. Just like last time, the city is scary, and the apartment where my mother is has a scary guy in it. If I can just read the 21 sacraments for the Holy Mother thing, I can be with her. What I think is interesting about this lore is that Dahlia Gillespie directly intervened in Walter's upbringing and spurred the creation of his delusion that the apartment is his mother. We know that the different sects of the cult were not friendly to one another. The Valtiel sect, founded by the guy whose ghost we just fought in Henry's bedroom, by the way, was specifically created to mediate the differences between the Holy Mother sect and Dahlia's Holy Woman sect. And the idea here might be that since Walter was being groomed to perform the 21 sacraments to rebirth God, that Dahlia gave Walter the idea about the apartment in order to ruin the plans of the Holy Mother sect. She had her own idea for how to rebirth God, and judging by how zealous she is, she probably didn't want to suffer competition or alternate interpretations which she'd have considered heresy. The cult was destroyed at the end of the 3rd game, but the only sect we saw there was the lingering remnant of the Holy Woman sect led by Claudia, so it might be that Dahlia actually succeeded in destroying the other sects. Of course, we know in lore that it was actually Walter who killed the leaders of the Valtiel sect and the Holy Mother sect, but I can't help but think that Dahlia's intervention in his childhood is more than just the game name-dropping her. I think she was deliberately trying to sabotage the rival sects, and judging by the results, she succeeded. And now, the only thing left of the cult would be Heather, who wants nothing to do with it, and Walter, who is using the cult's teachings to his own ends. Because of how thoroughly destroyed the cult is at this point, I think in a hypothetical Silent Hill 5, which had opted to reuse the cult, I think the only way of doing it would be to have the player travel some wounded memory of the cult which lingers in the other world. Because I think the actual cult would be hard to bring back in any capacity. Back on the topic of decision fatigue, I noted that choosing between choke points and splits in navigation can become taxing to the player because they mentally log every choice and they only have so much mental bandwidth to hold the choices in memory. This eventually leads to sloppy decision making as exploration goes on. And this talk is relevant to the building world because it has a lot of decision points and its size and complex abstract layout can make for a bad time navigating the area. But I think there's some cool tricks here which minimize this potential hazard. For one, while there are a lot of branching points and geometry is cobbled together in a hard to mentally map out way, the actual rooms are fairly distinct, so you're not connecting office space 1 to office space 2 to hallway 1 to office space 3 to hallway 2 in your head. You're connecting exterior stairway to apartment to street to sewer to elevator. I think the room variety helps the areas not melt together into hard to navigate soup. And I think it's interesting to think about the ramifications of the combat encounters in the context of this area, considering how incoherent its layout is. The enemies we fight in the building world are placed with more or less the same level of consideration as before, but because the geometric makeup of the place is so wild, I think it's even harder to map out than it otherwise would be. And so if the rooms here were just stacked together one after the other, the continuity of levels in the player's head might quickly be broken. But having them stop to dispose of enemies slows them down and allows the location to set in. In a weird way, it's the navigation which is the taxing element here, and it's the combat that's the tension release valve, which is the opposite of how this usually works. Still, there's a lot of choke points here and branching paths, and no matter how elegantly the presentation around them is designed, players care more about their choices early on because they haven't been made to exhaust themselves by then. Decision fatigue is sort of inevitable when there are so many paths to travel, and this is actually a point in favor of the game's Boolean logic mechanics. Having a true or false binary to the puzzles and having the task be to flip those, so reach a certain area to advance the plot, find a certain item, input a certain code, etc., keeps the challenge simple. Adding complexity to the progression design of the story on top of the already complex navigation might have made things a bit overwhelming, and however elegantly designed, it might not actually deliver on its spooks and set pieces if the bloated number of choices the player had to cycle through in their heads had overwhelmed them to the point of exhaustion. Players should want choices, but there is such a thing as too much of a good thing, and oftentimes good design can come down to discipline and, like I've discussed so much already, framing. There's a balancing act here, but omitting choices which detract from the experience or which just fatigue the player is good design. Call it removing obstacles to engagement. I'm sure you've heard about how casinos don't have clocks to not let people keep track of how long they've spent in there, but another principle they often apply is the foregoing of choke points with sharp angles, which ask gamblers to mentally make choices. Spaces are instead laid out with gentle extended curves, and there's not a lot of landmarks to give gamblers their relative location in order to not remind them of how far they've already traveled. I should note, though, that just because psychologists have a name for a phenomenon, that doesn't mean it's inherently a bad thing. The most successful casino in Las Vegas history, the Bellagio, specifically rejects this design principle and aims instead for opulence and grandeur. The theory being that the other approach makes more dingy and depressing spaces that tire people from how disgusting and disorganized they look. The Bellagio's idea is that if people feel like kings, they'll probably stick around longer, and, again, it's the most successful casino in Las Vegas history. Just goes to show that there's more than one way to approach creating engagement in your audience. And in games, this is also true. For example, it became standard practice in the old Ratchet & Clank games, new ones too, I imagine, to try and not have 90-degree turns, because the player would encounter those at such an angle that the camera wouldn't obviously show with what their heading was, and having the player stop for 10 seconds or so to look around and try to find their next heading goes against the intended flow state of those games. But then there's games like Dark Souls, which employ the weirdest geometric angles you can imagine and have so many branching decision points that you quickly become disoriented and lose track of your relative placement in that world. But it works to create the feeling of a grand landscape you can really get lost in, and the relief of finally finding bonfires. Either way of approaching level design is perfectly valid, it's just a question of what emotion or experience you're going for. Silent Hill 4 is constantly meditating on the idea of crossing boundaries and the invasion of personal space. For the approach to geometric layouts here, I think when we invade space, it's always telegraphed well with the apartment numbers and such, so that we know we're about to do that and carry that knowledge with us in the back of our heads somewhere. But applying this analysis to the rest of Silent Hill 4's levels, I think there's generally good flow from area to area, and with a few exceptions, players aren't being needlessly disoriented. If anything, I'd argue that places like the forest world and the subway suffer from having not enough complexity relative to how expansive their layouts can be. If you've felt a sense of growing decision fatigue while playing, it might not be down to the actual levels, but how they're glued together with the apartment. Since there's no big stretch of time in an open area where you're allowed to decompress a bit, I think the time spent in the gauntlets actually melds a bit too much together, and the fatigue built up in one area rolls over to the next one as well. This might be a point in favor of having the gauntlets be more simplistic than what came before, since too much complexity back to back at the rate you travel through the game might just have been too overwhelming, but I think adding more quiet time in between those gauntlets would still have been preferred. A tactic that almost always works to thread your way through the old Silent Hill gauntlets was wall hugging. Simply put, when you enter an area, choose either the left or right wall and stay glued to it all throughout. This might force you to loop the entire area a few times, but assuming there's no rooms disconnected from the outermost walls, and assuming there's also no staircase, just in the middle of a room with no wall connected to it or a hole, this will always work. Those exceptions break the rule because they only operate when navigating three-dimensional space. But in a two-dimensional maze, where entrance and exits both connect to the outermost walls and are not islands in the maze somewhere, the maze can be designed as two separate spaces, positioned close to each other, but never connecting. To illustrate, here you have two rectangles with a straight path in the middle. That disconnected path is always the most optimal way of clearing the maze, and regardless of how complex the shapes become, because those shapes have to have connected outlines, you can just trace it and make your way through. Here are some images of progressively more and more complex mazes, and beneath them I've cloned them and colored the upper part of the maze blue and the lower part of the maze red to show you what I mean. You're not really going through a maze, you're traveling the outer face of a planar graph. But this rule only applies to two-dimensional mazes because they have to never connect. Silent Hill levels have always been three-dimensional, but before this game that was mostly cosmetic, meaning the spaces had a z-axis, but you very rarely have competing geometry on the x and y axis, but different z-axes in the same room. Usually, you have to actually go through a room transition to stand above a space you can also stand on, and in the older games, stairs usually were attached to walls, so the wall-hugging strategy also applied. It was usually just jumping down holes, where this approach broke down. There are mathematical equations to perfectly solve every conceivable three-dimensional maze, but none are quite as elegant as wall-hugging. There's the breadth-first search strategy, where every branching point is mapped as a node, and every movement option is an edge. BFS calculates every possible connection and can deliver every possible way out. Another strategy is depth-first searching. It's a lot more like wall-hugging, except it tracks one path as far as it can go, and then backtracks when a dead end is reached. Then it tries a different path at the last branching point. Eventually, a solution is guaranteed, but mentally this is an incredibly exhausting way to do 3D pathfinding. Another solution, the one most often applied in video game pathfinding, is A*. It works very similarly to how breadth first searching does, except it makes connections on the nodes based on how close they are to the exit. So, on a grid, the nodes will have the absolute shortest line drawn between them. Then, if there is an obstacle blocking the way, the path will be ignored and a more expensive one will be tried. This loops until a path is finally found which works. The reason this is used in video game pathfinding and not the other ones is that this guarantees the shortest path, and because it has the least amount of math associated with it. Not as important today, perhaps, but there was a time when wasting processing power calculating 1,000 non-viable paths through a maze was not acceptable. There are times in pathfinding where you don't want to exclusively rely on a creature or character having a system to navigate the world with, but instead want to hard-code certain paths and teach their navigation to prioritize those given certain factors being accurate. For example, the GPS you use while driving probably uses some modified version of A* where certain paths are weighed down at certain times to adjust for expected traffic. There's no simple low mental bandwidth cost heuristic like wall hugging for navigating 3D spaces where you can just gently apply a simple strategy and get to the ending. And since the idea with a maze is that you don't have access to the exit or the entire layout of the path ahead, the only one of these strategies that's open to the player is depth-based searching. And in application, it means ignoring all paths that alter elevation until you're reasonably sure you've exhausted the C-plane you're currently in. It's time-intensive, and it doesn't necessarily make for good gameplay, but the conflict of intended experience versus player optimization is as old as time itself, and it probably can't be solved without some big overhauls to how we approach game design. We are fighting the one truth boss right now, and it's kind of notorious for ruining Eileen runs because these guys can throw out a lot of damage relatively quickly, and this boss can take longer than most players would like it to. The gimmick is that there are 12 of these descending and ascending screens with wallman kind of enemies on them. 11 are immortal, but one can be killed, and when he is damaged, every other wallman takes damage along with him to communicate to the player that they've found the one truth. The correct one is randomized, so it's harder to optimize the encounter than it otherwise might be. Not undoable though, since there are still other factors which can be tuned around. In case you can't tell, I'm kind of fascinated with the idea of how player optimization often grinds against the intended experience. Any piece of gameplay that involves skill or which can be performed differently invites optimization. I just talked about it in the context of pathfinding, but the basic idea is always the same. You mark the start and end of the thing you're trying to optimize, and then fill in every node of possible interaction and connect beginning and end with those nodes in as economic a way as you possibly can. Ideally, you'd be optimizing the experience without hollowing out its core and making it congeal to the best way to play, but in practice, optimization is more about using better weapons, losing less health, taking less damage, and moving through these spaces faster. There are games where this sort of optimization really brings out the best of them, a lot of dedicated action games actually, but if you play Silent Hill like this, you'd be robbing yourself of what makes Silent Hill special. There are ways of clamping down on the ability for the player to optimize and reinserting the intended atmosphere back. Instead of allowing players to become familiar with a map and know their heading, the map could auto-generate around them at every step to congeal with the demands of story. It would stay cosmetically accurate, but the actual layout would not be preserved except in special cases where the player is expected to know their way around an area. The issue with that formulation, outside of how complex it is to generate and how the handcrafted levels still etch the generated ones out by a large margin, the issue is that players are then navigating around progression blocks instead of that and geometry. So progress is determined by proximity to items and choke points, which is already how things work today, meaning the way spatial navigation masks the artificial boundaries of video game storytelling would be largely diminished. Another issue crops up when you consider that players maybe should not be deterred from optimizing a game they paid money for. I'm less sympathetic to that argument though, because I think the work should exist as an expression of creative intent, and not just as a toy that can be pulled apart and reassembled at will. Movies are not delivered in clip form for the audience to assemble as they want. Everyone understands and respects that the structure it's released in is every bit as important to the storytelling as the scenes themselves. Likewise, you don't tear out pages in a book and staple them together in new ways. You can do both in both of these cases, rearrange the pieces to fit your desires, but most people don't do that, and I think it sort of speaks to how games are still something that can contain a story but not tell a story. In the case of Silent Hill, this is accurate. The story doesn't really come together or respond dynamically to gameplay. When I recorded with Chris Crawford, he said that he doesn't believe spatial navigation has any role in interactive storytelling, and his reasoning was very solid. It's a mechanical process, not a dramatic one, and the demands of story doesn't have any coherent reason to be constrained by geometry. If it's time for the protagonist and antagonist to finally clash, it doesn't matter how far they are apart. Only video games insist on this process as essential, but movies, books, whatever, they can just have the character jump around time and space because the idea is not to simulate a linear sequence of actions, but to tell a story connected through emotion and human drama. For the record, I think he's absolutely right, but I also think it's possible to do interactive storytelling in a game that allows players to inhabit simulated spaces, and I think throwing the baby out with the bathwater is perhaps not the best approach. Navigating simulated space is an activity which games can offer, and realizing how to use this for storytelling is probably more valuable for distinguishing our medium than abandoning it would be. Moving from one space to another is a choice. The narrative which unfurls around that choice can be made to be independent from space, but it can also be designed to have meaning. Spatial navigation as a storytelling device might be limited to how paths chosen relate to higher-level narrative decision-making, and so they could be represented by more abstracted prompts that forego the potentially lengthy walking sections and get to hone in on the human drama, but just like how conceiving of interactive storytelling without the need for spatial simulation can open the doors to design practices which contemporary game design philosophies prevent, spatial navigation can yield downstream effects on the overall experience which cannot be obtained without it. Particularly atmosphere. No medium can really build atmosphere quite like games can, because no other medium can put you in the action. The closest runner-up would probably be theater, but even then, there's a clear boundary separating audience from the dramatic events. Walking down a hallway might not be an impressive piece of storytelling, but it isn't a waste of time either, and the Silent Hill series is arguably the greatest showing of how spatial simulation can be used to create an intense and suffocating atmosphere. For example, this is the third variation of the apartment. The build-up Room 302 does for my favorite horror gaming moment of all time, coming up in a few minutes, is largely downstream of the game being able to make sure that the player has gone through the mechanical process of visiting the apartment over and over again. I really like this sequence, right before the big moment. I like that this build-up has us read the same notes which Joseph read in the beginning of the game, and has us read his observations from that sequence as red notes as well. I also like how completely different from any of the other part of the game this variation of the apartment looks like. I think the perspective shift also helps sell the otherness of this space, since we've thus far only had the first-person view. Also, that it's differently lit and colored, and that there are candles everywhere, brings back the perversion of Spaces of Safety theme right before the big moment, because this is our apartment, but it isn't. The one truth boss which capped off the building world wasn't necessarily the greatest fight in the world or anything, but when you consider its role for pacing, it is an insanely well-placed boss. It's a hectic fight sequence which leads to this tuned-out, almost noiseless exploration of Room 302 of the past. Joseph is going to tell the player what they need to know about Walter Sullivan's backstory and plans, and he's actually going to repeat himself quite a bit in this cutscene. I don't have much to say about it, we've covered all of this info already, so before we get to my favorite horror game moment of all time, I want to discuss horror in the abstract for a bit. The beginning of the Silent Hill franchise, all the way back in the first game, is a content warning screen and then a main menu cinematic with text that reads, "The fear of blood tends to create fear for the flesh." I interpret this as meaning that fear has a tendency to grow. When you see your blood on the ground, you develop a more general fear for your physical well-being. Once this fear has taken hold, it latches on and justifies itself. It's reasonable to worry about how bad an injury is when you see blood. It is not reasonable to carry that into every component of your life and allow it to dominate you. Fear grows, and it doesn't need to relate back in any coherent way to the birth of that fear. If the blood, in hindsight, wasn't enough to justify an overbearing fear for the flesh, a greater abstract justification will be concocted to take its place. And although it exists only as an emotion, or as a surrender to fear in your own head, it can be as dangerous and destructive as anything short of a murderer in the night. For Silent Hill 4's brand of horror, we have a surprisingly wide spectrum of opinions from the creative team. Hideyuki Fuichi worked on programming the movement of the ghosts and the creatures, and he saw the horror as unbalanced fear born from the uncanny. Your mind has an idea for how things should function, and when those expectations are betrayed, you can go into a sort of fight or flight response, because the fact that you got a read wrong means whatever is in front of you might be something you just can't read. Masato Akiyama handled event programming and saw the horror come from the crushing isolation of the room. You can look outside, but there is no intervention from there. The player is confined to such a restricted space, and it's so oppressive that they'd rather be in the nightmare memories of a serial killer. Composer and producer Akira Yamaoka saw the horror in previous games as the fear you can't see, so fog and darkness had been front and center. But here, it was the fear of being pursued, but not knowing who or what is chasing you. The fear of being hunted. Clearly, even before we knew anything about Walter Sullivan, there was a palpable sense that some force was angling to reach into room 302 and that there were perhaps plans for Henry. Finally, scenario writer, story guru, and director Suguru Murakoshi saw the fear as the fear of the abnormal. Ordinary things that are just a bit off and the shocks which linger in the heart. The creative leads emphasized the crushing sense of isolation, the fear of being hunted, and the uncanny as the pillars of horror. In the beginning of this game, I made sure to note that the door to room 302 was locked from the inside and that this sneakily gave the entire game away. As the apartment has been more and more erased as a place of safety, as other inhabitants have come, and as its usefulness has turned into a dangerous dependency where every trip back almost certainly guaranteed the depletion of our scarce resources, there's been a revelation unfurling. This is not your home. And also, you are not alone. And also, the door is locked from within the apartment because the person who locked it is still here. With that, I'll let my favorite moment in horror gaming history play out uninterrupted. It was Walter Sullivan all along. And I think this is basically the culmination of the game's core theme. From the postmortem. In thinking about how it might be possible to realize a new type of horror in Silent Hill 4 without destroying the foundations of the series, we arrived at the idea of the horror of being trapped within one's own room. A person's room should be a place of refuge and comfort. We felt that it would be really terrifying to become trapped in that sanctuary and to have that space gradually eroded through a succession of disturbing events. This was our main concept during Silent Hill 4's development. We hoped that it could become a new type of horror game that people had not seen before. Now, tell me, because I'm curious if others feel the way I do. Have you ever had the sort of visceral reaction I had to the reveal of Walter Sullivan's corpse, just a thin wall away from where Henry sleeps, from any sequence in any other horror game you've ever played? We're inching closer to the end game now, so I want to discuss the Keys of Liberation and a couple of diary entries, both from Frank Sunderland, before proceeding. If the reveal of Walter's corpse is my favorite horror gaming moment ever, then using the Keys of Liberation, which Henry loots from Walter's corpse, is probably the most cathartic moment in any horror game I've ever played. The space on the other side is not some grand reveal or anything like that, and it's not like using the keys means we are finally free from the horrors. Far from it. The catharsis is really just in finally being able to open up the door, which has been dangling in front of us throughout the entire game. I also think the ways the locks explode open is really satisfying to watch. Frank Sunderland's diary entries now. The first is about the umbilical cord. The second is the one about the man with the coat. Superintendent's diary, umbilical cord. The red box seems even stranger today. It's giving off a terrible smell. It's disgusting, but I just can't throw it away. It must have been around 30 years ago. That young couple was living in the apartment, but one day they just suddenly disappeared. Ran off just like thieves in the night. I don't know why. It must have been money troubles, or maybe they got themselves into some kind of danger. The problem came after that. They left their newborn baby when they took off. I even found the umbilical cord. I called the ambulance right away and I heard the baby survived, but I don't know what happened to him. Although a few years later, I often saw a young kid hanging around the apartment. One day he just stopped coming by. Now that I think of it, I'll bet he was that abandoned baby. It's a horrible story, abandoning a newborn baby. That all happened in room 302, and the umbilical cord I found there, well, I still can't get myself to throw it away. Superintendent's diary, man with the coat. I had a weird dream today. The one with the man with the long hair and coat. He was crying and looking for his mother again. I saw that man with the coat 10 years ago at this apartment. He was going up the stairs carrying a heavy tool, an old-looking bowl and a bag that was dripping blood. I never saw him again after that. But a few days later the neighbors complained that they heard strange noises coming from the supposedly empty room 302. So I took a look around room 302 and found signs that someone had been in there, but nothing odd other than that. But that's when it all started. I still hear strange noises coming from the window of room 302. In the apartment world revisited section, we can hear memories of the place where we find out that Walter's mother wasn't very enthusiastic about abandoning her son, but she did it anyways because Walter's father pressured her into it. I think the idea of her abandoning the umbilical cord is that she was severing the bond she had with Walter. Because of my exhaustive Bloodborne deep dives over the years, I know that in Japan, nebulously, not like this is something every Japanese person has to believe, but in Japan, there is the belief that the umbilical cord brings good fortune and protection. So it might be that she left the cord behind with Walter out of compassion to give him the best chances of life she could. If that's true, then it might be that Frank Sunderland deciding to keep the cord for himself when he found infant Walter is what set Walter on the path of misfortune that characterized his childhood. I wouldn't blame him though. I mean, being abandoned by your mother is already a rough start, and it's not like the cord protected him from that. It was during the writing of this video that I learned that my mother also kept my umbilical cord. She said it was around somewhere, which fittingly kind of describes the relationship she and I have, so I suppose the thematic symbolism applies. Love you, Mom. Hope you enjoy Nier Automata. Don't call me asking for tips like you did with Breath of the Wild. Earlier, I went on a whole song and dance number about how I feel Boolean problem solving is limiting and how I would have wanted arithmetic problem solving to be the way Silent Hill operated moving forwards. That might sound contradictory to my love of the Walter reveal and the umbilical cord, because both have a puzzle attached to them with a Boolean solution, and neither would really function as well if the solution had to be born from a creative application of the game's core systems. Now, I can hide behind how the game justifies the pickaxe of hope as the sole method of breaking the wall by having diary pages from Joseph Schreiber talk about how he can't crack through the wall, and I can justify that because of the diary of Frank Sunderland and the research of Joseph, the game sort of nudges the player into accepting that in these cases, assuming others would be arithmetic, in these sorts of cases there'd only be the one solution. The game has dream logic and magic and such, which means some specific items can have functions which cannot be shared across any others, and which force the player to solve their puzzles in one and only one way. I could hide behind that defense, but I don't think I need to. In an arithmetic setup, the wall would not ask for the pickaxe, but instead impact. And so, if the player took a gun or a melee weapon, in this hypothetical you can use your weapons in the apartment, and they attacked that side of the wall or any other, what would happen is that maybe a dent or crack would appear, but it wouldn't be able to grow much further, and Henry would remark something like, "It's useless." Just because you standardize the effect you're asking for doesn't mean you cannot restrict their functions for storytelling. And in this version of the game, we can still telegraph the wall with a pickaxe where we looted, and it can still be that only at this point in the story can the wall be broken down, but it could be broken down by any impact that's big enough. Pickaxe or a lot of pipe swings or pistol shots. You could argue that narratively there's meaning attached to the pickaxe, which is lost if we allow any weapon to do the job, but ultimately, whatever symbolic meaning the pickaxe has, the pickaxe is irrelevant. It's just a prop. The meaning could be conveyed in any number of different ways, and it could even just be that Joseph gifts Henry a special candle of hope, which, once lit, breaks the seal and allows Henry to break through the wall. For the cord, in an arithmetic setup, what would be needed to make Walter vulnerable, in the end, would not be item 038 cord, but rather effect 038 Walter's bond with his mother. And so any item which could reasonably represent that bond would do the trick, and if the game only had the cord, it would not be as graceful as perhaps it ought to be. But then both the Walter reveal and the umbilical cord later on are such significant parts of the story that I think most players would happily accept them even when they'd been taught to be creative in every other puzzle. In the apartment world, the challenge is to make our way back into the apartment of Frank Sunderland to collect the umbilical cord, which Walter's mother left behind. The locks on the door there are removed when you interact with the corpse ghost memories, where you listen to Walter's father angrily talking about how he didn't want a kid and blaming the mother for putting him in this position. The corpse memories are located across the apartment world, so we need to travel to a lot of rooms, and while we do that, I want to take a break from the analysis a bit. The running creative through-line of the game was change, and I decided during the making of this video that I'd try and emphasize the ramification of this as much as I could. I hope you've liked the job I did, and I hope it hasn't detracted from understanding and appreciating the game on its own terms. But since this is the cap-off to the franchise, for Team Silent anyways, I thought it was important to frame the creative choices here in a specific context. What I wish had been the case was that I could have talked about the game in the context of being the last Silent Hill game, but that just wouldn't be fair because that's not how anyone in the development team saw it. It was designed to be a bold new step forwards, not a conclusion, and this is why I'd argue to the game's many detractors that they should be more generous in their evaluation of it. I understand wanting the last one to be a satisfying point to leave things at, but that's not what Silent Hill 4 was designed to do, so judging it by that standard I think is unfair and gets in the way of a more complete understanding of the game we got. Moving forwards, there would be a lot, and I mean a lot, of sequels and additions to the license, but they all disappointed. Since this one isn't everyone's cup of tea, I get not wanting the series to end on it, but like I said, that wasn't the plan. And we actually know a bit about what could have been, because there was a Silent Hill 5 in the pipeline at one point. It's been so long since Team Silent was disbanded that they actually developed the minority of the franchise at this point. Still, I don't feel comfortable accepting any post-Silent Hill 4 games as the true Silent Hill 5 for the simple reason that none of them grew organically from the team which made the franchise, and because none of those games really continues on from where they had left off. It's also been so long since Team Silent was disbanded that it's probably impossible to recollect the team at this point to have them make a new one. A 20-year delay means that even if somehow that were to happen, the trends and sensibilities shaping the makeup of that game would almost certainly owe more to the games inspired by Silent Hill than the original games, and I'm sure that in spite of the team's best efforts, there'd be no way around configuring the game for a modern audience with all of the creative strangleholds that statement implies. We can't know what Silent Hill 5 would have been, but we can make some educated guesses because the developers have said some things in the years since Silent Hill 4 was announced. First off, we know that the 5th game was being planned for the next generation. The developers were cagey about whether it be an Xbox 360 title or a PlayStation 3 game. I think if they had to choose, they'd probably have gone with Sony, but might also just have launched on both consoles. It would not have featured a locked-in-a-room gimmick, as the developers wanted each and every game to be clearly distinct from one another, and it was not going to be called Silent Hill 5 Shadows, as was rumored at some point. I think that name was pitched by fans when they read that one of the concepts the developers were playing around with was a sunny otherworld. So rather than the red rusty design that is synonymous with the other worlds we've visited so far and the dark and cold otherworld of Silent Hill 2, instead of those, the otherworld would have been creepy and bright. And instead of the blurring and obfuscating effects of fog and shadow, the same idea could be expressed with an interplay of light and darkness. But this was just one idea, and there's no way of knowing if anything would have come from this. On the story front, one idea was to repurpose the original plans for Silent Hill 3. Before leaving Konami, Takayoshi Sato had left behind some plans for that game which would have been more spiritually in tune with Silent Hill 2, where the cult would take a back seat to an experience more about psychological introspection, where we would focus on the internal struggles of the characters. Whenever Silent Hill projects have been announced since Silent Hill 4, the pitch has always been some iteration of, what if it's kinda like Silent Hill 2? Which is funny to me because the pivot from that game to the third one, featuring a return of the cult and the story of Alessa Gillespie, was a response to Silent Hill 2's slow sales and fan outcry. Just goes to show that brand mismanagement was there from the get-go. Silent Hill 4 was also not received super fondly, but unlike Silent Hill 2, time has not vindicated it and cemented it as the premier horror game like it has for the second game. I've discussed why I think that is, so I won't repeat myself here, but I will say that I think the Silent Hill 5 plans might have been hurt by the creator's response to fan feedback on this one. Due to lackluster response to Silent Hill 4, producer Akihiro Imamura wanted to make a strong showing with the 5th game and pivot away from combat and focus more on a dramatic otherworld. I think that might have made for a good game, but I'd have hated to see the experimentations they did here get lost in the shuffle just because fans weren't loving it and the developers themselves got cold feet. Perhaps recapturing fans was an important step in order to refocus the series, but trying new things is important to keep a franchise feeling fresh. If all Silent Hill ever is a retreading of Silent Hill 2, the series is diminished as a creative enterprise. The plot of Silent Hill 5 would have focused on a damaged person being summoned to Silent Hill for a specific reason, and Yamaoka described the story which followed as the darkest one which Team Silent had ever come up with, and it was to take inspiration from Jacob's Ladder and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The game would have started out in Silent Hill, where it would be an everyday town with people going about their daily lives, and would slowly rot away as the game progressed. This would have probably been designed by the same core team that made the 4th game, but on the topic of mismanagement being baked into the series' identity, while they were making this, the creative leads from the 3rd game, that's Masahiro Ito, Hiroyuki Owaku, and Norihito Hataketa, had been ordered by Konami to make a game that played like Grand Theft Auto. It was not going to be a horror game, and it was cancelled in 2006. If you want to raise your blood pressure, I encourage you to do some reading about the insanity that went on in the latter days of Team Silent as Konami interference and mismanagement led to the studio's eventual disbandment. The game sales were slipping, so maybe we were just entering an era where a dedicated Konami studio, singularly focused on AAA horror, wasn't viable anymore, but the leasing of the license to other studios smells to me to be a policy that's only justified by the mentality that what made Silent Hill special was how much money you could get out of it. Of course, what made Silent Hill special was Team Silent, and the money you could get out of it was from how special it was. Squeezing it for short-term profits is just about the worst thing you can do from both an artistic and financial perspective. When Henry and Eileen found the umbilical cord, Henry got a flash of Walter as a child being abandoned by his parents, and Eileen got possessed by some maternal spirit to seek out and comfort the young Walter. Receiver of wisdom and the mother reborn. The walk back to the room might have been intended to elicit a sense of dread in the player because they've been forcefully separated from Eileen. Being without her has been communicated to be bad all throughout, and depending on how much of a bond you built with her as a character, the, admittedly short, journey to the end might have you stressing. I've talked at length about how much framing matters, and I'm a big fan of how Silent Hill 4 has done this all throughout. Here, in the end, the final minutes right before our confrontation with Walter once again brings up the central theme of breaching the boundaries between purity and danger, inside versus outside, innocence versus malice. The moments leading up to the final boss are spent getting us to sympathize with him, which is very Silent Hill. The conclusion to the first game doesn't give us much of a reason to care about the Dahlia Gillespie, but there are revelations made about Alessa, and we get to see her memories, and all those glimpses into her life are suddenly put into proper context. There was no demon child birthing horrors to kill us, there was a tormented girl who was trying to stop the birth of the cult's god. In the second game, James discovers in the Lakeview Hotel that Mary is in fact dead, and that he was the one who killed her. The otherworldly horrors were manifestations of his own desire for punishment, and in the end, he got to have a conversation with Mary on her deathbed where the game lays out why he decided to kill her. She had wanted to die because she couldn't take the pain of her illness any longer. He says that's not ultimately why he did it, but rather that he just wanted his life back, but Mary doesn't believe that and asks him why he was crying. The point of that sequence, I think, is that James was clinging to a motive that was not excusable because his guilt would not allow him to be at peace with what he did. This inner turmoil of his is what split his psyche. In the third game, Claudia is presented a lot like Dahlia was, but she's not a hardline fanatic of the same sort. We get a lot of glimpses into her life, and you get the feeling that she's clinging to the teachings of the cult because she's suffered so much because of it already and cannot let go. She was abused by her father, and her only friend was taken away from her. Birthing God is not really about the cult's religion as much as it is about her making right what she thinks went wrong. She extrapolates the pain she felt to the rest of mankind and wants to usher in paradise to save them, but they don't need salvation. She's just deflecting instead of dealing with her own pain. Walter Sullivan didn't deserve what happened to him. The game's final moments aren't trying to excuse his murders, just building some sympathy towards him, because that's the ethos of the series' horror. Silent Hill 4 was created with change in mind, but it's still very conventional in this regard. Takayoshi Sato once said that psychological horror is about shaking the human heart. The first game is about a child that is being abused, the second game is a meditation on the ethics of euthanasia, the third game is about abortion. Wherever you land on these controversial topics, aside maybe from child abuse, I think we can all agree that's pretty lame, wherever you land, you'll find a lot to agree with and a lot to think about, because none of these topics is approached with an obstinate mindset or a correct outcome in mind. In the second game, Eddie tries to justify to himself that it's okay to kill a dog. James is trying to justify to himself that it's okay to kill his wife. Why is one easier to swallow than the other? Because Mary asked to die? Angela also wants to die, but the game doesn't frame her suicide as something to nod and approve of. James even tries to save her. There aren't any easy answers here. In the third game, Heather is impregnated with the cult's god, and although I think the most hardline pro-lifers would probably make an exception in the case of a demon child, the game isn't so straightforward about the abortion itself. Harry's diary can be found, and in it, he writes about his feeling on getting young Cheryl, or Heather, from Alessa at the end of the first game, and how even though he didn't want to have her, he would now never think about giving her away. It might not be a perfect mirroring to the happenings taking place around Heather, but it is the game's way of approaching and sympathizing with a broader perspective. Here, I think the core concept of the psychological horror is the idea of nature versus nurture. Walter Sullivan wasn't inevitable, but at what point was he meant to take a different path? When he was abandoned by his parents right after being born? When he was shuffled into an orphanage that abused him and imprisoned him? When he was deliberately led by one of the cult's leaders to think that the apartment was actually his mother? When his yearning for a bond with his mother was used to make him want to study the cult's teachings? Or maybe when the cult placed the attendant of God in his mind to make him more pliable to the idea of the 21 sacraments. Maybe he should have never committed the first murder, when he killed the man who did this to him. There's no obvious line to be drawn here. That doesn't mean he should be forgiven or that he should not be put down, but it's still a difficult question deliberately framed to not have an easy answer. You can, of course, just obstinately draw the line wherever you want and insist on it, but that's not the approach taken by these games, and it's not the approach you'd take if you really want to wrestle with these ideas. There are two things I really like about the way this boss is designed. One is a cult mechanical consideration, the other is thematic. So I like how we have to collect spears from the corpses in order to pierce the conjurer's body. I think it plays well with the revamped inventory since you can't collect them all and also have health supplies and enough ammo to deal with Walter. Eileen is walking to her death, so you're on a timer. The ideal solution would be to have enough space to pick up 4 spears, loot them all in succession and use them against the conjurer, but then that places a lot of stress on you to use your remaining reserves carefully against Walter. In the footage you're watching, there's initially only 1 empty slot available, but because Eileen's condition is quite good, that's plenty. The other consideration for this boss that I quite like, the one that's thematic, is how before piercing the conjurer, we have to use the umbilical cord against it. That is to say, Walter will be made vulnerable by the physical manifestation of the bond he once shared with his mother. It is precisely that which he has been going after all his life, and now that he's just about to complete his plans and realize the deranged version of the bond, it's all undone when the real thing he had all those years ago is brought into the fight. All in all, I think Silent Hill bosses are a mixed bag if you're looking for any sort of mechanical complexity or depth, but their placement and utility is always much more about thematic subtext stuff and clearing out the player's inventory to reset the tension cycle for the next chapter. This is, strangely enough, one of the most mechanically complex of the Silent Hill bosses, even though it's so very simple. But because it's the final boss, I suppose the real question is how good of a job does it do of closing out the journey? And I think all in all, it's a success. It vindicates the new inventory system, it utilizes our AI partner in an interesting way as a timer, it even looks pretty cool. Much more Hellraiser than Jacob's Ladder, but still. When Walter is defeated, he reaches out to the light above and calls out for his mother. How much emotion that scene gets out of you is going to depend on how much you are able to sympathize with him. I'm repeating myself a bit here, but this character just had the worst run imaginable. He's the main villain, he looks scary, he acts scary, and he does terribly evil things. The game isn't trying to convince you that he's some sort of misunderstood hero, or that if you look at it from his side, you can be persuaded into his line of thinking. Rather, it's nature versus nurture. The death of Walter Sullivan is not a moment to celebrate because what he is something that was allowed to happen. The games have never tried to justify the presence or actions of the cult, but its members have gotten a look into, and out of all of them, Walter is probably the most tormented and mistreated. The only contender I can imagine would be Alessa, but she got a happy ending. It was in another life, but she got it. Here, the otherworld collapses, and even the lost innocence, represented by young Walter, fades away into nothing. But that's not the end of the story, for Henry or Eileen. Not in this video. I notice that I like to only show the good endings at the end of these commentaries, and here we see Henry stumbling out of the apartment in the sunlight, probably to highlight how he's out of the otherworld, and he makes a strange observation about how he's leaning.
Eileen.
I don't know what he means by that, but he goes to visit Eileen in the hospital. Two things about that. One, I suppose this means he did complete the full loop of the area revisits. And second, Eileen no longer has any injuries or bandages. I'm a sucker for happy endings to these horror games. I think if the media in question has the pieces you need to cobble a happy ending together, then the media in question rejects the notion that suffering always wins out. There are times, like in Silent Hill 2, where a bad ending makes more sense thematically, but because there's a happy ending there, you can't deduce from the work that evil wins out, or that there is no salvation at the end. It's weird to consider how little it takes to undermine the entire presentation of the experience which came before. A game can spend 99% of its runtime immersing you in tragedy and horrors, but just by framing the ending in a positive light, the meaning inferred from the totality of the work can be altered. While the credits roll, I'd like to quickly talk about some things I couldn't fit into the video organically. When I was talking about the twin victims, I failed to note that they are Masahiro Ito's favorite monster design across the entire series. I think the idea behind the gigantic head of Eileen in the hospital world was perhaps to reverse the peephole dynamic and let the player know how it felt to be the one who is watched. The burnt doll in the Forest World 2.0 was probably meant to represent George Roston. The tunnel texture in the hole from the apartment leading into the Forest World looks like white bark, but actually it's Walter Sullivan's diary pages. I really struggled to include a joke about circumcision. I kept putting it in, but it never felt like it came organically from the sequence it was attached to, so ultimately I decided to cut it. Haha. And finally, I have about an hour or so of notes from this video which just discusses grandfathered-in design choices originally made as workarounds to the limitations of the PlayStation 1. So it goes without saying, but Silent Hill 1 commentary confirmed, sometime after the Elden Ring one. The post-mortem I've been leaning on for a lot of the video ends with the following statement. Room with a view. In making Silent Hill 4, we attempted to implement quite a few changes. As with all things, we had some successes and we had some elements that in hindsight we could have improved. Also, some areas demanded more trial and error because the project was a new challenge. For example, having the player go back and forth between the room and the horrific world, and having the room gradually infected by the other world. This approach was one that perfectly suited a representation of horror, but it lacked depth as an actual building block of the gameplay. We added problem-solving challenges, such as having to figure out that you need to use items brought back from the other world to the real world to complete a task. We tried to make various adjustments of that type to make it more satisfying for players to travel between the two worlds. Before implementing this, it was just boring to go between the real world and the horror world because it seemed too much like a chore instead of being fun. While we were faced with many challenges, developing Silent Hill 4 was definitely gratifying to tackle. No matter what the title, franchises are faced with the constant need to evolve. Otherwise, developers run the risk of turning people away from their games due to the lack of innovation. However, we also know that you need to identify and maintain certain sustaining elements of the original game when making a sequel. In the future, we will have to consider the possibilities of network gameplay for the Silent Hill series among other improvements. What that will entail, we don't know yet, but hopefully it will be something people want to try. Ultimately, we hope to keep providing the world with new entertainment by adopting new ideas for future games. Please look forward to what's coming next. The legacy of the series has escaped the grasp of its original creators and IP holders. It's been revived with numerous projects announced, and it seems like some might be good. The Silent Hill 2 remake surprised me with how tasteful and video gamey it was, and others probably aren't going to amount to much. But whatever Silent Hill is going forwards is not up to any game which releases from this point on bearing its name, because its identity and legacy have already been established and solidified. Silent Hill is the greatest psychological horror series of all time, and even after Team Silent was disbanded, Silent Hill lived on in the numerous games inspired by it and which took for granted the presentation techniques it pioneered. It is an enormous and irreplaceable component of video game history, and like Mario, Zelda, or Half-Life, it is not possible to have a full grasp of the currents and forces which shaped the evolution of game design without a cohesive understanding of these games. I hope these commentaries I made have deepened your appreciation for the abstract discipline of game design and the Silent Hill games themselves. Thanks for watching, and thank you for playing. So far, I've gotten about 1,000 players to test my game's demo, Skeletons with Human Faces, and the response has been incredibly humbling. Not humbling in the sense that you all said it sucked, but humbling in the sense that I didn't think so many of you would give it a shot. The final game has entered its polishing stage, and the feedback I get from the demo will be incalculably valuable for the final stretch of development. If you want to support this channel, I'd deeply appreciate it if you'd give the video some form of engagement, so commenting, liking, sharing, etc. But I'd also really appreciate it if you'd go down into the description box, click on the Steam page for my game, and wishlist it. It's annoying how every avenue of creative expression now has this tax of pleading for engagement so that an algorithm will support you, but such is life, apparently. I also have a Patreon at patreon.com/medievalmegaman, and I am deeply thankful to all of you who have supported me there. Before signing off, I'd like to offer my most sincere thanks to SHN Survival Horror Network for providing me with the Silent Hill 4 footage I used in this video. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Hey, so this is the final thing I'm recording for this video. I just noticed in the editing stages that I'm so tantalizingly close to the 5-hour mark that I decided why not just fill the gap by reading out some special shoutouts to Patreon members. I'd like to offer special thanks here to Herd, to Triforce Kingdom, Aaron Hensey, Nathan James, Two-Face0301, Jersey Novak, Primarch Logarius, Matthew Meeks, Adam W., Mein Großderfan, Juan Torres, S.J. Dops, Cone 2020, Zephirium, Legend of Zelda for Life, Mop, Torn Time, Jad McKenna, David Brideau, Janisaurus 715, Micah Medellin, Spartan 1982, Break Beat Source, Nickner 21, Taffer Nuggets, Tyler McDonald, Mao, Howell Kadreba, DM3Z, Hungry Buck, Selexis, Justin Richardson, Trash Daddy, Dan Hill, Coffee and Bonfires, Noah Young, Andrew Elmore, Sean Moss, The Suit, Carl Rougeau, Smook, Julia, Monsef Buriza, Dinomatrix, Brendan McCulley, Zeeby, Denk Meme Hero, Avi Dopkeen, Tiger Valesquez, Dethosa, Tyler Barcelo, V, Brandon Gorman, Reese Sanchez, Chronicle, Autumnal Void, Cordell Hebert, Ryan Erickson, Joshua Lauscher, Schmeckerling, AMW, John Slam Lee, Matthew Morell, Dantech K3, Sinclair Lore, whoever that is, Octavian P, Joel McBain, Tatami Guy, Orange Crush, Jordan McF, Matthew Shesman, and Zach B. Since we still have a bit of time left before hitting the 5-hour mark, let's get going on the Silent Hill 1 commentary. Silent Hill released in 1999 on the PlayStation 1. Cobbled together from Konami's ragtag group of misfits, Team Silent. Under the leadership of gaming legend Keiichiro Toyama, the team went on to define horror gaming, and the purpose of the Silent Hill 1 commentary will be threefold. One will be to extensively catalog the design choices made for the game's release in order to have a comprehensive understanding and appreciation of the work. Another will be to discuss the story, its influences and deeper meaning. And third will be to understand how the game was shaped by its context. If you haven't played the game yourself, I'd encourage you to do so before watching any further, as I'm assuming prior knowledge, and I will be formatting things around the idea that nobody watching will need to be protected from spoilers. When we start the game, we get a menu cinematic designed by Takayoshi Sato, which shows us